Hello, everyone. Welcome to the session. So, I'm Abhinav, and I'm a cybersecurity professional and the head of instructors here at NextWave. For more than half a decade now, I've been training thousands of professionals across various fields, like DRDO scientists, government professionals, the Indian Army officers, and also many faculty and students across the country. So, in addition to cybersecurity, I've also worked with and upskilled individuals in various other technology verticals like Internet of Things, generative AI, full stack development, and much more. Okay, so I'd like to welcome you to the Next Wave and OpenAI Academy workshop series. So in this video, let's have a brief look at what this workshop series is all about. Okay, so over the next couple of hours, spread across multiple sessions altogether, you'll go from being just AI curious to an AI driven creator, where you'll be focusing on building real world applications powered by OpenAI's technology, right? So just to give you a glimpse of the future of this series, or rather what you will be building, one of the most exciting parts of this workshop is that by the end of it, you won't just know how AI works, you'll actually use it to build something useful. Okay, for example, you'll create your own personal AI study assistant, a prompt engineered tutor which is powered by OpenAI's ChatGPT. Okay, it's going to be a custom built AI tutor tailored to your learning style and your academic needs, capable of explaining complex concepts and quizzing you on different materials, helping you with assignments, and so on and so forth, right? So it's not just theory. You'll leave with a working project that you can continue improving, you can continue customizing, and even use in your day to day learning as well, right? In addition to that, you'll also be working on another project where you'll build your own social media content automation workflow, right? So using OpenAI and N8N, you'll be designing a complete pipeline, a complete automation system that can generate content ideas, draft posts, create visuals, and schedule publishing across various platforms. All of that using AI to streamline the entire process. Okay. By the end, you'll have a working system that can save hours of manual work and help you stay consistent on social media, whether it's for personal branding, marketing, or content creation. Right? Best part is we have designed this workshop keeping everybody in mind, regardless of your technical background, which means you don't need to have any sort of prior coding experience or AI knowledge to succeed here. Just bring your curiosity and creativity. Okay. And this is not just a generic lecture series, it's a build-a-thon. Each session combines brief instructions with extensive hands-on building time. You'll be actively creating throughout each and every sessions with with multiple resources available for you to overcome your challenges. Okay. To give you a brief glimpse of the path that we'll be taking together, we'll start off with a big picture. We'll try to understand what generative AI is, the landscape it operates in, and how large language models work. From there, we'll move into prompt engineering mastery, where you'll learn how to talk to AI in a way that gets you exactly the output you want. Okay. Next, we'll explore advanced generative AI capabilities, things like multimodal features, how do you work with text, images, and much more, and personalizing AI experience for your specific needs. Right. Then comes the AI workflows and automation part, where we'll connect AI with real world tools so that your creations can work hands off in the background. Finally, we'll wrap it up by building GraphRag with the OpenAI API, delivering insights that are contextually rich and deeply interconnected, the kind of thing that transforms raw data into actionable intelligence. Okay, so welcome to the Generative AI course. Now, before we dive into the core concepts, let's just take a moment and think about something that is extremely important for us to realize, which is one of the biggest technology shifts that are happening right now: generative AI, right? I mean, I don't need to tell you that Gen AI is the buzzword right now. So, if you look at it, from countries to governments to top CEOs of different companies, and from YouTubers to college students, so much so that even on social media sites, when you scroll on your feed, whether it is tech, startups, or even memes, somehow it all circles back to Gen AI, right? To put it in a nutshell, everyone in the entire world today is talking about Gen AI or generative AI, right? So it's the first time in a long time that a technology has created this level of a global impact across countries, across industries, almost everywhere in the world, right? See, one thing is clear: the world of technology is changing and Gen AI is becoming mainstream, right? And pretty soon in the near future, there's only going to be two types of people in the tech world. On one side, there are going to be those who, by learning generative AI, they'll become top developers and highly skilled individuals worldwide. And then there'll be those who, by not learning generative AI, might be left behind. Okay, so we are at a point where by gaining in-depth knowledge about Gen AI and understanding how to effectively use it to advance our careers, right? So to to buckle up. We are going to break down pretty powerful ideas. We are going to build exciting things together. And most importantly, we are going to help you stay miles ahead in this fast changing world of technology, right? And with that, once again, welcome to the Generative AI series. Okay. Now, before learning further about generative AI, or for the fact, before learning about any technology, we need to ask ourselves a really important question. How valuable is it for me to invest my time in learning a particular technology? Pretty interesting question, right? So, to find the answer to that, we'll need to know a couple of key aspects like what are the industry leaders talking about, what applications are already out there, and most importantly, what kind of future can you create with it? See, this is what we call as understanding the technology landscape, right? That is what we are going to do first. For example, in the current scenario, we're talking about generative AI, right? So just think about it. If we are able to get an overall understanding of the landscape of Gen AI, that is, let's say we understood about the potential use cases, we'll be able to think about and we'll be able to visualize the kind of value that we can create. Right. Similarly, if we got to know that when big companies are investing so much into this particular field, the amount of opportunities is definitely going to grow, right? At the same time, if we see the use cases that have already been built, that would probably act as a reference for us to be able to build similar or sometimes even better solutions using the same technology, right? As a result, we will also get lots and lots of ideas like maybe using this technology I'll be able to solve so and so problems, right? Basically, not just Gen AI, but any technology that you choose to learn, once you understand its landscape, including the opportunities, the investments, potential applications, and use cases, you naturally develop a deeper interest in learning more about the technology, right? And that is what we call as understanding the technology landscape. And that is what we are going to do first. Once we are clear about the potential, we'll move into the brain behind all of it. LLMs or large language models. Okay, you might have heard names like GPT, Claude, Llama, Gemini. All of them are LLMs. Okay, but here's the deal, these models are only as good as the prompts or the instructions you give them. Okay, so we learn what exactly are LLMs, what makes a good prompt, and how do models take your text and turn it into magic. That is how text generation models work, and much more. Okay, so without further delay, let's get started. Right, let's see what industry leaders are actually talking about specifically regarding generative AI. Okay, you see Mr. Sundar Pichai over here, who's the CEO of Google. He said that AI is one of the most profound things we are working on as humanity. It's more profound than fire or electricity. So what he's basically saying is AI is the most valuable resource in today's time that we are experiencing and working on as humans. Okay. So Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, he said the biggest risk with artificial intelligence is not that it will become too powerful, but that will fail to use it responsibly. And I think that's exactly the mindset we need to carry throughout this series. Okay. See, we are not here just to learn how to use AI. We are here to learn how to use it effectively, ethically, and responsibly, right? Because the real opportunity is not in the capability of the tool, it's in the choices we make while using it. Right. So now, at the same time, Meta's CEO and co founder Mark Zuckerberg said that generative AI is the key to solving some of the world's biggest problems, such as climate change, poverty, disease. It has the potential to make the world a better place for everyone. Right. See, this is not just about making memes or images anymore. Gen AI is already being used in healthcare, climate modeling, and education on a pretty large scale. And when the leaders of the world's biggest tech companies agree on its impact, it's a sign that it's not optional, it is necessary. Right? And then we have Elon Musk, who's calling Gen AI as the most powerful tool for creativity ever created. Right? It's capable of unleashing a new era of human innovation. So, whether we realize it or not, everyone, every major innovator in the world is saying that generative AI is a game changer. And that's one of the reasons it's so revolutionary. Okay. So now that we have heard what the world leaders are saying, let's talk about what we are going to learn going forward. Okay. Remember, we are not here just to hear the hype. We are going to understand what Gen AI is. We'll break it down. We'll start building with it. Okay. And by the end of this series, you'll not just know what Gen AI is, you'll have worked with it, and built something super cool. Okay. Now, we have been using this word generative AI continuously, right? What does this actually mean? You see, in simple terms, you can think of generative AI as a super intelligent human. I mean, just generally think about this. We are humans, right? And throughout our lifetime, we might have a habit of reading books, various articles, trying to gain knowledge, and lots more as such, right? But again, at the end of the day, it is still limited. But similarly, just imagine there's a super intelligent human who probably has the combined knowledge of millions of books. I mean, in general, we would probably find it difficult to remember even a couple of hundreds of books, right? On the other hand, think of someone having the knowledge of some millions of books altogether, right? Similarly, in the entire internet out there, there would be billions and billions of websites altogether, right? For our context, let's say 1 billion is 100 crores. So imagine somebody being capable of comprehensively reading through hundreds of crores of websites and storing all of that knowledge with them. Okay. Moreover, take Wikipedia as an example. It contains a ginormous amount of information, right? So if there was a person who's capable of understanding and retaining all the knowledge which is available worldwide, such a person would rightly be called as a super intelligent human, wouldn't they? Right? So, I mean, if you take an average person, even in their entire lifetime, reading just a couple of hundreds of books itself is really hard. And it's even rarer to have read thousands of books altogether. And gaining such a huge amount of knowledge is really hard for a generic average person. But here, as we discussed, we can think of generative AI as our super intelligent human friend who has the entire knowledge of millions of books, billions of websites, and the entire knowledge of Wikipedia, millions of research papers, and whatnot. And not just having the knowledge of such things, this super intelligent human would have few interesting capabilities as well. For example, take creativity. Okay, you must be familiar with what creativity means. Okay, if we consider movies, making a movie is a creative job. Creating a song, writing its lyrics is a creative job. Being an artist is also a creative job. So in that way, our super intelligent human will have huge amounts of knowledge of everything in the world, and at the same time, they'll be able to apply that knowledge creatively as well. Okay. Similarly, let's consider problem solving. In our typical day-to-day life and in the operations of different companies, there's a constant need to solve various challenges altogether, right? So to address these challenges, individuals would generally require skills such as logical thinking, analytical thinking, creative thinking, critical thinking, and much more. Okay, so these capabilities are absolutely necessary. So on one hand, there's a huge amount of knowledge to be had. On the other hand, there are numerous capabilities that are expected, whether it's creative, problem solving, analytical, or whatever it is. And if somebody has all these skills in them, we would surely call them a super intelligent human only, right? So, and that super intelligent human is what we can think of as generative AI. Okay, so the next time you hear the words generative and AI, you should by default think of two things. Okay, one thing is it has a plethora, ginormous amount of knowledge. On the other hand, it has huge amounts of capabilities as well, right? That is, we can think of Gen AI as somebody, a super intelligent human that has a huge amount of knowledge and equal amount of capabilities as well. Okay, and by now you might have understood it's called as an artificial general intelligence. Okay, think of it like a very powerful robot. I mean, if there were a human with knowledge of everything in the world and also the capabilities to implement that knowledge, you could consider that human as generative AI. Okay, and this Gen AI, with all the knowledge and capabilities, with all of that, there's a huge amount of buzz that has been created, and today the entire world is primarily talking about Gen AI only. Okay, moreover, there's a huge amount of applications possible with this as well. Okay, now we have got a feel for what Gen AI can do. Let's talk about where it actually fits in the entire world of AI. Okay, so as you can see over here in the slide, at the very outermost layer, we have artificial intelligence. This is the big umbrella. Any system that can think, decide, or mimic human intelligence, it can be considered under this umbrella. Okay, inside that, another layer deeper, we have machine learning. These are the systems that learn from data and they keep on improving over time as they see more and more examples. Okay, when you go a little deeper, you'll find deep learning. This is a special category of machine learning that uses something called as neural networks, inspired by how our brain works to analyze huge amounts of data. Okay, and finally, at the core of it all, we have generative AI. Okay, this is the zone where things get really cool. But there's a twist. Unlike traditional AI, which just classifies and predicts, Gen AI can actually create new stuff, new images, new music, new text, and even new voices based on what it already knows. Okay, you can think of it like this. If you give it enough examples of how things are done, it can start building brand new things just like how a creative human would. Okay, that's why it's called generative AI, because it doesn't just analyze, it generates. Okay, so first of all, we'll talk about the different applications that are there which are built on top of Gen AI. Okay, right? So far, we have seen how Gen AI is like having a super intelligent human friend working like your assistant. Now let's see what happens when we ask this assistant or ask the super intelligent human to actually write something creative for us. Okay, see, there are hundreds of powerful tools out there in the market which are built on top of Gen AI, ChatGPT, Writer, Gemini, Claude, Jasper, and much more. Right, but for this example, we are going to focus on ChatGPT, specifically GPT-5. Okay, one of the most widely used and most advanced AI text generation tools as of today. Okay, so let's take a look at what it can actually do. Okay, now what do we have over here? We have someone who is asking us to create a story based on a particular idea in English language and in a convincing tone, right? And what's the idea? It's an Indian comedy thriller about a heist with three friends from Mumbai. Okay, let's take a look at what all ChatGPT can do. Okay, let's go ahead. Right, so as you can see over here, I've opened the ChatGPT website. The URL is chatgpt.com, and in this interface, we are going to give it a very specific creative task. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and say, can you create a story for me, maybe on this idea? Okay, and the idea is, let's just say, Indian comedy thriller about a heist with three friends from Mumbai. Okay, so we'll write Indian comedy thriller about a heist with three friends from Mumbai. As simple as that, right? So with three friends from Mumbai. And I want the language, let's say US English, and the tone should be convincing. Okay. So all we are basically saying is, dear ChatGPT, please start creating a story for me in these lines. Okay. So right. Let me just run the prompt. You can either press enter or you can just press on this arrow icon. I'll just press on that. And as you can see, in just a couple of seconds, it started creating a US English based story for Indian comedy thriller about a heist with three friends from Mumbai. Okay, so it's already given us the title, and the story is pretty interesting. You have Samir, Raghu, and Vikram as the protagonists, and this is a brief story altogether, right? And it's also suggesting that it can rewrite this into a full screenplay opening scene with detailed dialogues and cinematic pacing so that it feels like a Bollywood comedy thriller, right? So let's understand what just happened over here. So we went to ChatGPT. The URL is chatgpt.com. You'll have a chat interface available over there. And we gave it three main things: the language we want the output in, the tone in which we want it to be written, and the core idea of the story. Okay. And now the super intelligent human, that is generative AI, ChatGPT, that we have with us, we are considering them as our assistant, right? And we are telling it using English language in a convincing tone. You're supposed to create a plot for a story, and the story idea is Indian comedy thriller about a heist with three friends from Mumbai. Okay, let's get back. Now, here's the interesting part. When it started creating the story, it was not pulling something from Google or anywhere on the internet. So you see, ChatGPT uses its built-in knowledge, built-in creativity, built-in logic, and problem-solving skills to generate something brand new. In this case, it was a story with a proper title, a clear plot outline, and scene-by-scene flow as well. Right now, if you were a script writer or a filmmaker, and that too, it's happened in just a couple of seconds, right? So if you were a script writer or a filmmaker, how long would do you think it will take you? Maybe a couple of days, maybe a couple of weeks. But with AI, it our story was ready in just a couple of seconds, right? See, this is just one example of what is possible with text generation, and we are only getting started. You can actually use this to write your own blog, YouTube descriptions, social media captions, and even your own song lyrics as well, right? So let's just simplify this. You see, everything that we have just seen, whether it's writing a story, thinking about generating a blog draft, or creating content ideas, all of that falls under text generation in generative AI. Okay, you can think of it like this: every single one of us now have our own super intelligent personal assistant. Okay, not just an average helper, but somebody who has the knowledge of hundreds of thousands of times more than us. Okay, who can think faster, who can work tirelessly, and deliver results in just a couple of seconds. Okay, and in terms of capabilities compared to us, this super intelligent human would be quite capable as well, right? And they will work like an assistant for us. But here's the key: how well we use this assistant will define how much we progress. Okay, if you use it every day for writing, brainstorming, problem solving, you are essentially multiplying your productivity and creativity. Okay, we'll be exploring many more such tools in the upcoming sessions as we move forward. But remember, this is just one application of generative AI. Okay, the possibilities go way beyond text generation, and that is where we are heading next. Okay, so let's look at another really interesting use case, generating images using AI. Okay, you see, we have already understood that our super intelligent human friend can write stories, and we also discussed that it can generate lyrics or explain concepts like a pro. But what if I told you the same friend is also an amazing artist, right? I mean, just imagine telling someone that you want a picture, maybe something like a teddy bear skateboarding near Charminar in Hyderabad in India, right? And just in just a couple of seconds, they will hand you a fresh, never seen before picture, which is drawn entirely from scratch, exactly as you imagined. Interesting, right? Let's give this a try. Right? So as you can see, I've opened up a tool called as Doll E3. Okay. Now this tool has been created by the same team that made ChatGPT, the OpenAI team, right? And as you can see, we have pretty much everything that you can create using DALI 3, right? So this is the home page. And as you can see, everything that you see over here has been created or generated, right? So all these pictures, and you can see a pretty interesting, statement over here, an expressive oil painting of a basketball player dunking depicted as an explosion of a nebula. Okay, and you have the corresponding image over here. So this was built by the previous version of the model, DAL E2, and this is what you can see by DAL E3. Okay, and as you can see, there's a small chatbot as well, Ask ChatGPT, because DAL E3 has now been integrated into ChatGPT. Okay, right. So let's say, we'll just click on try in ChatGPT. It will take us to the necessary, to our ChatGPT account. Okay, and let's say I wanted to generate a picture of a teddy bear skateboarding near, yeah, maybe let's go with Charminar in Hyderabad, India. Okay, right? So remember, the more specific your prompt is, the better your responses will be. Okay, and image generation, voice generation, and all those things typically take a little bit of time, maybe from a couple of seconds to a couple of minutes. So when you run this and it's taking time, do not worry, it will take its own time. Okay, let's just run this and see what happens. So as you can see, it has started creating this thing. Okay, so we'll wait until the process completes and the image is generated. Okay, right. And there you go, right? We have the picture exactly as described. We have a teddy bear which is skateboarding, and in the background, you can see Charminar from Hyderabad, India, right? Think of it. This image probably did not exist before. Nobody hand drew it. Nobody clicked it with a camera. This was generated completely by AI, just pure AI creativity from our description, right? So this is what's called as image generation. You just give it an idea, AI will imagine it, and it produces a pretty high quality image in just a couple of seconds. Let's get back. So once again, this is our super intelligent human who is not just smart with words, but is also creative and artistic as well. You just need to give it an idea and it can imagine the visuals. It produces brand new high quality images in just a couple of seconds. And just like DALI 3, there are many other tools out there. Midjourney, tools like Flux, or maybe Dream by Wombo or Crayon, and so on and so forth, right? In fact, I'll not be surprised if many of you are already using these tools, right? Now, if you just think about who is using these tools or who is the target audience for it, it's not just technical people or designers. Even movie makers are using these tools to enhance the quality of their work. So remember, this is just another powerful domain in the world of generative AI. We now have text generation where we give instructions and we can get stories, blogs, answers, movie songs, and whatnot, right? And now image generation where we give a description and we can get an original image altogether. Okay, all powered by our very own super intelligent human assistant. In our case, it's ChatGPT, right? So, how does this work? You see, these tools are trained on millions of images from across the internet, landscapes, faces, objects, lighting styles. They have seen it all. But the real power is that they have learned how to understand context. They don't just blindly copy images, they generate new ones from scratch by imagining scenes based on your words. Okay, you want a product poster, maybe a cinematic sunset wallpaper, or something wild like an astronaut playing cricket in Hyderabad. Just describe it and you can get it instantly. Okay, that is why businesses no longer always need big design teams or expensive photo shoots altogether, right? Marketing content, thumbnail, posters, all of them can be created in just a couple of minutes using GenAI. Okay, and if you look at how images were traditionally created, let's say you're a company who wants a new product for their poster for their product. Okay, you'll probably need to hire photographers, designers, stylists. Then they'll have to book models, studios, lighting setups, and whatnot. Right? There would have been multiple rounds of editing, multiple rounds of client approvals, and sometimes pretty expensive stock photos as well. Okay, but and all of that is just for one visual, where you'll need to spend a lot of time, lot of money. There are too many people involved altogether, which was the traditional approach. Now with generative AI, we just need to open a tool like DAL-E or Midjourney, give it a prompt, an instruction that says a futuristic smartwatch advertisement with neon colors, and in just a couple of seconds, you'll have your image altogether. Okay, no need for a camera, no crew, no studio, no stress altogether. Okay, in fact, you can generate multiple versions in a single go. You can also fine tune the images with just a single word, or maybe get output in any resolution or any style that you want. Okay, this approach is not just faster, it's more creative, more customizable, and more accessible as well. Okay, and the real difference is, in traditional creation you need a lot of resources. When you create with generative AI, it's pretty much lightweight and there's limitless imagination altogether. Okay, and that is why many creators, many marketers, many founders, and even students are switching so quickly to this. Okay, moving on, let's talk about one of the most mind-blowing capabilities of generative AI: creating full-fledged videos using just a couple of lines of text. Okay, I mean, just think about it. You can literally just describe a scene, and in just a couple of seconds, a brand new video is created from scratch, without any camera, without any actors, no editing team at all. Just you, your imagination, and our super intelligent human friend. Okay, in fact, there are a huge number of tools that are out there in the market. Google's VO2, VO3, OpenAI's Sora. There's another tool called as Runway ML, and there are many tools altogether. Okay, for this part, let's just take a look at Runway ML. Okay, let's go ahead. Right, so as you can see over here, I've opened a website called as runwayml.com. Okay, it's one of the pretty popular websites out there where you have technology for creating anything. Okay, you have Aleph, Gen 4, and different models available. And let's say, let me just play this video. I'll just mute it for us. So, in fact, you can actually use this to create a different angle. You can play around with various videos altogether, right? So, everything that you see over here has been created using Runway ML. Okay, right? So, let's just open Aleph. Let's see how it goes. Okay, and Runway Aleph is a new way to edit, transform, and generate a video. It's a state of the art in context video model where you can create multiple visuals and everything as such. Okay, so to be able to use this particular tool, you'll need to create an account in that. You can just simply click on get started, fill up your account details, and you'll be good to go. Okay, so in my case, I've already created an account, and we'll just play around with that. Okay, so all the videos that you just saw have been generated by a computer. I mean, based on its knowledge base and creativity, our super intelligent human friend has created it. Okay, let's say we want to create a video of our own. Okay, as you can see, we have a brief, chatbot or chat box where we can actually describe the kind of a video that we want. Okay, let's just say generate a video of a palm tree. Maybe we can say that, swaying on a tropical beach. Okay, we'll say, or in the style of maybe professional cinematography, with depth of field like a feature film. Okay, I'm just giving it the description of how I want the video to be. Okay, let's just run it and we'll see what happens. All right, so if you observe, basically it's first generating an image, and from that image, it'll start generating a video altogether. Okay, see, remember, these kind of tools usually charge you certain credits. Okay, you're generally allocated a couple of free credits the first time you open your account. You'll be given a couple of free credits so that you can work with the tools. And in case you want more tools, more credits, you can actually purchase them as such. Okay, so as you can see, in my case, when I opened, I had a couple of credits available, and now I have only 95 credits available. Okay, so generally, when you're working with Runway ML, a tool like Runway ML, it may first create an image, and based on that image, it will generate a video that you want. Okay, right? So it says here's a video. It's a 5-second video. Let me just zoom it in, play it for you. There you go. We have pretty much a decent depth of field. We have a palm tree. It's nicely swaying, and we also have the entire beach moving. right? You can see the waves and everything as such, right? So this entire video may not have existed before. This was not edited. We did not go to a tropical beach and record the video altogether. This was generated by AI based on just a couple of lines of description, right? And this is what we call as video generation using generative AI. Okay. And not just Runway ML. If you have a premium account with OpenAI, you can actually use their tool called as Sora to create your own videos. Okay. So I've already kept this tab open over here. The URL is openai.com/Sora. Okay. And if you just go through or maybe just scroll through the entire website, you'll see multiple videos being played over here. All of them have been created or rather generated using AI. Okay, so all these things that you see, everything that is moving with text, image, or video, you can happily play around with that and create your own videos altogether, right? How cool does it look like? Okay, now generally, if you scroll down a bit, you'll be able to see that Sora is primarily available for ChatGPT Plus and ChatGPT Pro users. Okay, now if you want to play around with it, you can just simply click on Sora login, and you'll be taken to the corresponding page, and you'll be able to log in using your ChatGPT credentials. Okay, and just a heads up, if you're creating your account for the first time, or if you're using this for the first time, there's a high chance that it might ask you to create your own username. You need not worry about it. You can give whatever username is available, and then you can play around with this. Okay, now let's say we take the same prompt that we have given Runway ML. We'll just copy this prompt. Okay, and as you can see over here, we have a small chat box. Okay, where when you click on this, you can either generate an image or a video. Okay, I'm going to choose a video. You can also choose the resolution. Let's say I want a 16:9 resolution, and if you're using ChatGPT Plus, you'll have up to 720 pixel, but the generation will take a lot of time. And if you're using a pro account, then you can have a 1080 pixel resolution of a video as well. Okay, you can play around with 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Let's just keep it 10 seconds. Okay, right? So let's just keep it 10 seconds, and whichever prompt that we have copied from here, let me just copy it. I'm just going to paste it over here as a video description. I'm saying that I wanted to generate a video of a palm tree which is swaying on a tropical beach, professional cinematography, and etc, etc. Okay, so let's just run this and we'll see how it goes. Right. So as you can see over here, it got added into the queue. Okay, you can see your activity over here. And in case if you want your media to be shown up, on the left side, you'll have the My Media option. You can just click on it. And as you can see, the video is already getting generated. Okay, so let's just wait for a couple of seconds or maybe a couple of minutes till the time it gets generated. Okay, right. Right? So as you can see over here, there are two videos that were generated. Okay, so you can see there's a palm tree. If you click on it, you can have it on a much larger scale. So we have a palm tree which is swaying on a tropical beach in the style of a professional cinematography. Right? You can see depth of field. You'll have shadows, and you can also see the waves coming at the beach. Okay, how cool is that? Right? So if you observe, this video may not have existed earlier, but it has been generated right now. Right? Almost hyper realistic altogether. Right? Let's get back. And if you look at the people who would be using these kind of tools, from marketers to movie makers, educators, and beyond, virtually every domain is going to leverage these video generation capabilities, right? Everybody can just input a couple of lines of text, and within seconds or minutes, a video gets created that's ready to use. Okay. And if you think about it, normally to create such a video, we'll need huge amount of capabilities, creative capabilities, technical capabilities, and whatnot. But now, if you just have good enough English skills and you know how to describe things, that itself is enough. In fact, even if we talk to these tools in our own language, even then they can translate that text into English and use the descriptions. Okay, so video generation is yet another remarkable capability enabled by generative AI. Okay, and if you think image creation was resource heavy, just imagine what goes into creating a video. Okay, let's say a business wants to shoot a 30-second advertisement. They'll need to hire a script writer, a director, a cinematographer, and they'll have to book actors, locations, camera crew. They have to arrange for lights, makeup, props, post production editions, and everything as such, right? So much effort, money, and coordination gets involved to just get a couple of seconds of polished footage. That is the traditional way. But now, with generative AI, you just need to open a tool like Runway ML or Sora, and you can simply give a text prompt that says a cinematic drone shot of a jungle waterfall at sunrise. And in just a couple of seconds, you have a stunning video that is ready. No camera, no actors, no shoot days altogether. Just you, your imagination. You just describe whatever you're imagining, and it gets turned into a video, right? In fact, you can try multiple styles. Could be cinematic, animation, documentary style, or edit with just a couple of text instructions altogether. Okay, you can generate different lengths, moods, formats, and that too instantly. Okay, so what's the big shift over here? In traditional video creation, there's high cost involved, there's a huge team involved, there are long timelines that are involved. When it comes to generative AI based video creation, it's fast, flexible, and incredibly creative. This is why content creators, educators, marketers, even indie filmmakers, they are all exploring Gen AI video tools, because now anybody with a story can create a video, right? So now let's explore another fascinating capability of generative AI: speech generation. Okay, imagine this. You give it a sentence, and an almost human sounding voice speaks out the sentence for you. Okay, not a robotic voice, almost a human sounding voice. Okay, let's take a look at a really powerful tool called as Eleven Labs, which is claimed to be the most realistic voice AI platform. Okay, let's just give this a try. Right, so as you can see, I've opened the 11 labs tools. The URL is 11labs.io, and when you scroll down, you can either sign up or contact sales. You have multiple features available, right? Text to speech, speech to text, conversational AI, dubbing, voice cloning, and whatnot, right? So as you can see, we have a text to speech feature where there's an English text along with a couple of statements or couple of mood triggers available over there. And you can also choose multiple voiceovers, right? Let me just click on play and let's see how it goes. Okay, right.
In the ancient land of Aldoria, where skies shimmered and forests whispered secrets to the wind, lived a dragon named Zephyros. Not the burn it all down kind, but he was gentle, wise, with eyes like old stars. Even the birds fell silent when he passed.
Pretty cool, right? So as you can see, in addition to just reading it, you are able to actually add a level of emotional touch as well, right? You can have a sarcastic sounding statement, or maybe a couple of giggles, or even whispers as well. Okay, so in fact, this is also available in Indian languages as well. Let's just see, we'll just click it and we'll scroll down a bit, and you can find Hindi over here. Let me just click on that, and immediately this gets translated into Hindi. Okay, so contextual Hindi, not generic translation, right? Let me just click on play, which might take a couple of seconds to update the audio. Okay, so we'll just wait for this to finish.
प्राचीन भूमि एल्डोरिया में जहां आकाश चमकते थे और जंगल हवा को राज फुसफुसाते थे.
As you can see, it has been translated into a natural human sounding voice, and that too it's contextual Hindi, right? In fact, you can actually select the necessary place and play around with that as well. Okay, so what's really happening in the background? The AI is able to understand the meaning of the sentence. It's deciding the tones, pauses, and emotions based on the triggers that we are giving, and it's generating a human quality speech instantly. Okay, this is not stitched audio, it's not a pre recorded bank of words, it's your sentence freshly converted into realistic speech. Okay, let's get back. And here is where it gets more interesting. In fact, if you have an account with them, a paid account, 11 Labs even lets you clone your own voice, where you can just upload a short audio clip. The AI would learn your tone, your accent, and pitch, and suddenly you have a digital twin of your voice. Just think about the possibilities over there. You can produce videos, narrations, podcasts in your own voice without recording a single line. Okay, so tools like this, they are called as the AI speech generation tools, and they are used everywhere. Educators use it for lessons and e-learning content. Marketers can use it for ads, explainers, and promos. Creators can use it for audiobooks, podcasts, and storytelling and whatnot. Okay, in short, this is one more area where generative AI is making creativity faster, more accessible, and more personal. Okay, next, let's take a look at another exciting use case: music generation using generative AI. Okay, now by this point, I think we have all understood that Gen AI is not just limited to text generation, image generation, or just voice generation. It can actually compose full-fledged music tracks as well, and that too from scratch. Okay, and just like before, you don't need to be a professional musician. You just need to describe the kind of music you want in simple words. Let me show you how. Okay, so there's this tool called as Suno.ai. Okay, this is one of the most powerful AI music tools available right now. Okay, on this scene, as you can see, I've created an account. The URL is suno.com, suno.com. Okay, so it says welcome to Suno. I'll click on next. You can select the type of music that you are a part of, and you can actually give a particular username. Okay, and you can skip this entire thing altogether. Okay, let's say I want, and you can see the create section over here where you can describe your song, you can give additional audio, additional lyrics if you have your own thing, and also inspiration as well. Okay, let's say I maybe we'll just try something fun. Okay, so we'll write create an Indian, maybe let's say it's a hip hop track with guitar riffs and tabla beats. Okay, right, and let's just click on create and we'll see how it goes. And as you can see on the right side, there are a couple of versions getting created, and it's also given a particular name as well, Mumbai Madness. And it will also give you additional music features as well. Okay, let's just play one of them. All right, so we'll just click on Mumbai Madness.
Streets are hot, yo, like masala chai. Dreams are big, yo, reaching for the sky.
Now, if you observe, in addition to creating a music, you have fully composed vocals, beat, melody, everything. We didn't use any instruments. There was no studio involved. There was no sound engineer involved. Just AI, right? And just based on that one line that I gave, it created an entirely new piece of music. We didn't need an orchestra. We didn't need to be trained musicians altogether. We just needed to communicate clearly what we wanted, and Gen AI took care of the rest. Okay, right? So tools like Suno, Music Gen, Mubert, Beatbot, all of them are actually being used by various individuals like content creators, indie musicians, marketing teams, teachers, and podcasters. In short, anybody who wants to bring music into their projects without needing a mic or a mixer, they can actually use it. Okay, let's get back. Now let's compare this to how music used to be created earlier. Traditionally, to compose a track, you'll probably need a lyricist who will have to write the entire lyrics of the song. Then you'll need trained singers and master musicians, instruments, recording studios, mixing and mastering engineers, hours or days of production time altogether, which was in itself pretty expensive, pretty time consuming, and it needed serious levels of expertise. But now with Gen AI music tools, it's totally flipped. Just describe your idea in plain language. You can get a full-fledged composition in a couple of seconds with vocals, instruments, and lyrics all generated by AI. Okay, you can make endless amounts of versions. Different styles are something that you can try. You can also fine tune with pretty ease as such. Okay, there's no setup, no studio, no stress at all. Okay, the difference is traditionally it was pretty resource heavy, pretty slow, and almost pretty exclusive. But with Gen AI, you can actually start building things instantly, accessibly, and wildly creatively as well. Okay, that's why many musicians, many marketers, many educators, and even hobbyists are exploring the world of creating music using generative AI. Okay, let's take a look at something else. So if you look at it, generative AI created a movie. That is, till now, we have discussed a lot of applications of Gen AI, right? You have seen text generation, we used it for story writing. You can also generate speech using dialogues, different statements, and all. You can create music, you can create videos as well. Now, just think about it. What all goes into making a movie? We need a story, we need some images, a couple of dialogues, some nice music, and maybe some video capabilities, right? Until now, we have seen generative AI creating each and every one of them. Do we need anything else to make a movie? In fact, people around the world are already using these tools, combining them together, and they're creating full-fledged movies, right? That is, a few creative professionals came together to create a movie without actually going to outdoor shooting spots, without needing hundreds and hundreds of crew members, without a story department, without needing an explicit music creation department, without actual physical cameras and shooting mechanisms, without the need for marketing and publicity departments. Just a couple of people can actually come together. They can create a complete movie. How? With the help of our super intelligent human friend. Okay, so you can actually watch this on YouTube as well, but I'll just play a couple of seconds of the movie for you. Okay, let's take a look at the video.
Pass me the tail.
It's so fucking cold. So fucking cold. Right. So as we saw, people can actually build a full-fledged movie itself using generative AI. In fact, who knows? In the future, instead of spending billions of dollars on making a movie, the entire movie could be built using generative AI. And all of this depends on how well we are able to leverage our super intelligent human friend. Okay. So till now, we have seen a couple of capabilities. Moving on, let's look at another possibility. See, today, if you're a programmer, you know that building even a simple feature takes a lot of time, right? Thinking through logic, you'll have to think through syntax, errors, edge cases, and whatnot. But just imagine what if you just describe the feature you want to build and code gets written instantly. That is exactly what generative AI tools like ChatGPT, GPT-5 to be specific, GitHub Copilot, Cursor, etc. are enabling today. Not just code generation, there are tools out there which can build entire functioning applications from just a description. Okay, let's say you're a small business owner and you want a website for your coffee shop in Delhi. Okay, earlier you would have to have a designer to create the entire layout of the website, a developer to build a code out of it, somebody to write content, and weeks of effort to finish things. But now you have an extremely powerful tool called as Wix, Replit, Lovable, and whatnot, and you can actually use them to build end-to-end applications as well. Okay, for this part, we'll just use lovable.dev as an example. Okay, let's go ahead and check it out. Right. So as you can see over here, I've opened a website called lovable.dev dev. Okay. So we already have an account. So I've already created it, and it typically gives you 5 free prompts per day, 5 items per day. Okay. In simple terms, this is an AI powered platform that enables users of any skill level to create full stack web applications without requiring coding expertise by simply describing what they want. Okay, let's say we want to build a website for a cozy coffee shop in Delhi. Okay, we could literally give it a prompt that says, make a website for a cozy coffee shop in Delhi. Okay, with, let's just describe how the website should feel like as well, with a warm theme. Okay, because we are talking about coffee, let's just say we want a warm brown theme. Okay, right? So let's just run this. And once again, when it comes to creating videos or images, it takes a couple of seconds to a couple of minutes. We'll just run this and we'll wait for it to finish. Okay, let's just go ahead and do that. And as you can see over here, it's spinning up a preview altogether. Make a website for a cozy coffee shop in Delhi with a warm brown theme is the prompt that we have given. And Lovable is already thinking, it started working on it altogether. Okay, let's just wait for this to finish. Right? So as you can see over here, with just a single prompt and a couple of minutes of waiting, we are able to actually create the homepage. It's called Cafe Warmth, Delhi's coziest coffee corner, where every cup tells a story of warmth, comfort, and community. Okay, it has given the timelines, the location, freshly roasted, their story, a Delhi tradition, how many years, different varieties, different coffees that are available, and an end-to-end page altogether. Okay, and if you observe the typical process that happens by default, it itself, the tool itself, thought about what should be built, which code to be written, and everything as such, and at the end of the day it created necessary page altogether. Okay, in just a couple of minutes we have a home page ready. Now, to build something like this, earlier you would have needed a designer to create the layout, maybe a developer to code that, somebody to write the content, and maybe a couple of days or even weeks to finish at this level of quality. But now, in just under 1 minute or maybe a couple of minutes, the whole website is ready. Okay, there are many more such tools. We'll be learning more and more about these things in the future. Okay, in fact, these tools are not just for coders anymore. They empower marketers, founders, students, educators to build prototypes, applications, or landing pages independently. Okay, and the real beauty is that they bring down the barrier to entry. So even if you are not technical, you can still bring your ideas to life. Okay, I mean, traditional to build a website like this, you would probably need a lot of strong programming knowledge, hours and hours of practice and debugging, careful documentation, lots of testing and all. It was pretty time intensive, brain intensive, and not always beginner friendly, to be honest. But now, with the help of Gen AI, with the super intelligent human friend, your daily conversational language is what you can use to describe what you want, and the output just appears, right? Anybody who is not even a tech person can actually prototype working applications. And just like how calculators made mathematics easier, AI tools are now accelerating the problem solving ability in software. Okay, and that is why AI code generation is quickly becoming an essential part of modern application development approaches. Okay, and not just the things that we have discussed, but in reality, there are multiple areas where you can use and apply generative AI. Agriculture, education, healthcare, in any domain that you consider, you name it, it's probably there. That is, if someone is able to leverage and use this super intelligent human friend, they can progress at a breakneck pace. Okay, if you look at the entire landscape in general, so far we have seen the different types of possible applications of generative AI. Okay, and for each type of application, there's a wide variety of tools, and we have also introduced you to a couple of them altogether. Okay, so we'll know and we'll get to explore more of them as we move forward. Okay, till now we have looked at generative AI applications in different perspectives. Right now, let's take a look at how companies are aggressively investing in AI and how the entire world is changing because of that. So if you look at it, according to a report, large corporations like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, etc., they're cumulatively planning to invest more than $320 billion into building generative AI capability. Okay, when we go into deeper details, Microsoft, the company, it's not just exploring AI; they're all in. Right, they have committed a whopping $80 billion in AI-enabled data centers and almost $13 billion with as a partnership with OpenAI, and that too why? Because they're baking AI into everything from Azure to Office 365 to your very own Copilot in Word and Excel. Okay. Similarly, Alphabet, the parent of Google, it's pumping almost $75 billion into AI infrastructure where they are working on integrating their flagship model, Gemini, across all of their products. Similarly, Apple is silently leading the AI race in its own way. They have acquired 32 AI startups in 2023 alone, along with partnering with Anthropic to build AI-based coding tools. Okay, but on the flip side, as companies integrate AI deeper into their workflows, we are also seeing a realignment, not just in technology but in roles and priorities as well. Okay, many companies, you would have seen it in the news as well, many companies have started announcing layoffs, specifically mentioning AI efficiency gains. Okay, tech companies like Meta, Amazon, and others, they have reduced their workforce while simultaneously investing heavily in AI capabilities. Okay, the reasoning is often that AI tools can automate certain repetitive tasks where that repetition would have been done by an individual. Now it's being taken care of by an AI model. Okay. Take Microsoft as an example. They laid off nearly 6,000 employees, but at the same time, they committed over $13 billion to OpenAI and scaled its internal AI initiatives. Okay, so one thing is pretty much clear: while traditional roles are reducing, AI-related job roles are expanding in product, infrastructure, and R&D as well. Okay, so Google laid off nearly 200 employees from one of their business units, but right after that, they announced openings across their AI, ML, and Gemini teams. Okay, IBM made headlines by replacing around 8,000 roles altogether, majorly in the HR department, with AI systems. But on the other hand, they are aggressively hiring in AI automation strategy, workflow orchestration, data governance, and whatnot. Okay, over the last year, many big companies like Microsoft, Google, IBM have let go of employees. We have understood that. But before you start panicking, if we zoom out and look at the big picture, these companies are not failing, they are transforming. Okay, they're investing heavily in artificial intelligence, Gen AI capabilities, and they're rethinking how work is done. So yes, some old roles are disappearing, but entirely new AI powered roles are emerging, and that too pretty fast. On the whole, we need to realize that we are living in an era where AI is there. It's not optional, it is survival. Where standing out is not optional, it's survival. Okay, companies aren't just racing against their competitors anymore. Countries themselves are going head to head, each of them trying to secure their position as a global AI leader. From government backed research programs to billion-dollar AI initiatives, the race is on, and the winners will define how the next decade is going to look like. Okay, so if you start building AI skills right now, you're already ahead of the curve. You don't have to be an expert today, you just have to be curious enough, willing to experiment, and ready to adapt. Okay, and while most of us see the shiny side of AI, the apps, the chatbots, the cool demonstrations, and everything, there's a different kind of battle happening behind the scenes, and it is huge. Okay, so on one side, we have the AI chip war. Countries like the US and China, they're fighting to dominate the design and manufacturing of advanced AI chips. And on the other side, there's the cloud war, where giants like AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, they're competing to be the go-to platform for AI development. The truth is, whoever controls the infrastructure will be able to control the pace of AI innovation. Okay, and also the AI race is not just about technology; it's also about talent. Because all the large companies, they are aggressively hiring for AI related roles. Take Meta for example. They're not just investing in AI tools, they're actively hiring some of the best AI minds from companies like OpenAI and Apple and offering them crores and crores of money in salary. Okay, so these are not just generic hires, they are strategic moves. In AI, the right people can play the difference between leading the industry and playing catch up, which means one thing. Companies are now focusing on generative AI, not just the technical implementations and products, but with the people who know how to work with it. And that is the opportunity right now across the world. Okay, it's not only tech companies who are jumping into the AI game. Celebrities like Amitabh Bachchan, they are partnering with AI firms to create new digital experiences, which means it's not just tech companies anymore. AI is becoming a mainstream part of entertainment, sports, music, education, almost everywhere, right? And this wave is only going to get bigger. In fact, Bloomberg Intelligence predicts that generative AI will become a $1.3 trillion market by 2032, in just a couple of years, right? To put into perspective, the current Indian economy is roughly valued at 3.75 trillion US dollars, right? Making it one of the largest economies globally. Comparatively, in just the next couple of years altogether, the generative AI market alone is projected to grow significantly, which indicates a major shift in the global economic landscape, and it presents immense opportunities in this field. See, remember, AI is not just another tech trend anymore. It's becoming the foundation of how businesses innovate, create, and compete. Okay, and the best part is the earlier you understand it, the bigger your advantage, right? So going forward, we'll continue to go deeper and deeper into this technology. Okay, so the question is something that we need to understand right now is why now? As in, why is generative AI exploding now, and why did it not explode 10 years ago? Because if you look at it, the last 60 years of computing have been just laying the foundation step by step. Around the 1960s, the semiconductor revolution was happening, where the birth of modern computing hardware started. The 1970s and 80s focused more on systems and networks, where people started connecting machines, creating the first digital ecosystem altogether. Okay, around by the time we reached 1990s and 2000s, the internet and applications started becoming mainstream. Billions of people started going online. They started generating unexpected amount of huge amounts of data altogether, right? By the time we reached the 2010s, mobile and social media started ruling the world, putting internet in every pocket and creating an unstoppable stream of human interactions, human behaviors, and human preferences. Okay, all of this actually built the raw material that AI needed: oceans of data, lightning fast chips, and global connectivity. Right now, in the 2020s, in the decade that we are in, generative AI is finally able to turn all of that data, all of that huge data, into intelligent action, be it for writing, designing, coding, planning, you name it. Okay, so this didn't come out of nowhere. AI is the result of decades of digital evolution, and we are the generation that gets to build with it. And right now is the best time to get involved. You can get to learn the tools, develop the skills that will shape the next era. Okay, all right. Let's do a quick recap of everything that we have learned so far before we move ahead. Okay, we started off with the question of what is generative AI, right? Where we saw that if we had a super intelligent human friend who has the knowledge of millions of books, millions of websites, billions of resources, who is extremely skilled as well, right? And with that friend, generative AI's help, we can do anything. Okay, then we looked at the various applications of it, from coding to content to music, design, games, whatever it is. We saw how Gen AI is already a part of industries around us. Okay, and finally, we looked at the bigger picture, the landscape, and the level of opportunity grabbing that's happening out there. Okay, now with all that said, most of you would have a common question: how does all of this even work? How can AI write, think, and act so smart? And the answer to that is something called as the LLMs, large language models. You can think of them as the brain behind all of this magic. They have read the internet, understood patterns, and they have learned how to generate human-like content. Okay, LLMs are what make your super intelligent AI friend possible. Okay, for the next couple of minutes, let's try to understand what they are and everything as such. Okay, first of all, let's take an example of a typical car. Okay, we'll try to understand this entire scenario a little deeper using car as an example. Okay, see, we all know what a car is and we have a basic idea of how it works, right? What's the most important component in a car? It's engine, right? The engine is what gives the power to our tires, tells us at which speed we using what level of acceleration will we be able to move ahead. Okay, in short, the engine is what defines the car's speed, acceleration, and how many people it can carry, whether it's going uphill or downhill and whatever it is. Okay, in the same perspective, if we are looking to build a generative AI application, the core engine that powers a Gen AI application, at least when it comes to text based generation, we have something called as the LLM, which is like a powerful engine behind most of the generative AI applications. Okay, right? So simply put, LLM stands for large language model. L stands for large, the next L stands for language, and M stands for model. Okay, you can think of it like an advanced type of AI model that is trained on huge amounts of text data to understand, generate, and process human like language. Okay, let's go a level deeper and we'll try to understand this better. Okay, so in simple terms, for all the text generation applications that we have seen earlier, this LLM engine is behind the execution. Okay, so this large language model is nothing but the super intelligent human that we have been discussing about so far. Okay, that is, in layman terms, we have been calling the super intelligent human as someone who has huge amounts of data, who has knowledge about all of these things, and additionally, it also has different capabilities as well. Right, so the technical term for that kind of a super intelligent human friend would be a large language model. Okay, so the LLM is the core engine for any generative AI application that you would see out there, especially in the context of text generation. And at its core, it has all the knowledge in the world to a point of time. It has lots and lots of capability, creativity, problem solving, and all of this thing as such. Okay, until now, we have got a glimpse of how powerful and how efficient this can be. Okay, now let's try to understand what kind of efforts and what kind of things are needed if you want to create an LLM like this. Okay, as you can see on the left side, we have the resources or more or less the raw material. Okay, so the first thing is CPU, GPU, and TPU. CPU is something that we already know, central processing unit, a typical brain of a computer. GPU, this is where what the gamers would know, graphical processing unit. There's also something called as the tensor processing unit. Okay, think of GPUs and TPUs as more powerful CPUs. Simple. Okay, so even more, TPUs can be considered as super powerful processing units. Okay, and TPUs are the ones that are usually used in the generative AI context. Okay, just think about it. To build an LLM which has loads and loads of knowledge and diverse capabilities, to build such a thing, we will definitely need millions and millions of GPUs, TPUs, and lots of resources. Even more, the amount of RAM or memory it needs would be huge, terabytes of memory. Okay, for our context, 1 terabyte is roughly thousands of GBs. Okay, and if you talk about the time and cost, if you look at it, to build something at this scale, this big from scratch, it could definitely take you a couple of months, maybe sometimes years of training altogether, right? And if you look at the cost that is involved, there could be hundreds of crores invested into that. In fact, to give it inputs itself or to sort of feed it information, the let's say a Wikipedia data set or something like that, you would need huge data sets as well, right? That would be in petabytes, which is thousands of terabytes altogether. That is, to just build a powerful LLM, we will need top notch CPUs, TPUs, and a huge amount of memory. It also takes a lot of time as well. Okay, so there's a lot of money involved in all of this, and to maintain the knowledge, we'll need petabytes of data. Okay, now this data could be books, Wikipedia, billions of websites, and whatnot. Okay, even all of that is not enough. We'll need the necessary capabilities as well. That is, to build a large language model, in addition to all these resources, we will have another angle, another vector, which is human capability of research and development. That is, basically, we will need top notch researchers and developers who would have the skills and knowledge of building and developing an LLM. Okay, even more, we would need entrepreneurs who would be ready to invest and spend money on this. Okay, so on the whole, all of this goes into building a large language model. You'll need resources, you'll need a lot of technical and intellectual human capability. You'll also need lots of money to build this super intelligent human, this a large language model. And by this point, we should have a clarity of what all it takes to build a large language model. Okay, now let's move on to break it down. We'll try to understand it one level deeper. Okay, if you observe, there are three words over here, right? Large, language, and model. Let's break it down. So model, if you look at the word, simply put, towards the end of its training, the super intelligent human that gets created, that can be called as a model. Okay, moreover, inside the model here, we have various aspects. If we go another level deeper, we have something called weights, architecture, parameters, and everything as such. So each model is built out of lots and lots of parameters. Okay, maybe 1 billion parameters, 4.5 billion parameters, 125 billion parameters, and so on and so forth, right? This is nothing but the data that we feed into it. Okay, and as the size of parameters increases, the efficiency of the model increases. Okay, now coming to the large part, when we say large, it means large number of parameters, as simple as that. Okay, so whatever resources, research, development, everything that we have been talking about, whatever is used in training a super intelligent human, each of that element is called as a parameter. And once the training is done, a model gets created. And as we discussed earlier, the larger the number of parameters, the more efficient the model will be. Okay, so the number of parameters basically affects the quality of outcomes from the model. Okay, so on the whole, you can think of it like this: a model can have billions of parameters. One of the ways to understand how large or how powerful the model is, simply think of this formula. The higher the number of parameters, maybe 2 billion, 13 billion, 125 billion, the better the output. As simple as that. Okay, so we understood large, we understood model to an extent. We'll go deeper later. Let's talk about language. In simple terms, we are talking about text data, which could be either in English or any other language as such. Okay, this part is basically the language part. So large depends on number of parameters, language because we communicate with it, text, English, Hindi, or whatever it is, and the model part, which is the final output altogether. Okay, and once the LLM gets trained, it will have multiple capabilities like reasoning, language understanding, text generation, and language translation, and whatnot. Okay, and if we want to build an LLM like this, just think about it. What will you need? You will definitely need a CPU or GPU, pretty powerful ones, millions and millions of them, terabytes of memory, couple of months or couple of years of time that should be taken, or millions of dollars get used. And to feed the data, we need to store the data first of all. Okay, for that we'll need petabytes of memory, could be Wikipedia, books, billions of websites, whatnot. Okay, in addition to that, we'll also need the human element into that, top-notch research people and entrepreneurs, right? This is like a core engine for our text generation applications. Okay, again, don't worry about all these words. These are just to give you context and help you understand how a typical LLM gets built. It's okay if you don't even remember them in the future. Just understand the crux of this. Okay, right. Let's take another level deeper and we'll try to understand the LLM's architecture in a very simple way. Okay, once again, don't worry whether you're able to understand this fully or not. This is just to build familiarity for you. Just accept and let's move ahead. Okay, let's say we have some input. We have seen a lot of examples so far, right? So if we give some input, our LLM will process our request and it will generate some output for us, right? Okay, so in fact, not just normal text, but let's say we speak to our super intelligent human friend again. Earlier we were just texting them, text in, text out, but what we are showing them now is a photo. Maybe we'll send a voice note, share a PDF, and they'll still be able to understand. Okay, now if an LLM or a model is able to understand multiple formats of data, it's called as a multi-modal LLM. Okay, it can understand images, audio, video, documentation, not just plain text. Okay, you can give it any input. It could be as simple as a selfie and asking it to generate a caption for that. Or maybe you can ask it to summarize a YouTube video, or maybe play around with a noisy lecture recording. And whatever it is that you give as an input, it will properly give you an output. Maybe in the case of YouTube summary or selfie caption idea, it can give you a social media post. Okay, or maybe it can play around with a noisy lecture recording and give you a summary of it. Okay, so we'll learn more and more about these things as we progress through the course. Now, taking a step back, in a day-to-day scenario, you might have been using ChatGPT, FlowGPT, or in general GPT as a word, right? You would have been hearing this word quite a lot. Now, the question is, how many of you actually know the definition of GPT? So basically, GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer. Okay, generative because this large language model has been trained on huge amounts of data, and because of that, it has a lot of knowledge available with it. Okay, so whenever we ask a query, it will take an input text or some form of input. It uses its own knowledge and capabilities to identify the patterns and tries to predict the next word based on the input we have given. Okay, and based on that prediction, it generates an answer for us. Okay, see, in simple terms, it knows a lot of patterns and has access to a lot of data. Okay, and it has amazing predictive power altogether, and because of this ability to predict a new word, it's called as generative. Okay, the word pre-trained comes from the fact that it has been trained on a vast amount of data and it has large amounts of knowledge. Okay, right? Transformer is because it's basically the architecture that it follows. Okay, that's why it's called as GPT, generative pre-trained transformer. Generative because it can generate newer and newer context. Pre-trained because it has been trained on vast amounts of data. Transformer is the architecture that it is built on top of. Okay, now if we want to build an LLM like this, we'll need powerful CPUs and GPUs, or maybe TPUs, millions of them. Okay, terabytes of memory, even petabytes probably, maybe a couple of months or couple of years of time, millions of dollars, petabytes of data sets, right? And top-notch research people and entrepreneurs as well. That is, when normal people or small companies want to build something as huge as this, they'll need a lot of people, they'll have to put a lot of effort, lots of time, and lots of money altogether, billions of dollars of money altogether. But then, instead of trying to build these LLMs from scratch, we can actually use or reuse some pre-trained LLMs. That is, there are a lot of pre-trained models that are there in the market. For example, GPT-4o, GPT-5, 4.1, and all other flavors, or Google's Gemini, Meta's Llama 3, Anthropic's Claude, Grok, whatnot. Okay, basically, all these big companies, they have already spent a lot of money, lot of time, and a lot of resources to build these LLMs. Okay, and if at all, as a normal user or as a small company, we want to build an LLM, it will definitely take us a lot of resources, right? Huge amount of time, lots of money, and equally huge amount of resources as well. But if we are able to leverage the existing pre-trained models built by all these large companies, small companies and individuals can leverage them with a small cost and easily build solutions altogether, right? And this can be done using an approach called as fine tuning. Okay, once again, if these words feel new to you, there is nothing wrong in that. Just try to understand the context of it and we can move ahead. Okay, right. So we use a fine tuning approach. In simple terms, you can think of it like this: by using an existing pre-trained LLM that someone has already built, we can just add a specific context which is relevant to our business or maybe our requirement, and we can kind of tune it to act as our own model. Okay, as a result, we'll be saving a lot of time, our cost effectiveness will be higher, and the amount of research capability will also be very less. Okay, so this process of adding specific context to an existing pre-trained model is called as fine tuning. Okay, let's take an example to understand this better. Okay, let's say there's an 8th grade student. They have been trained in various things from their birth to the level that they are in currently. Okay, so they know about alphabets, they know about different languages, they're strong in math fundamentals, science, and so on and so forth. So over a period of 12 years, they've already got trained a lot. Now let's say we want the 8th class kid to learn 9th class mathematics. Okay, now if every time we have a requirement, if we try to train or upskill a kid from 0 to 8th class, it will definitely take us 10 to 12 years of effect, right? Totally. That is 0 from their birth to 8th class. It will take us roughly 10 to 12 years of effort. Huge amount of knowledge needs to be built. Lots of teachers have to get involved. Lots of money gets involved. Too many resources, right? But let's say if we just take an existing 8th class student directly, and we want this to happen for them to be able to ace the mathematics exam, 9th class mathematics exam, we don't need to train an 8th class student from scratch, right? We just need to take them and train them on 9th class mathematics, and they'll be able to clear the 9th class math exam, right? It's basically built on 8th class math only, right? So 8th class pre-trained kid plus 9th class fine tuning, that to just one subject, is equal to they can pass the score altogether. I mean, they can pass the exam altogether, right? You can think of the 8th grade student as the existing pre-trained model, and the context that you give as the 9th class mathematics. Okay, you take the pre-trained model, you fine tune them with 9th class math, and towards the end of this entire exercise, you have a well-trained kid who can easily pass the 9th class exam. Okay, so this is called fine tuning. When you want to decide to fine tune, you need to understand where you are building specific domains, or if you want to build specialized knowledge or custom behavior, that is when you start working with fine tuning. Okay, but then you might have a question. If some company has already spent hundreds of crores, years of effort, and billions of dollars, and a huge amount of resources, why will they give their pre-trained model to us? Right? So, you see, the tech industry works in a pretty peculiar way. Okay, within the AI community, there are two sorts of approaches. One is the closed approach, one is the open approach. For example, companies like OpenAI, who would have significantly invested in generative AI capabilities, maybe billions and billions of dollars in building a model from scratch to build a GPT model, or using top notch expertise, top notch capabilities, and top notch quality data, they might have spent years and years of work, crores of money altogether. Okay, but if they want to keep things closed, or even more, in a freemium approach, based on their own reasons, they can do that, right? And they'll also be like, most recently they've also shared their a couple of their models to the open source community as well. Okay, at the same time, we have companies like Meta, basically Facebook. They believe that open source is the go-to way to create these large language models, so that all the top-notch AI researchers across the world can collaborate together by default. Okay, and they to create an even more powerful, even more intellectual, and even more capable, and even more knowledgeable large language model, this is necessary. Okay, so in simple terms, some companies prefer that. Okay, some companies prefer where, despite spending crores of money, lots and lots of effort and all, they keep their pre-trained model open to the public, and anybody in the public can use it. They can contribute research on it, give feedback, and as a result of all this worldwide collaboration, these models become more and more powerful. Okay, and in this way, on the whole, there are two approaches: the closed approach and the open approach. Okay, there are few examples of open approach for you, and Llama 3, Mistral, Gemma, Meta, and OpenAI has recently joined the open community as well. Okay, so there are certain closed entities as well, right? So basically, there would be a question on your mind: how will we be able to get these open source pre-trained models? How will we get them? Are they listed or maintained anywhere? How do we learn that? Okay, we'll talk about that as we move forward in the sessions. So now, in the same lines, if we talk about closed models, the advantage, if you look at it, first of all, because major big tech companies maintain them, there's usually a better customer support, and regular updates and regular improvements also happen. Okay, and these models are generally easy to use as well. Okay, all we have to do is create an account and get started with them. Okay, right? But at the same time, there are certain limitations as well. Okay, as these are closed source, not all of the models made available for free. Okay, so if you are planning for some heavy usage, things can get pretty expensive. Okay, at the same time, there could be some privacy related concerns, or maybe limited customization flexibility. But moving on, when we talk about open source models, there are significant advantages. Generally, they are free to use. You don't need licenses or subscriptions and all. You just need to understand how to use them. Okay, and once you start using them, you get full control. You can tweak the model, train it further, customize its behavior if you need. Okay, you can play around with it, and in fact, you can also run it locally on your computer as well, especially when you're concerned about privacy. This is something that you can do. Okay, in short, if you're comfortable working under the hood, these models give you the freedom to do almost anything. Okay, but that flexibility comes with certain trade-offs. Okay, to work with them, you'll need some technical setup skills. This isn't a generic plug and play approach. Okay, some models are resource heavy. You might need more powerful hardware like GPUs and all. Okay, and there might not be much official customer support as such. Okay, so these are some of the key organizations which are contributing to open source AI models. Okay, each of them are known for making high quality models publicly available, so that anybody can study. They can use them to build on top of them, or even improve them as well. Okay, Meta's Llama, DeepMind's work in health and science is also highly appreciable, right? So what you need to notice over here is the shift. Okay, AI is not just limited to big companies anymore. The community mindset is actually accelerating a lot of innovation. Okay, basically, what we have understood is we have open models, then we have closed models, right? And we can access these closed models via APIs if the company has provided them, and you can integrate them into our generative AI applications. Okay, as and when you keep going forward and start building your own applications, you'll start integrating different APIs into that. Okay, now, coming to the point of where these open source pre-trained models are hosted, or where you can download them from. Okay, there are multiple interesting platforms available, okay, where top-notch researchers and other collaborators can come together to collaborate and build their applications. That is, once the models are built, they need a place to live, right? A place where others can download, test, or contribute. Okay, so all these platforms, Hugging Face, TensorFlow Hub, PyTorch Hub, or Civit AI, all of these are kind of like repositories, just like how GitHub works, but these are more focused on AI models and datasets. Okay, and one of the most popular platforms is Hugging Face, right? So as you can see over here, I've opened the Hugging Face platform. The URL is huggingface.co. Okay, and as you can see, the AI community building the future, the platform where machine learning community collaborates on models, datasets, and applications. And if you look at it, we have AI-based applications available, and we can browse more than a million models altogether. Okay, so there's this machine learning community where there are lots and lots of researchers, app developers, Gen AI app developers, and so on and so forth, who come together and work on this platform. Okay, what they do is the models that they have built, let it be text generation models, image generation models, depth estimation, video classification, whatever it is, right? In fact, sometimes even huge companies, they also come and host their models over here, which generally would have costed them hundreds of crores. They just host them on this platform for the public. Okay, then there are the data sets available. Okay, so you see, one of the major resources that we would need to build large language models is the data set. Okay, it could be Wikipedia data set, or maybe data on millions and millions of websites, or billions of websites altogether, right? All of this data, all of these models, and numerous applications altogether, all the top-notch researchers and developers from the machine learning community, everybody uses this platform to post everything over here. Okay, at the same time, using these data sets and models, many people start creating generative AI applications, and to keep those applications accessible to everyone, especially for the researching community, they also share them on this platform. Okay, because see, just think about this. When you keep it accessible, only then can the research community use it and add their own comments, make their own modifications, and so on and so forth, right? So in that way, we build applications and we can share them on this platform called as Hugging Face. Then this top-notch research and development community, they'll be able to access these applications, they'll be able to use them, provide comments and suggestions for improvements, and then we can rebuild our application in a better way, and this cycle keeps on going on. Okay, and basically, due to this cycle, overall and all-round development increases. Okay, the quality of data sets can be improved, models can be better trained, and they can be made more efficient. Basically, for our collaboration among everyone, this serves as an amazing platform. Okay, right? So moving on, whether you have worked on it or not, most of you would have heard about GitHub, right? A popular platform which is really popular among developers across the globe. Okay, so in a nutshell, if you look at it, GitHub, the platform which is really popular among software developers out there, it was launched in somewhere around 2008. Okay, and if you look at the average monthly visits, as in the number of people that visit it on a monthly basis, it's nearly 462 million. Okay, this GitHub was acquired by Microsoft, the large company, at a price of $7.5 billion. Okay, so GitHub is one such platform where traditionally software developers come together, they can collaborate and build applications. Okay, now if you talk about Hugging Face, it was launched in 2016, which is roughly 8 years after GitHub. The monthly visits are currently more than 30 million. That is almost 1/15th of GitHub. Okay, but the company valuation itself is nearly 4 to 4.5 billion. Okay, over 10,000 companies use Hugging Face's platform for machine learning and AI development. Okay, and though the current monthly visits are a bit low in comparison to GitHub, it can be said that in the next couple of years, maybe 5 to 10 years, Hugging Face could become one of the most widely used platforms among the developer community, especially the AI developer community. Okay, this is because the kind of value proposition it offers, let it be in terms of top-notch Gen AI developer community, or let it be the researchers that are there, because Gen AI or AI in general itself is the future, right? So on the whole, this is a platform where everybody can collaborate, and that is why everybody considers this as a futuristic thing. Okay, and that is why it has so much value. And there are a lot of companies that actually publish their models over here. Google, Microsoft, Amazon, IBM, Twitter, which is currently being called as X, Meta, and most recently OpenAI as well, right? So more than 50,000 companies have deployed their own models, their own data sets, their own applications on Hugging Face, and they're making them available for the community so that the community can work on them, develop them, improve them, provide their feedback, and on the whole, everybody can grow together, right? Okay. And as of today in Hugging Face, there are more than 1 million models altogether, more than 400,000 models altogether. There are more than 150,000, which is 1.5 lakh applications, more than 1 lakh data sets, and this number keeps on increasing, right? And from small size data sets to extremely large 120, 300 billion data sets altogether, right? And these data sets are pretty diverse as well, right? Be it pretty small as maybe 17,000 or 18,000 data set, or to extremely huge like 20 billion, 25 billion, and so on and so forth, right? So when it comes to models, a lot of training is already given to these models, and a lot of money and resources is already spent on them, right? There are more than a million models available out there, more than 400,000 models available out there, and not just text-based models. There are also image generation ones, video generation ones, speech generation, code generation, and whatnot. Okay. Similarly, there are data sets which can be used for training. Some data sets are in gigabytes, some are in terabytes, and some could be even larger than that. Okay. I mean, at the end of the day, for us to be able to train a large language model, a very powerful, very clear, and a very large data set is a very key component. Right? We can fine tune the data set later on, maybe after downloading it, or you could directly use it as well. Okay. Then there are huge number of applications that are already there on the platform. Okay. And we, towards the end of this series, will also be working with generative AI on a much deeper level altogether. And another interesting thing about this Hugging Face platform is that a lot of ML engineers, machine learning engineers, are actually building their portfolios on the platform. That is, see, people create models and they deploy them and they make it available for others, right? Similarly, they can build applications and they can also share it to everyone. Then there are people who publish research papers in the benefit of others, right? And not just that, we, that is, those of us who want to go deeper into the world of AI or Gen AI, they can also build their portfolio over here. Okay. You can think of it as kind of their resume. Okay. And another advantage we have over here is, see, just think of it. We need a lot of resources to build an LLM, right? But at the same time, to be able to run these things, run these large language models as well, we'll need a lot of resources. Okay. Again, we'll need CPU, GPU, TPU, memory, and whatnot. Okay. While training, we'll need terabytes and petabytes of memory and data. And once an LLM is trained, if we ask a question and it answers, the process of answering is called as inferencing. Okay. For this inferencing, we'll need a lot of resources, a couple of gigabytes of resources altogether. Okay. And here on the Hugging Face platform, if we build and deploy our model or application, the necessary GPU, TPU, memory, etc., will be automatically arranged by default. Okay. So generally, we can use small parts for free, and if we need more, we'll have to pay extra. As simple as that. Okay. So on this Hugging Face platform, on one hand, there are models which are developed by big companies, top-notch researchers, and machine learning passionate people. On the other hand, there are data sets which are built on large amounts of data altogether. Then there are applications. We can build our portfolio as well. And at the same time, we can build our application and deploy it over here. Okay. And if in case we want to publish and keep the applications accessible for other people, we can use the resources which are free to an extent. And as we start using more and more resources, we can pay whenever we need it. Okay. Now let's take a quick look at how Hugging Face models work. Okay. See, there are two broad ways to use the models. One version is where you use inference providers. Okay. Again, these terms might be new to you. You need not worry about it. Just understand the context of it and you're good to go. Okay. Using inference providers, you don't need a powerful PC and everything as such. You can directly run the application on the cloud. Okay. And another alternative is to run the models locally on your system, where you'll need a solid amount of hardware like a GPU, a pretty powerful GPU, but it gives you total control. It gives you lots of privacy. You can customize it as you want. Okay. Again, remember, all these terms will feel new to you. Don't worry. Just understand the context, because we'll be working in much more detail as we move forward. Okay. Now, remember, once you have trained an LLM, if we ask a question and it answers, we understood that the process of answering is called as inferencing. Okay, and for this inferencing, we'll need a lot of resources, couple of gigabytes or couple of terabytes of resources altogether. Okay, now let's say you want to use a powerful AI model from Hugging Face, but you don't want to download gigabytes of weights or worry about various GPU issues and all. Okay, that is where inference providers come into picture. Okay, you can think of them like cloud engines. Okay, the model that you want to work with can be hosted on their servers. You can send a request, the model will process your request, it will send back the response, and without even installing anything, you can actually communicate with it, right? So there are multiple providers that provide this kind of service. Okay, you have a Replicate, Cohere, Together.ai, File.ai, and so on and so forth, right? So in simple terms, instead of running the model on your own system, you let someone else do the heavy lifting. Okay, and you can simply focus on the output in your application or workflow. Okay, let's see how you can do that. Okay, again, before we jump into the demo, this is the context. Recently, OpenAI surprised the AI community by releasing some of their large language models as open weight. Okay, this means the trained models are publicly available so that anybody can download, anybody can fine tune them or integrate them into their own projects. Okay, this itself is a big deal because until now, OpenAI mostly kept their flagship models closed. But with open models, the developer community can get more control, more transparency, more flexibility, but at the same time, a lot of freedom to innovate faster. Okay, let's give this a try. Right, so as you can see over here, I've opened the Hugging Face platform, and in my case, I've already created an account. You can also simply create an account with your email address and give it your username and everything as such. Okay, right, so as we discussed, in general, if you look at it, there are various models that are available, right? So many companies typically host their own models on this platform. This is something that we have discussed, right? So as you can see over here, you have different tasks, different libraries, languages, licenses, and whatnot. Okay, in fact, you can actually choose a model which supports, maybe let's say Telugu or something. Okay, right, or maybe you want English related models or something like that. So you can also have text generation models which gets filtered accordingly. Okay, right, then there are data sets, right? So we have understood that there are, like, more than 4 lakh data sets across this platform altogether, right? So you have Nvidia, Chat GPT, OSS 20b, wild chat, browsecomp, and so on and so forth, right? Okay, then you have the Spaces, which is basically kind of like your Play Store for generative AI applications, right? If you want an image generation application, you have multiple apps available. Video generation, you can see them over here: Omni Avatar, One 2.2 Fast, and so on and so forth. If you want speech synthesis or maybe 3D modeling, object detection, you choose it, it's probably there. Okay, right? So in our case, let's just go to the home page, and let's say I'm searching for Open AI. Okay, let's just search for that. And as you can see, we have opened a GPT OSS 120b. Okay, right? So basically, what has happened is recently, as we discussed, OpenAI kind of released their some of this their large language models as open source. Okay, now the developer community has more control, more transparency, and they can play around with this altogether. Right. So now, as we can see, the one that has opened is called GPT OSS 20 or 120 billion. Okay, so as you can see, this has been created for production, general purpose, and high reasoning use cases. Okay, nearly 120 billion parameters have been used, and in just the last month, more than 4.8 lakh downloads have happened. Okay, in just the last 1 month, right? So it's built on 120 billion parameters. You have the inference providers over here, so they allow you to run inferences using different serverless providers altogether, right? And on the left side, you can see that there is another model called GPT OSS 20 billion. For lower latency, it's a smaller size model altogether. Okay, right? So you can actually configure it. Full chain of thought is available. There are different examples in how you can use them. Okay, on the right side, you have the inference provider chunk. And if you can observe, the Fireworks inference provider is being used. Okay, right? So here on top right side, you can see multiple examples that are available. Maybe let's say we'll just give it a question that says, hi, what can you do? Okay, so we'll just send this. Remember, you'll have to be logged in to perform this action. We'll just send it, and it will process all the information, and it will give you a pretty detailed response that says, hi, I'm ChatGPT, a versatile AI assistant. I can answer questions, explain concepts, writing assistance, etc., etc. Okay, right? So maybe we'll just ask it a very simple question. what is an LLM? Right? So we can just run this, and based on its available data, it gives us a pretty detailed response altogether, right? So, as you can see, LLM stands for large language model. It's a type of artificial intelligence system, and so on and so forth, right? So, based on how or how much of data it has been trained on, it will be able to give us responses. And doesn't it look like we are literally chatting with ChatGPT right now, right? Okay, so this is how you can actually play around with different models that are available out there. Okay, right? Let's get back. So we have seen how powerful the Hugging Face platform is, right? And as we just saw, you can interact with any model available over there. Okay, and if you look at the pyramid over here, at the bottom we have normal people who are generally active on social media applications like Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, where they share their everyday life. They build a profile which is relevant to their social world. Okay, one step up, we have the programmers, people who can code, who can build applications, and they can solve problems with software. Above that are developers who move into GitHub, where they build portfolios, they contribute to open source, they collaborate on different projects, right? So GitHub has been more or less the global stage for software development until now. Okay, enter the Hugging Face era, where the players are researchers, they are AI engineers, ML developers, people who are shaping the future of generative AI. Okay, while it is still niche, as in far few people know about it compared to GitHub, but there's a solid opportunity over there. In the next 5 to 10 years, those with a strong Hugging Face profile, those who have contributed to models, different data sets, probably built various AI applications, they will be the most sought after talent in the industry. Okay, and that empty space above Hugging Face, that's for you. Okay, if a new tech frontier opens, we want you to be the pioneers, creating platforms that others will be able to join. Okay, in short, all of you are learning all these latest and groundbreaking concepts. You are building the necessary skills. You will be able to create a platform like Hugging Face in the future, and that is what we are hoping for. Okay, and all of us, not just like normal people, if we want to stay in the top league, what will we need for that? See, it is said that we are the average of the people we surround ourselves with. Okay, considering that, when we move forward and come to a platform like Hugging Face, interacting and working with top researchers, and when we start talking with different developers out there, learning from different developers out there, even without realizing it, we also become just as knowledgeable and just as skillful. Okay, so go ahead, create your account on the Hugging Face platform, and in terms of going deeper into how to use it and how to leverage it, we'll discuss it at a later point. Okay, so on the whole, let's just quickly summarize what we have learned so far, right? So we have discussed multiple aspects, right? So we understood how the generative AI revolution is going forward. There are different applications that are transforming every industry out there. The market reality is something that we understood, right? We started off with understanding about LLMs and fine tuning. We understood what LLMs are, how they work. LLM stands for large language model. Large based on the number of parameters it has been trained upon, language because English and any other language that we communicate it in. Okay, and model is basically the fully trained outcome. Okay, we also discussed about fine tuning and how important it is, right? So in simple terms, fine tuning is nothing but taking a pre-trained model and adding our own context to it, customizing it or adjusting it to a level which where it can perform things for us. Okay, and we also discussed about open and closed source models, and a few examples along with them, along with a couple of advantages and challenges as well. Okay, then we looked at the Hugging Face platform, which is more or less like GitHub for AI developers, right? It's a go-to platform for various models that are out there, various data sets that are out there, and different generative AI applications as well. Okay, so as I said, kind of like GitHub, but for Gen AI developers. Now, let's just quickly summarize what we have covered in this session. Okay, in the past couple of hours you have spent with us, you have gained a substantial amount of knowledge, right? We started off with an introduction to generative AI, where we started from ground zero. We started exploring the possibilities of Gen AI. Okay, we understood how Gen AI applications can mimic human-like interactions through LLMs, right? We also explored, we went deeper into different types of LLMs, both open source and proprietary. We understood their role as the engine or the brain behind different generative AI applications. Okay, we also understood how different applications are run and implementations of generative AI in multiple angles altogether, right? So we spoke about text generation models, where it can write a story for us, build music for us, write a song for us, create a video for us, create images and whatnot, right? So on the whole, you have taken a significant step forward in your journey with generative AI. Okay. And as I said earlier, with this one step, you have gone months ahead of your peers, and I'm fully confident that you will be able to do much more great things. In this session, we'll talk about prompt engineering fundamentals, or in simple terms, how to talk to AI like a pro. Okay. So let's look at what we'll cover step by step. First of all, we'll try to understand what prompt engineering actually is. We'll basically talk about what exactly is a prompt, the core fundamentals of it. Okay. How does system prompt, user prompt, or assistant part perspectives work? Then we'll go into the basic structure of a prompt. What pieces or what parts is it made of? We'll talk about role, context, action, format, and tone. We'll talk about the RCAFT framework. Okay. Then we'll look at a couple of prompting techniques like a zero shot, one shot, and few shot prompting techniques. Okay. By the end of this part of the series, you'll know how to write better prompts and actually customize things altogether. Okay. So first things first, let's take this scenario. Have you ever had a situation where you tried typing something into an LLM, maybe like a question or maybe like a statement altogether, and you have received an answer that may not have been really useful to you? Could have happened multiple times, right? But then you would have seen the answer and then you would have reworded your question, slightly modified your question, and suddenly you get the exact thing that you need. Okay, so with that, this is what we need to understand. When you ask her the question in a different manner, the model did not magically become smarter. It's just that you asked the question in a better way, okay, in a better structure. So, in simple terms, the question that you ask or the instruction that you give to the LLM, that's called as a prompt. Okay, or if you look at the larger, much more technical definition, whatever you say to the LLM tool, could be Chat GPT, Gemini, whatever it is. Okay, so in a real world or natural language, whatever you tell it in the text form, that describes the action that the LLM should perform. It's called as a prompt. Okay, so the natural language text which describes the task that an LLM should perform is called as the prompt. Okay, it could be one sentence, it could be multiple sentences. Basically, whatever we tell the AI, where we are instructing the AI on what to do, think of it like a command in plain English. That is called as a prompt. Okay, something like this: describe the country India in 2 lines. What is this? A prompt. Okay, the language is English, spoken English, natural language, and the output is basically as we would typically expect. Right? Let's just run this and see. Okay, right. So for the scope of this particular session, we are going to use ChatGPT. Okay, right. So here the prompt is pretty much simple, right? So we'll just write, describe the country India in, maybe let's say 2 lines. Okay, 2 lines. I'll just press enter, and in only 2 lines, roughly around in 2 lines, you'll have the description from the chat GPT. Okay, right? So what is this? We have given a prompt, an instruction where we are asking the LLM to perform a particular action. Okay, so the language is English, which is spoken natural language, and the output is as we would typically expect. Okay, let's get back. Right. So let's try, we have another question. What is generative AI? Okay, we'll again use ChatGPT for that, right? So OpenAI has recently introduced a new model. They're calling GPT-5 as their smartest, fastest, and most useful model yet, with thinking built in so that you get the best answer almost every time. Okay, let's give this a try. Right. So followed by this, I'm just going to give it another question that says it could be as simple as, what is generative AI? Okay, right. Let me just press enter and it will start describing the entire thing. It's a type of artificial intelligence, can create or generate new content, and so on and so forth. Right. So currently we are using ChatGPT 5, which is the currently most latest version of the model that we are using. Okay, right. So in fact, in addition to ChatGPT, you can also play around with other LLMs as well. Okay, and as you can see, the response is okayish, pretty generic. Okay, and it's just giving us a brief overview as such. Okay, let's get. So we saw a pretty generic response, right? So, but at the same time, if we add more data or more clarity to our prompt, something like, I am a first year BTech student, can you explain what generative AI is in simple terms with examples of how it is used in applications like ChatGPT? Okay. Now, what happens is now the model knows who you are, what level of explanation you need, what kind of examples to include, and the output that you get becomes much more sharper and much more useful. Okay, let's give this a try. All right. So earlier we had asked the question, what is generative AI? We asked a generic question, it gave us a generic answer. Okay. Now let's say if I start describing myself, I am a first year B.Tech student. Okay. I could also add an additional statement like from India or something like that. Okay. Right. But I'll just leave it as it is, B.Tech student. Can you explain what generative AI is, along with, in simple terms, along with, or maybe with examples of how it's used in applications like Chat GPT. And because it's the question, we need to put a question mark. So now Chat GPT knows what exactly I need. Okay, it knows who I am, what my level of understanding is, what kind of aspects to include in the response is something that I've clearly communicated to my Chat GPT. Okay, let's just run this and we'll see how it goes. There you go. The entire output changed, right? So if you observe, we are still using ChatGPT 5 only, right? The same model exists right now, but because we have changed the question, does not mean that the model will itself will kind of magically change. It's just that the way it responds changes. Okay, right? So earlier when we asked a generic question like what is generative AI, it gave us a generic answer saying generative AI is a type of artificial intelligence, etc., etc. Okay, but when I gave it additional clarity as to who I am, what kind of knowledge do I have, what level of explanation I need, and what kind of things to include in the response, my output, the one that I got, became much more robust, much more sharper, and much more useful to me. Okay, right? So it's giving me what is generative AI. An easy example: imagine you have read thousands of books, millions of pictures, etc., etc. When someone asks you to tell a story or do something, you start creating something new. Okay, and then how ChatGPT uses generative AI, other examples of generative AI, and so on and so forth. Okay, right? Pretty interesting. Let's get back. Let's take another example, right? So if we simply very generically ask how to prepare for exams, this is a pretty generic question, right? So we are not explicitly mentioning what kind of exam, who we are, what is our depth of understanding, and so on and so forth, right? But if we customize this, as in if we add more clarity to our question, saying, I'm a first year BTech student who has exams in 2 weeks, can you recommend a study plan that includes revision strategies, breaks, and how to handle difficult subjects? Okay. In fact, you can also customize it with a specific subject name as well. Okay. Let's try this out. Right. So let's give both the prompts and see how ChatGPT responds. Okay. So let's say my first question will be how to prepare for exams. I'll just put a question over there. And there you go. It gives me understand the exam scope, make a realistic study plan, active learning, mixed revision, take care of yourself pre-exam day, etc., etc. Okay. But if we add more clarity to our question, something like I am a first year BTech student who has his exams in 2 weeks. Okay, right? So we have our exams in 2 weeks. Let's just say, can you recommend a good study plan? So maybe let's say that includes revision tactics, or maybe strategies. We could use strategies as well. Okay, again, I'm just describing things as to what exactly I want, what is the timeline, what is my role, what kind of output I'm expecting. Okay, strategies and how to handle difficult subjects. Okay, let's run this and see how it returns an answer as. So it says 2 weeks is very short, but it's a doable window. 14-day high efficiency exam strategy, right? So it also gives me 70%, 20%, 10%, a proper breakdown. And it tells me a day by day suggestion of how to follow everything as such. Okay. So if you observe, the response that I get is extremely precise, extremely targeted, because now my model understands who I am, what is the time I have, what is the role it has to perform, what kind of output that I'm expecting, and it will give us the kind of response that we absolutely need. Okay, let's get back. So if you observe, the model in the background has not changed, right? The way we are asking the question has changed. The approach, the how of the question has changed. That is, in a way, if you look at it, we have kind of modified or engineered our prompt to respond to us in a better way, right? So, and that is what is called as prompt engineering. Okay, see, the point is you can achieve some tasks with simple prompts, but the quality of results depend on how much information you are providing to your GPT, okay, or your LLM model, and how well crafted your prompt is. As simple as that. Okay, the more clearer, the more detailed your prompt is, the better the model output will be. So better prompts lead to better results. Okay, and that is where prompt engineering comes into picture. Okay, so what have we learned till now? A prompt is basically a question or the instruction that we type or share with ChatGPT to start a conversation or to get a response. Okay. Generally, we do it in text format, but it can also be an image or an audio, or in fact, you can actually share a file to get started. Okay. We also learned that ChatGPT is powered by multiple large language models, which basically are AI systems which are trained on large amounts of data, ginormous amounts of data. Okay, and because LLMs may not understand or may not know things in the way that us humans do, it is important to be explicit and clear about how we are phrasing our prompt. Okay, remember, the better our prompt is, the better our response will be. Okay, so customizing or engineering our prompt so that the AI clearly understand what our intention is, what our requirements are, and accordingly delivers precise output. This is what prompt engineering is all about. Okay, so don't worry about the word engineering in general. It's just customizing. Okay, so the goal here is to ensure that whichever model we are talking to, it clearly understands our intention and gives us proper relevant answers, not generic off track ones. Okay, so in a nutshell, prompt engineering allows us to be more accurate and to get more higher quality answers altogether. Okay, so you can think of it like this. You can think of the model as a highly knowledgeable intern who has come to work for you on day one. Okay, they are your highly knowledgeable assistant altogether. They may be trained with tons and tons of knowledge, but there is absolutely no guarantee that they understand what your needs are, what your requirements are, or what do you prefer right from the beginning. Okay, so prompt engineering basically gives us the set of clear or detailed instructions that we can give to the intern so that they deliver exactly what we need. Okay, so if the instructions are generic, we'll have to expect generic answers and generic responses. Okay, remember, the more specific and clear your instructions are, the better response you'll get. Okay, as simple as that. Okay, now prompt engineering is extremely critical because it directly influences the quality, the relevance, and accuracy of generative AI outputs. Okay, a well crafted prompt helps you ensure that the AI can comprehend your intention and produce meaningful responses altogether. Okay, this basically, in a way, it minimizes the need for extensive processing altogether. Okay, so prompt engineering is extremely important for effectively interacting with generative AI models. Okay, it ensures that they produce accurate, relevant, and desired outputs. Okay, now when we craft specific and well defined prompts that guides the AI towards fulfilling our intentions, it minimizes the number of errors, and whatever results we get, they come out in an optimized manner. Okay, and if you don't use prompt engineering, there's a high chance that AI models may generate irrelevant or incorrect responses. Okay, so that when that kind of a thing happens, we will not be able to leverage their full potential. Okay, so in simple terms, what you need to understand is, if you don't give proper context to the AI, proper details to the AI, there is a high chance that AI will have to assume different things. Okay, and that assumption leads to confusion, and that confusion gives you irrelevant or incorrect responses altogether. Okay, so in a nutshell, when you follow effective prompt engineering techniques, first of all, it saves a lot of your time, right? You don't need to waste time on rephrasing the same question over and over and over and over again, just so that you can get useful output. If you follow proper prompt engineering techniques, you'll save a lot of time. Okay, and you'll get better results. You get responses that are absolutely accurate, relevant, and highly useful to you, not just generic filler content. Okay, right? And it also helps you avoid confusion, because see, when the model does not get to make incorrect guesses or assumptions, automatically there's a lot of confusion that gets saved, right? And there's also another advantage called as consistency. Okay, you get predictable results every time, especially when you're doing repeated tasks or repeated workflows. You can actually get predictable results altogether. Okay, the bottom line is, a small change in the way we ask a question can drastically change the usefulness of what we get back. Okay, so the better your prompt is, the more clearer your prompt is, the better your response is. Okay, we'll look at a lot of examples as part of this session. Okay, right. Now we have understood what prompt engineering is. It is all about customizing or creating a prompt that gives clear cut instructions to the AI so that our response is more appropriate, more accurate, more reliable. Okay. Now we have understood what prompt engineering is. Let's go into the building blocks aspect of it. Okay. You see, these are the core concepts that every good prompt is generally based on. Okay. So, first things first, let's break down how prompts actually work behind the scenes. Okay. Now, whenever you give a prompt to an LLM like ChatGPT, there are usually three types of roles or three types of contexts involved: system, user, and assistant. Okay. Now, these roles are used to define the conversation structure, and this is especially useful when you are interacting with models like GPT-4, GPT-4o, or GPT-5. Okay. So, let's talk about each of them step by step. Okay. So, system prompt. It's like giving background instructions to the AI before the conversation even starts. Okay. It sets the overall behavior, the tonality, the personality, the style of it. Okay. You can think of it like giving a short notice to the AI saying, hey, behave like a professional coach, or explain like you're talking to a teenager. Okay. You're setting the context for that. Now, then comes the user part. That is your actual input, your question or the instruction that you provide to the AI. They fall under this umbrella. Okay. Whatever you type directly in the chat box, it goes over here in the user part. Okay. And the assistant part is the model's response. Okay. If you're doing back and forth conversations, the previous responses, whatever you have had as a conversation, they also get saved as part of the prompt. Okay. It helps your AI remember context, and it stays consistent in multi-step chats altogether. Okay. Now, why are we even discussing about all of this? When you understand this structure clearly, you can guide how the AI behaves and how it thinks about your task. Okay. Now, we'll start by going deeper into the system prompt. We'll try to understand it in a much better way so that, we'll be able to guide the AI's behavior before you even ask your actual question. Okay. So, in simple terms, a system prompt, as we discussed, is used to provide context, to provide instructions and guidelines to the LLM. Okay. It's kind of like setting the ground rules to the AI before you even start asking a question. Okay. Imagine if you're running a customer support system. Okay. We have typically seen how customer support systems work, right? Day in and day out, we get customer support calls and everything as such. Okay. Now, before the actual customers even come in, you tell the support person sitting over there saying, no matter how the customer talks to you, speak politely, respond in short sentences, and give examples if the user is a beginner. Okay. Now, irrespective of whoever comes in, you or the basically the support person, they will follow the same set of guidelines. Okay. This is exactly what happens when there's a system prompt in picture. Okay. It's basically shapes the AI's mindset for the entire conversation, the tonality, the style, level of depth, what to prioritize, and everything as such. Okay. So although you don't see this directly happening when you're using chat gpt, but when you're working with custom tools or where you're building your own APIs, you can actually fully control this part. Okay. Let's take a very simple example to understand this better. Okay. Let's say we want our AI tool to not give us any direct answers. Okay. Instead, let's say we wanted to ask us questions so that we can arrive at the answers on our own. Okay. So we are not expecting an answer. We are expecting it to ask us questions so that we'll be able to think and then we can arrive at the answer. Okay. So in a way, this is a classic approach, which is called as the Socratic learning approach, where you guide someone by asking the right questions rather than dumping information. Okay. So we could give a system prompt like this. The generic prompt could be something like this: why is the sky blue? When you give this prompt to ChatGPT, let's see what happens. Okay. So if you can observe, I've opened ChatGPT. Right now I'm using ChatGPT 5 and I've enabled the temporary mode. Okay. So as you can see over here, on the top right corner, when you log in into ChatGPT, you'll be able to see a small, message icon that says temporary chat. Okay. When you click on it, temporary chat becomes enabled. Okay. Right. So let's say we ask a very generic question: why is the sky blue? Okay, let's see how it responds. So it says, sky looks blue because something called as Rayleigh scattering. Sunlight is not just yellow, it's a mix of all colors. Basically, it gives us a generic answer altogether. Okay, right. So Now, what could happen is instead of asking the prompt directly, we could give a system prompt that says always respond with a series of thought provoking questions that guide the user towards the answer. Do not provide direct answers. And after that, if we ask a question, it will automatically, the AI model or ChatGPT in our case, it will respond in the way that we have instructed it to. Okay, let's try this out as well. So as you can see over here, I'm still in the temporary chat, and when we asked a generic question, we got a generic answer. Okay, now in ChatGPT, if you want to open a new chat, you can click on this new chat icon, or you can press Control Shift O to create a new chat or to start off with a new chat. Okay, once again, I'm enabling the temporary mode. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the system prompt for my GPT, at least for this conversation. Okay, so I'm going to say always respond to the user with a series of thought provoking questions that guide the user to or maybe towards the answer. Okay, do not provide, we'll just clearly mention that do not provide direct answers at all. Okay, so I'll just mention that, and what will happen is ChatGPT will start thinking. Okay, and again, if you give a very generic statement, there is a high chance that it will update itself, and it says great, we are going to follow Socratic mode as we just discussed. Asking questions to a person so that they are driven towards the right answer is called a Socratic learning method. Okay, right? So it asks me, what topic do you want to tackle first, what is your current understanding, etc., etc., etc. Okay, right. So my question will be, why is the sky blue? Okay, I'll be asking the same question. Earlier, it told us everything about Rayleigh scattering and everything as such. Okay, now let's see what happens. So there you go, a series of questions, right? What happens to sunlight when it enters the Earth's atmosphere? Does it travel straight, or does something interfere with it? Okay, which wavelengths? If short wavelengths scatter more, and so on and so forth, right? So if you observe, we can see how the AI, or in our case ChatGPT, is responding with a chain of questions altogether, right? So once again, if you give the same instruction to different LLMs, each of them may respond to this in a different way. Okay, but the core concept of question driven approach or the Socratic approach will not change. Okay, it will not give you an answer, rather it will nudge you to think towards the right answer. Okay, and not just for science questions, it also works for programmatical questions as well. Okay, something like this, let's say I give it a question like how do I reverse a string in Python? Okay, I'll just run this, and instead of giving me a direct answer, it starts asking me questions, right? What do you think of a string in Python? If you can access characters by position, how do you describe a slice? If you reverse the string Python, what do you expect the output to be? In some cases, you'll also probably end up getting things like, have you heard of slicing notation? How do you think slicing can help in reversing a sequence, and so on and so forth? Okay, right? So the key takeaway is system prompts don't change the fact that the model knows, or the knowledge that the model knows. They only change the way in which the model responds. Okay, this is extremely powerful when you're designing for education, coaching, or even internal training tools as well. Okay, and one quick note to remember is different LLMs may handle system instructions slightly different from each other. Okay, but the idea of driving the style through a system role stays the same. Okay, let's get back. Right. So we have understood what a system prompt is basically, but why do we even need it? You see, when you have written a well-written system prompt, it can improve the performance of the LLM itself. Okay, and it's basically its ability to follow rules and instructions. In other words, when you give a good system prompt, it improves the accuracy of the response, the consistency of the response, especially when the same AI is being used by multiple people. Okay, and at the same time, it can also improve the control that you have over over how the AI responds. Okay, so let's say if you're building an application or a chatbot or even a custom learning assistant, you can actually use system prompts to tell the AI, saying, see, I'm building so and so thing, I want you to act in this way. Okay, so more or less it's like setting up the AI's role and mindset before it starts even answering. Okay, understood? Right. Now, coming back to the analogy of the LLM as an intern, you can think of it like this. Let's say you just hired a brand new intern. Okay. Now, this intern is super smart. They have been trained on massive amounts of knowledge, billions and billions of databases and everything as such, right? And maybe they're even smarter than most people that you have worked with. But there's a limitation. Okay. They know nothing about what you specifically want. Okay. They don't know your preferences, your style, your priorities, the exact outcome that you're expecting. Unless and until you clearly explain it to them, they don't know anything. Okay. So if you just say, go ahead and work on this, they might do something totally different from what you had in mind. Okay. But when you give clear step by step instructions, they can get you exactly what you want. Okay. So LLMs basically work in the same way. Okay. No matter how powerful they are, they need context and direction. The more precise and more detailed your instructions are, the closer the output will be to what you exactly need. Okay, so LLMs can write, summarize, explain, translate, debug. They can do n number of things, but only when your instructions are properly given. Okay, so the more precise you are, the less the model has to assume. Okay, you can think of it like this. Maybe let's say you go to an LLM, maybe ChatGPT, and you are like, tell me something about something like XYZ. The model starts thinking or assuming, what do you want exactly? Do you want a summary? Do you want an explanation? Do you want bullet points? For whom? Who exactly is asking me? How much technicality is needed? And so on and so forth, right? So if you do not give specific instructions, then the AI will have to assume. Okay. When the AI starts assumptions, that is where irrelevant or low quality responses come from. Okay. Let's take a simple example to understand this in a much better way. Okay. Let's go to ChatGPT and try this out. So we are in ChatGPT now. And if I say simply say write a resume, okay, simple, write a resume, no context, nothing at all. Okay, let me just run this and we'll see how it goes. Okay, right. So it says a clean professional resume, still ATS friendly, beginner friendly, etc. etc. Okay, now the output is kind of all over the place, right? So motivated, detail oriented, etc. etc. So basically, there's probably some sort of training that has happened over there. Okay, but the AI does not have any clue as to who this is for, which role are we targeting, what kind of sections should it include, and it's more or less like telling your intern saying, make me a report. Okay, and then expecting them to magically know the topic, magically know the format and the target audience as well. Okay, let's revise this prompt a little. Okay, I'll just quickly open a new chat. Okay, now I'll just say that, can you help me create a professional resume for a BTech CSE student, include we'll say, sections like personal details, education, skills, internships, projects, all of them can be included, right? So we'll write personal details, education, maybe we'll also talk about skills, internships, and maybe we can also mention like projects and achievements. Okay, now in addition to that, I'll also add a small statement that says, please provide tips for each section, so that what I can do is I can make my resume stand out to potential employers. Okay, to make my resume or make the resume stand out to potential employers. Okay, now it's much clearer, right? We have exactly told the AI what we need. Who is it for? A BTech CSE student. Okay, what do we want to include? Specific sections like personal details, education, skills, etc. And we are also asking it for extra guidance, tips on how to make it stand out. Okay, now let's see when we run this, what kind of a resume it creates. There you go. So it looks a little similar to the previous version, but if you observe, the personal details section has changed a little. We have the education section, different types of skills, internship details, project details, achievements, etc., etc. Okay. So the key takeaway over here is, the more precise we are, the better the AI will be able to deliver. Okay, so when you give good context, when you give good details and a clear goal, automatically you'll get a really good response. Okay, and don't worry, all the prompts that you see here, you can constantly type it out. You can pause the video and type things along with me as well. Okay, right? Let's get back. All right. So let's have a quick recap before we move forward. Okay, so we started by introducing as to what exactly is a prompt, right? So what is a prompt? Any set of instructions or questions that we give to the LLM so that the LLM can perform some sort of action. Basically, the AI model or AI tool or chat GPT, you can call it anything. Okay, so any set of instructions or questions that we send to the LLM or the AI model, and those set of instructions will make it perform some sort of an action that is called as a prompt. Let's take that generic definition as such. Okay, then we looked at what prompt engineering is and why is it so important, right? What is prompt engineering? Anytime or the art or craft of customizing your prompt so that you give specific instructions so that the AI can give you better responses. Okay, we understood that. And then we also broke down the core structure of a prompt, the system level, user level, and assistant level rules, and how each of them play a major part in shaping the AI's output. Okay, then we dug into the idea of being clear and direct. Okay, we used LLMs as an intern kind of an analogy, and we tried to understand that an LLM without any sort of training is like an intern who knows nothing about you. Okay, so even if you give them a task, they may not be able to give you the expected output altogether. Okay, so we saw that without proper context and details, even the smartest AI may not give you exactly what you need. Okay, but with a precise or well structured prompt, the results can improve instantly. Okay, now knowing all of that, the next question is, how do I structure or how do I build a prompt properly? Right, that's a good question to have. That is, how do we actually put all of that we have learned together into a repeatable structure? Okay, because it's one thing to write a good prompt one time, but it's another thing to do it consistently no matter what the topic is. Okay, and that is where frameworks come into picture. You see, all over the world, you will find different formats, from research papers to community cheat sheets to company playbooks and everything as such, right? There are different approaches that different entities in the world follow. Okay, there's no single official way, and you don't have to learn all of them as well. Okay, the real trick is to find that one framework that works really well for you, something that you can follow every time without overthinking. Okay, you can think of it like a chef's recipe. Okay, the ingredients might change, but the process stays the same so that the dish comes out right every time. Okay, in our case, we are going to use one simple, powerful framework that will keep coming back to the rest of this course as well. Okay, the RCAFT framework. It's a simple way to remember, right? The five key elements of a well structured form are role, context, action, format, or tone. And tone. Okay, so you can take this mnemonic RCAFT framework and remember the five key elements of a well structured prompt. Okay, it's basically kind of like a recipe for your AI success. Okay, if you cover all five of them, you'll almost always get better and more relevant results. Okay, let's understand them one by one. R stands for role. Okay, it basically talks about who should the AI behave like. Should it behave like a teacher, a chef, a front end developer, a master coach, whatever it is? Okay, when you set the role, you are helping the AI pick the right tonality, right vocabulary, right perspective, and also gives you a right examples as well. Okay, for example, if you say act as a career coach, it will not just give you generic advice, it will give you an advice like how a career coach will give you. Okay, right? Then comes the context part, one of the most important aspects in the entire framework. Okay, this is all about the background information and situational details. That is, what background information should the LLM know before answering your question? Okay, for example, you could say something like, I'm preparing for a front end developer interview with a focus on React, and give me a set of interview questions. Okay, if you do not give proper context, something that we have been doing so far, right? If you do not give proper context, the AI will start assuming things, and when assumptions happen, mistakes happen. Okay, and it will only give you generic answers altogether. Okay, then comes the action part. Basically, what exactly do you want the LLM to do? Do you want it to answer a question, write an email, generate code, translate a sentence, whatever it is? Okay, and then comes the F part, format. How do you want the response to be structured? Do you want them in bullet points, like a table, a paragraph, an outline, whatnot? Okay, and then the final part, which is kind of optional. Okay, the tone part, which is the voice or style you want the LLM to use. Okay, do you want it to sound formal? Do you want it to sound friendly, conversational, humorous? This basically controls the personality of the output. Okay, now why does this even matter? When you follow a structure like RCAFT, it means you're not leaving anything to chance. You're not leaving anything to assumptions. You are actually guiding the AI in a step-by-step manner, and in return, you'll see massively better results altogether. Okay. Now let's go into each and every part. We'll take a couple of examples, and by the end of this entire structure, we'll have a well-drafted prompt available with us. Okay. Right. We'll start off with role prompting. Okay. See, sometimes it's important to tell the LLM to take on a very specific role before it even answers, right? It's more or less like saying, see, I want you to think like some XYZ, and then naming the kind of person or profession or mindset that the model should adopt. Okay. For example, we could say you are a senior software developer with 10 years of front end experience. Okay. Or maybe as funny as act like a sarcastic movie critic. Okay. So this basically is called as role prompting because we are setting the role for the LLM for us. Okay. So it works because it immediately gives the model a persona to work with. Okay. The key part over here is the more detail you provide about the role and context, the better the results. As simple as that. Okay. So on the whole, it basically sets the persona for an LLM so that its performance is enhanced and you get better responses. Okay. It's like telling your best friend saying, think like a lawyer or answer as if you're a 10th class student. Okay. So it basically sets the expectation for style, complexity, and even choice of examples. Okay. This is really functional when it comes to writing and storytelling or code generation, explanations which are tailored to a specific audience, or anywhere where you need perspective and tone. Okay. It might sound pretty simple, but the key point is role prompting does not change what is being said. It changes how it's being said. Okay. So it influences the vocabulary, the sentence length, depth of explanation, even attitude. For example, direct versus empathetic. Okay. So if you are clearly defining the role properly, you already are halfway to getting the kind of output you want. Okay. So let's take a couple of examples over here. For example, the first one, you are a professional chef with 20 years of experience in the Italian cuisine. Okay. Now think about what happens if I say, or if I start asking a question that says, how do I make pasta? Okay. Now a general normal AI might just give me a basic recipe altogether. But when I've told it to take on the role of a seasoned Italian chef, okay, suddenly everything changes. It might talk about choosing the right type of flour, the exact cooking time for al dente, or maybe even give me a couple of suggestions like use pasta water for the sauce. So basically, with expertise and personality of that particular chef, it will be able to give me suggestions. Okay, another example: act like a stand-up comedian from New York. Okay, now if I ask the same question to this persona, the tone shifts entirely differently. Okay, so instead of giving me a proper recipe, the model might start off with cracking a couple of jokes about overcooked pasta, right? Same topic, but totally different energy altogether, right? And let's take another example. We are saying that you are a senior software front-end engineer or senior front-end engineer giving advice to a fresher, or maybe you are a senior software engineer specializing in front-end development. Okay, now if my question is, if I start asking a question, how do I prepare for my first tech interview? Okay, now because we have set the context, the AI will start responding. Because we have set the role altogether, the AI will start responding with proper answers, just like how a mentor would. Okay, it'll guide me with actionable steps, caution me about common mistakes, maybe even start suggesting specific practice projects as well. Okay, the key point to understand over here is the input question can stay exactly the same. But when you change the role, you are changing the perspective through which the AI looks at the problem. Okay, and subsequently, the outcome will also change. Okay, let's take another example. In this time, we'll talk about the travel domain. Okay, so our role prompt is something like this: act as an experienced travel consultant who specializes in budget friendly trips and has a personality has personally visited over 50 destinations. Okay, so what's happening over here? I'm not just telling the AI to be a travel consultant. I'm specifically adding information, right? So I'm telling that it has a lot of experience. It specializes in budget friendly tips, and personal travel is something that that it already has an experience of, and that too over 50 destinations. Okay, why? Because the more detail I provide, the richer and more tailored the answer will be. Okay, let's go ahead and add it to our chat GPT. Okay, just a minor step of warning: this is the beginning of the prompt that we are going to execute, so do not run this part. Okay, just add it and we'll come back. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's just give ChatGPT the role prompt. Okay, so I'm just going to say act like an experienced travel consultant. Okay, so who specializes in budget friendly trips and has personally visited over 50 countries or maybe 50 destinations. Okay, so we are asking it to act like an experienced travel consultant who specializes in budget friendly trips and has personally visited over 50 destinations. Okay, so what will happen over here is I'm not telling the AI to act like a generic travel consultant, I'm giving specific pieces of information. Okay, right? So, in fact, you can try to run another follow up question that says, what's the best 5 day trip under 15,000? So, if we don't use the role, the AI model might give us a generic response altogether, maybe a couple of well-known cities, maybe a couple of new activities, few activities and all fairly surface level. But when you apply the role, what changes is it might suggest hidden gem destinations instead of only giving us a kind of touristy spots altogether. Okay, it will prioritize affordability in every recommendation. It may also include practical tips based on its own experience, like which train to take, how to find cheaper local stays, or which street food stalls are worth trying. Okay, so the tone becomes more conversational and advisory, as if you're actually speaking to a real consultant who has been there. Okay, right? Let's get back. And this is the magic of role prompting. Okay, you're not just feeding a generic question to an AI, you are actually shaping how it basically thinks about the problem before it even answers. Okay, now in the next couple of minutes, we'll keep building on top of this rule and keep adding to the RCAFT framework. So, what we'll do is we'll create a new chat. We can just copy paste the role if you want, or you can just type it and keep it as it is. Okay, right. Let's talk about context now. So the point is, when you give proper context, you are telling the model who it is helping, what is the situation, and any limitations or constraints it should consider. Okay, so when you give a very good context, the ambiguity that exists, it gets eliminated. Okay, it reduces confusion, improves accuracy, especially when your task has specific goals, a unique audience, or real constraints like budget, deadlines, or language level scenarios. It will give you very customized response altogether. Okay, so you are basically telling the AI, saying, see, this is the situation, answer accordingly. Okay, this simple step can actually make the difference between a very average answer and a truly relevant one. Okay, let's take a couple of practical scenarios where context will change everything. Okay, so let's say it's a personal situation where you'll be like, I'm planning a trip to Japan. Now the AI knows that the goal is to perform travel planning and not about random Japan facts, right? Okay, or you can give audience information, saying this is for high school students. This basically tells the AI to adjust the tonality and vocabulary so that it does not use overly complex and more more non-relatable examples altogether. Okay, or you could talk about project details where you're launching a product next month, and the AI will understand the urgency and it will focus on actionable information altogether. Okay, or if you want, you can actually give limitations as well, saying we have so and so amount of budget only, and as a result the AI may not suggest premium or irrelevant options altogether. Okay, or maybe knowledge level, you could simply say I have absolutely no experience with coding, and now the AI would be able to understand that you are uncomfortable with that or you don't know that, and it'll give you a non-technical jargon, simple answers and everything as such. Okay, while there are many more variations, the principle is the same. Okay, the more your AI knows about your situation, the better it can help you, as simple as that. Okay, now let's connect this back to the earlier scenario, the role. We have already established the role for our LLM, right? So we wanted to act like an experienced travel consultant who specializes in budget friendly tips, and they have personally visited over 50 destinations. Okay, now our context is, I am a 22-year-old college student who's planning my first solo trip, and I have a budget of 20,000 rupees, 10 days to travel in June, and I'm interested in both outdoor and outdoor activities and experiencing local culture. Okay, I'm also somewhat adventurous but also concerned about my safety as a solo traveler. Okay, so what happens over here? Now the AI has a proper persona, experienced travel consultant. Okay, and also a specific situation to respond to that, right? Which is basically the context. This means instead of giving us generic travel tips, now our LLM can start giving us customized suggestions altogether. The destinations that fall under 20,000 rupees up and down. Okay, or maybe activities that match my personality, where I want to be adventurous but I also want to be safe. Okay, and so on and so forth. Okay, let's just add this context to our existing prompt and then we'll come back. Okay, so let's just add the context now. So I'll say I am a 22-year-old college student who is planning his first solo trip. Okay, right? I have a budget of rupees, or maybe I'll just put INR, okay, 20,000, and 10 days in June. Okay, 10 days to travel in June. Okay, that's another part. And I am interested in both outdoor activities, and at the same time I also want to, let's say, explore the local culture. Okay, so and experiencing the local culture. Okay, right, so we added this part. And I'm also going to say that I am somewhat adventurous adventurous but also concerned about my safety. Okay, because I'm traveling solo, right? So as a solo traveler. Okay, see, if you observe, we have set the tone, we have set the role, we have given it the context, saying, see, you have XYZ amount of experience, I have ABC kind of requirement, solve it together. Okay, as simple as that. Okay, so instead of giving general travel tips, it can start giving us customized suggestions altogether. Okay, let's get back. Right, so these are two more examples on how we can add context to the entire output altogether. Okay, it could be as simple as something like this: I'm planning a surprise birthday party for my spouse who loves hiking and 80s music. Okay, so this basically tells the model immediately what kind of ideas to suggest. Okay, if you don't give this kind of a context, the AI might start giving you generic birthday party tips, balloon, cake, decorations, and everything as such. Okay, but with the proper context, it can suggest ideas like maybe a small hiking trip followed by a theme picnic, or maybe a custom playlist or live band playing 80s hits, or maybe gifts or activities that connect with both of these things. Okay, let's take another example. I'm preparing for a job interview at a tech startup and I need to practice answering common questions. Okay, so once you give this kind of a context, the model knows that you don't just want generic random interview advice, you want mock FAQs or mock question and answers specifically that are tailored for a tech startup environment. Okay, which means it'll start asking startup specific behavioral questions, or maybe questions that test your problem solving ability, especially in uncertain situations. Okay, a more conversational and dynamic style compared to a corporate interview kind of a thing. Okay, in fact, you can also try something out on your own. You can take these prompts and remove the context and just say, give me birthday party ideas or help me prepare for an interview, and then customize this and try it again. Okay, you can take a minute, pause the video, try it out, and come back. Right. So if you have observed, there's a huge difference. There's going to be a huge difference in the kind of relevance, tone, and usefulness of the answer. Okay. Which is why context is one of the biggest advantages that you can have when you want to have better results altogether. Okay. Right. Moving on, let's talk about the action part. That is, so far, we have told the AI who it is supposed to be, what are the background, and everything as such. Right. Now comes the central part of the prompt, the action or task that our LLM is supposed to perform. Okay, what is this action or task? See, this part is pretty straightforward, but it's also critical. Basically, it answers the question of what exactly do you want the model to do. Okay, you can think of it like the verb of your prompt. That is the instruction that tells the AI the exact type of work you expect from it. Okay, it could be anything: explain something, summarize, analyze, translate, maybe compare or contrast or generate ideas, writing code, whatever it is. Okay, but here's the thing: you must clearly mention it. Okay, right? So if you only describe the situation and leave out the action, the AI will again start assuming things altogether, and then based on whatever it gives you, it's going to be pretty much vague or incomplete as such. Okay, let's take a couple of examples. Explain or teach or explain generative AI. Okay, this will lead to an output where the AI will break down a concept step by step. Okay, or maybe create a marketing plan. Okay, it changes the expected output to something more constructive and forward looking. Okay, or maybe analyze or summarize or compare or brainstorm, right? Brainstorm names for my startup. The AI will switch into a creative idea generation mode. Okay, the key takeaway that we need to understand here is, even if the subject stays the same, changing the action will completely change the type of output you get. Okay, let's see how this fits into our ongoing travel consultant example. Okay, that is, so far in the prompt framework, we spoke about role, where we set the role as an experienced travel consultant who has so and so type of experience. Okay, then we added a context saying 22-year-old solo traveler, 20,000 budget. We want to travel outdoor and explore cultural experiences as well, but I'm also concerned about safety. Okay, now if we add the action or the task, something like recommend two specific destinations that would be ideal for my situation, and for each destination suggest a 10-day itinerary which balances cultural experiences, outdoor activities, and relaxation. Okay, so if you observe, we have explicitly told the AI what to do, right? Without this part, it might as well give random tourist tips altogether. Okay, but with this specific action, it understands the structure or the type of response that you're expecting. Okay, let's just go ahead, add it to ChatGPT, and we'll come back. So as you can see over here, our role is sorted. We have also added the context. Now the time is to tell it what exactly we want. Okay, so I'll just say recommend two destinations. Okay, so recommend two destinations that would be ideal for my situation. Okay, right? And for each destination, suggest a 10-day itinerary, 10-day itinerary that balances cultural experiences and outdoor activities. Okay, and relaxation. Again, let's not run it yet because there are two more parts pending. Okay, let's get back. Right. So, as we understood, without giving clear cut action items, the model will start assuming things. It might start giving us random tourist tips altogether. But with this instruction, the AI knows exactly what to generate. In fact, you can also experiment by keeping the same role and same context, but you can change the action to suggest destinations. Okay, you'll get shorter high level list altogether, or maybe change the action to generate a detailed itinerary where you can get in-depth day-by-day plans. Okay, you can play around with it. It's going to be pretty fun. Okay, now you have a pretty small quiz available over here. You can just quickly sort it out and come back. All right, so let's continue. So far, we have told the LLM that you have so and so role, as in who is it acting as. We gave it the context, which is the background situation, and we also described the task, exactly what we wanted to do. Okay, now comes the next piece of our RCAFT framework, the format part. Okay, see, this is where we guide the model on how to present the response. Without this step, you might still get the right information. Okay, but it may not be organized in the way that you want. Okay, in simple terms, format tells the LLM how you want your answer to be organized and presented. Okay, now if you skip this step, the model might return a single long paragraph when you are expecting a list, or it might jumble points together when you wanted a table. Okay, right. So when you specify a format, you're basically telling it should it be bullet points or numbered list, should it be a step by step guide, or should it look like a table, an FAQ, a timeline, and what. Okay, it might sound like a small detail, but it can make a huge difference. Okay, especially when you have longer and multi-part tasks, a clear format improves readability, makes scanning easier, and it also ensures that the information is actually usable. Okay, so let's continue with our travel consultant example. We have already set the role, which is basically of an experienced travel consultant. The context is that I am a 22-year-old solo traveler. 20,000 rupees is my budget. Outdoor plus cultural focus is what I am looking at. Okay, and the action is to recommend two destinations and suggest a 10-day itinerary for each of them. Okay, now we need to define the format pretty clearly. Okay, we are going to say that for each destination, create a section that includes a brief overview, maybe some 3 to 5 sentences of overview, an estimated cost breakdown, which could be accommodation, food, activities, transport, and so on and so forth, and then safety considerations for solo travelers. Okay, then I want it to provide me a day by day itinerary in a table format with the columns like day number, morning activity, afternoon activity, evening activity, accommodation, and finally I want it to end with a pros and cons list for each destination. Okay, by adding this formatting instruction, the AI now has clarity on exactly what structure am I expecting, and as a result, my the outcome will be much more clearer, much more easier to read, and ready to use without heavy editing. Okay, and the result will be far more usable. All right, let's go ahead and add it into our GPT now. All right, so let's just go ahead and add our format over here. All right, so for your sake, let me just put it in full screen mode so that it's easily visible. Okay, right. So now I'll just say that first point for each destination. Okay, what are we expecting? We wanted to create a section that has specifically, I'll just say, I'll just organize this properly. A clear short overview. Okay, a short overview where it could be some 3 to 5 sentences. Okay, and then I also wanted to consider an estimated cost breakdown. Okay, estimated cost breakdown for food, accommodation, and maybe let's say the activities, transport, etc. And at the same time, what do I want it to do? Safety considerations for solo travelers. Okay, and then what I wanted to do is I wanted to give me a day by day itinerary in a tabular format. Okay, then provide me a day by itinerary in a table format. Okay, right, so we have a table format with the following columns, right? So we have maybe the day number. So we'll write day number followed by, we'll just say, morning activity, the afternoon activity, and maybe we'll also add the evening activity and accommodation as well. Okay, evening activity, and finally the accommodation. Okay, and then finally I'll just say end with a pros and cons list for each. I'll say, for each destination, let's ask for a pros and cons list. Okay, destination. All right, okay, so we have customized this. Do not run this yet, we are yet to add the tonality part. Okay, let's get back. Right. So, in fact, as an experiment, once we are done with this entire prompting part, you could also try removing the format section from the same part. You'll still get a response, but it might be all text, it might be poorly segmented. We never know. Okay, right? So, we have reached the final piece of the RCAFT framework, the tone part. Okay, by now, we have already set the role, as in who the AI should act as, the context, which is the background details, the action part, what is it supposed to do exactly, and the format, how do we want to read the output as such. Okay, now we're going to tell the AI how it should sound while giving the answer. Okay, in simple terms, tone is all about the style, voice, or emotional quality that you want in the response. Okay, it's not about the content changing, it's all about the feel of the message. Okay, you can think of it like this: if your best friend and your college principal both say the exact same sentence, it will still feel completely different, right? That's the power of tonality. It shapes the emotional delivery, it shapes how you feel. Okay, so when we set the tone, we are telling the AI saying respond in this particular style with this kind of personality. Okay, now the tone could be multiple perspectives altogether, right? There are different tones in which you can ask the LLM to respond to. Okay, you can have a formal or academic tone, which is generally used in assignments, reports, etc. You can ask it to be friendly and conversational, which is pretty good for blogs when you don't want it to sound robotic. Okay, or you can ask it to be more encouraging and supportive for tough situations or when you're guiding beginners, or you can ask it to be direct and to the point. Okay, like a bullet points during last minute revision, or you can ask it to be more enthusiastic and energetic. It works really well when it comes to advertisements or when you're pitching ideas. Okay, so you can also ask it to be cautious and balanced or simple and easy to understand as well. Okay, you can pick whichever tone that fits your audience and purpose as well. Okay, now bringing this back to our current example. So we already have the role of an experienced travel consultant, the context of a 22-year-old solo traveler who has a limited budget and wants to explore different things altogether, but safely. Okay, and then we also gave it the action that says recommend two destinations and so on and so forth. And we also gave it a format, right? So a structured overview, cost breakdown, safety tips, day by day table, etc., etc. Okay, now let's say we want the tone to sound a little humorous. Okay, where I'll write something like this: include some humor wherever it feels appropriate, and write as if you are a slightly older friend who wants to make sure I have an amazing but safe experience. Okay, use casual language, but do not skimp on important details. Okay, so this part of the prompt is not just asking for destinations, it's telling the AI to sound like a relatable, slightly older friend who is giving advice. And then it also wants it, we're also telling it to keep the language casual and friendly and add humor so it's fun to read, but still it includes essential safety information. Pretty interesting, right? So once we combine all of these five elements, the role, proper context, clear action, format, and tone, we will have a fully structured, high quality prompt which is ready to run. Okay, let's go ahead, add it, and we'll execute it, and we'll see how it responds. Okay, let's go ahead. Right. So I'll just add a little bit of format over here, and at the end, I'm going to add the tonality. Okay, let me just add the tonality over here. We want it to include some humor wherever appropriate. Okay, and we'll also say and write as if you are a slightly older friend who wants to make sure that I have an amazing but safe experience. Okay, an amazing but safe experience. Okay, now in addition to that, I also wanted to use casual language but not compromising on important details, right? So I'll say use casual language but do not skimp on, what do we don't want to skimp on? Important details. Okay, right. So our prompt is now ready, right? So we have the role, which is of an experienced travel consultant who has a specialization in building budget friendly trips and has personally visited over 50 destinations. I'm a 22-year-old college student. This is basically the context, right? I have a limited budget, but I also have certain requirements. Okay, and then I want this model to, or this AI tool, to suggest or recommend two destinations that would be ideal for my situation, where for each destination, I want a 10-day itinerary which balances cultural experiences and outdoor activities as well, and at the same time, relaxation as well. Okay, and then in the format, I want it like a table. Okay, first of all, I want it to have a short overview, estimated cost breakdown, safety consideration, etc., etc. And then I also have proper tabular format where I want specific information. Okay, and finally, I want it to act like a slightly older friend with some humor used wherever necessary. Okay, now let's run the prompt and see how it responds. Okay, right. There you go. So it already started giving us response altogether, right? So it says, you're looking for a safe but exciting first solo trip, 20,000 budget, 10 days in June, etc., etc. Destination number one, as you can see, 3 to 5 lines of overview, estimated cost breakdown for accommodation, food, activities, etc., etc. Safety considerations and 10-day itinerary with the exact same column names that we expected it to give, right? Okay. So it also gave us the pros and cons as well. Okay, and destination 2 could be Meghalaya, Shillong plus Cherrapunji plus Doki. Okay, and this is your wow trip, and it also gave the estimated cost breakdown and safety considerations and 10-day itinerary, pros and cons as well. Okay, so if I were your slightly older friend, I'll say if you want mountains plus adrenaline plus Instagram reels with waterfalls, go to Meghalaya. Kind of like a humorous statement, right? Okay. So if you observe, we got exactly what we wanted. Okay. Let's get back. Right. So let's see another practical example where the format itself is clearly defined as a table. Okay. So this is a situation that even I have personally seen many times. A first year student or a first year BTech CSE student is trying to decide which technical domain to focus on: AIML, web development, cybersecurity, data science, whatever it is. Okay. They're not confused because they lack interest. In fact, they may have an interest on all four of them, but they're confused because they don't fully understand where each path will go. Okay, as in what type of skills are needed, which companies typically hire for it, what is the career growth like, how difficult is it to learn these concepts. And this is where a comparison table becomes extremely helpful. Okay, it's not just text, it's structured information that can be scanned, it can be compared, and it can be used to make a decision, right? So if we break down the prompt, we have the role of an academic advisor who has real experience in guiding students. Okay, the context is that, again, first year BTech student who is listing down their confusion and the domains that they have confusion in. Okay, the actions basically ask it to compare so that I can make an informed decision. And the format is a table that I'm expecting with clearly defined columns. Okay, now why is this a really good prompt? First of all, it's not vague. It is clearly communicating to the AI exactly what kind of an output is expected. Okay, it's giving clear structured format with named columns like average salary in India, domain name, core skills, etc., etc. Okay, it basically focuses on the details that actually help in decision making: salary, demand, growth, difficulty, and so on and so forth. Right. So if we run this in ChatGPT, we can get a decision ready table instead of a random unstructured paragraph. Okay, let's just try this out as well. Right. So we have opened a new chat. Okay. Now we'll first give the role. Okay. So we'll say you are an experienced academic. We can use counselor or advisor. We'll use advisor for now. You're an experienced academic advisor who has helped hundreds of students. How did we help them? Choosing in choosing their career paths and specializations. Okay, so we have helped them like that. Now, the context. Who am I? I am a first year BTech CSE student. Okay, now what am I trying to decide? Okay, so trying to decide which technical domain to specialize in, right? So, okay, now I'll say that I am interested in cybersecurity, AI, ML, maybe like web development and data science. Okay, that's the context. But I am confused about what are we confused about? The career aspects or maybe prospects, career prospects. Okay, we can also talk about the required skills. Okay, and we'll also talk about the market demand for each field altogether. Okay, and the market demand for each field. Okay, so the context is set now. What action do we want it to perform? I want to have a detailed, okay, I want to have a detailed comparison of all the four technical domains so that I can make an informed decision about my specialization. As simple as that, right? So provide a detailed comparison. Okay, detailed comparison of these four technical fields. These four technical fields to help me make an informed decision. Okay, I want to make an informed decision altogether about my specialization. Okay, so about my specialization. Okay, and what's the format that I wanted to? I'll ask it. The format should be create a comparison table with the following columns. Okay, again, you can actually transpose this as well, wherein instead of saying columns, you can have rows, and verticals could be the each of the subjects. Okay, right. So I'll I'll probably ask it to give me things like domain name, and you'll have the required core skills. Then it could be average starting salary in India. Will be specific over here for now. Okay, the job market demand, high, medium, or low. High, medium, or low. Major companies that are hiring right now. Okay, and we'll also ask for typical career progression. Okay, so in addition to all of this, maybe we could ask it to give us a 5 year projection, or maybe let's ask for outlook. Okay, so learning difficulty as well, maybe 1 to 10 rating is what we can expect. Okay, and at the same time, future growth potential. Okay, so we have written the entire prompt altogether. Okay, so just like how when we set the tone earlier, we are setting the format expectations. Okay, so the tonality can be optional as well. Okay, so this is the difference between getting random answers and driving reliable and usable results that we can directly act on. Okay, right, let's just run this prompt and see how it is. Okay, right. Right. So as you can see, we have a pretty detailed table, and generally speaking, this is an additional information for you. Generally speaking, when you have a pretty robust prompt, GPT-5 can now actually start thinking deeper and deeper to give you better answers. Okay. So the more detailed your prompt is, the better outcomes you'll see. Okay. So in our case, as we can see, the domain name, required core skills, average starting salary in India, job market demand, difficulty in learning, everything as such has been properly categorized. Okay. In fact, if in the prompt we would have written as rows, all of these categories would have been mentioned as rows, and we'll only have 4 columns as cybersecurity, AI/ML, data science, and web development. Okay. So it also gave us a super short version saying pick by day-to-day work you'll enjoy, run a 4 week taste test. You can try out multiple aspects as such. Okay. Let's get back. So let's just quickly recap what we have understood so far. Okay, so we learned about a prompt creation framework called as RCAFT. The RCAFT framework is a simple method so that you can create prompts that get you better, more accurate answers from AI. Okay, and that too every single time. It's like giving step-by-step instructions to a very smart intern so that they can give you exactly what you need. Okay, so R stands for role, which talks about what or how the AI should act like, or who the AI should act like. Okay, this changes the way the AI thinks, the words it uses, and the examples it gives. Okay, you can say that you're an experienced travel consultant. Okay, C stands for context, where you share the background and details about the situation. It helps the AI understand why you're asking and what is important for your case. Okay, we gave in our previous example, we gave the context as I'm a 22-year-old solo traveler, etc., etc. Okay, A stands for action or task, where we need to be clear about what we want the AI to do. Okay, think of this as the main job or action word in your prompt, the central part of it. Okay, it could be explaining, comparison, listing, creation, summarization, anything altogether. Okay, right. Then comes the format part, where we tell the AI how to present the answer, in which structure do we want it to read. Okay, right. So that it's easy for us to use, something on the lines of show the itineraries in a table format where columns are day, morning activity, afternoon activity, and so on. Okay, T stands for tone, where we set the style or personality of the answer so it feels right for the audience. Okay, now why does this work really well? When you combine all five of these, role, context, action, format, and tone, the RCAFT, you remove the guesswork from the AI scope. Okay, you're guiding the AI in a step-by-step manner, and you get results that are clear, relevant, and ready to use. Okay, it's the difference between a vague answer and something that feels really customized just for us. Okay, right. So now that we have covered how to structure a prompt, let's move to the next level. So this section is all about how you can get better and more reliable responses from an AI. Okay, these are more or less like hacks, little smart tricks that guide the AI to work exactly the way you want. Okay, so prompting techniques or prompting engineering techniques are basically techniques that help you make the AI smarter in your context. Okay, they help you handle more complex tasks. You can actually get more consistent, more reliable answers, and overall, they push the AI's performance in a much better way. Okay, you can think of them like extra tools in your toolkit, where the right tool can make your prompt way more powerful. Okay, right. See, there are many prompting techniques out there, but some of the popular ones are zero shot, one shot, and few shot. Okay, so we'll be focusing on these three for now, since they are the most widely used and easiest to start with. Okay, so let's look at them one by one. We'll start off with zero shot. Okay, simply put, zero shot prompting is a technique that instructs an LLM to perform a task without providing any examples within the prompt. That is, you ask the AI to do a task without giving any examples. Okay, it's the simplest kind of prompt, right? So it's like saying, hey, summarize this paragraph, or hey, translate this, and the AI will figure it out on its own. Okay, you're kind of relying 100% on the model's general knowledge and reasoning power. Okay, now when the task is a straightforward thing or pretty common thing like summarizing, explaining, translating, and so on and so forth, that is where zero shot prompting technique is going to work like a wonder. Okay, so it's great for saving time when you don't want to overthink on the prompt. Okay, but there is a trade-off. Sometimes if the task is pretty complex or it's unclear, the answer might also become generic or pretty vague. Okay, it's more or less like asking a friend, or let's say you came across an article that you want to understand. You gave that article to your friend and you're like, hey, can you explain this to me? Okay, you are not telling them what kind of style, what length, what detail level you want. If they are sharp, they'll be able to manage. As in, if they're really smart and they have lots and lots of knowledge, they'll probably be able to manage. But if it's a tough article, then they might miss out on what you exactly want. Okay, let's take a look at this prompt as an example. Okay, so we are just giving the paragraph and we are asking the AI to summarize the paragraph. Okay, so there's no examples, no additional context. We are just asking it to do something, right? So the prompt is summarize the following paragraph about generative AI. Okay, and we are giving a pretty big paragraph that says generative AI refers to artificial intelligence systems, etc., etc., etc. Okay, right? So let's run this prompt, and for the sake of this example, I'm going to copy paste the prompt entirely. Okay, right? Let's give this a try. Right? So let me just paste it. And as you can see over here, I have a pretty big paragraph talking about generative AI, where we are talking about, it being a part of artificial intelligence systems, etc., etc. Okay, I'm just giving it a simple statement saying summarize the following paragraph about generative AI. Okay, let's just run and we'll see what we can see. Right, so it says it's a type of artificial intelligence that creates new content. As simple as that. Right, so we haven't given it exactly what we want. We just simply said do this. Right, so this is an example of zero shot prompting. Okay, let's get right. So here's another one. We could give a simple example like classify this review as positive or negative. The statement would be the restaurant was incredible, the best meal I've had all year. Okay, let's try this out and see what we get. Right. So we are back to ChatGPT. I'm going to write something like this: classify the following review as positive or negative. Okay, right? So my review statement would be something on the lines of this: the restaurant was incredible, and I had the best meal I have had all year. Okay, right? So let's just run this and we'll see whether it's positive or negative. Okay, simple, very straightforward answer, positive. Right? Okay, let's get back. So far we saw zero shot prompting, right? Where we just throw the task at the model without giving any sort of an example. But sometimes the model might need a small push, kind of like a hint, so that it can get closer to what we are expecting. Okay, that is where one shot prompting comes into picture. Okay, you can think of it like this: you give the model just one sample answer to learn from, and then you ask it to do something similar. You're basically saying, see, this is one example. Now I want you to copy the style and structure, but apply it to my new request. Okay, it's called one shot because you just give one example before asking for a real output. Okay, so this usually happens in schools and colleges where the faculty shows one solved problem and gives the students another similar one to solve. Okay, so we have all had this sort of an experience in our schools and colleges, right? So why does it work? It works because the model learns from your style and the structure of your example, and it's especially useful when you're working on creative writing, tone matching, or classification tasks. Okay, for example, let's say I ask, write a birthday message for my best friend who loves bikes. And then I give it a sample saying, happy birthday, bro. May your love for bikes grow even faster than your age. Now I say, write a similar message for my other friend who loves Marvel movies. Okay, now the model understands that in our message, we want to keep it casual, we want to add a little bit of humor, and we want to personalize it based on the interest, right? So let's just give this a try. Right. So I'm just going to give it the first prompt. Okay. Right. So I'll just say, write a birthday message to my best friend who loves bikes. Okay. And I'll also give it an example. Okay. So the example could be pretty straightforward, right? So happy birthday, bro. May your love for bikes grow even faster than your age. Okay. So I'll just write happy birthday, bro. Okay, may your love for bikes grow even faster than your age. Okay, so grow even faster than your age, right? Now let me just put this in double quotes. Now write a similar message to my friend who loves Marvel movies. Okay, so you have given a prompt, you have given an example, and now you're giving another prompt saying that, I want you to create a birthday message to my other friend who loves Marvel movies, right? Let's just run this and see what it gives me. Okay, so it says, happy birthday, buddy. May your life be filled with more epic moments than the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe, and may you always assemble happiness like the Avengers, right? Pretty interesting. Let's get back. Right. So another quick example, text classification. Let's say I just show the model one labeled example. The review is food was cold and service is slow. Sentiment would be negative, right? Now let's say if I give another input saying review, the deserts were heavenly, and I say sentiment question mark. So because of the example, the model will follow the same structure and it will potentially reply positive. Okay, let's give this a try. Right. So what I'll do is I'll just say review is, what was the first one? We will have, we'll just give it one example. Okay, so food was cold and the service was slow. Okay, the sentiment is negative. Okay, similarly, if I give review is, the deserts were heavenly, we could have something like that. So the deserts were heavenly, sentiment. For now, I'll just put a double question mark as such. Okay, let's see if ChatGPT is able to understand properly. Okay, and as you can see, it directly gave me the statement positive, right? Okay, let's get back. Right. So you can even try this in any other LLM and you can notice how the tone and style of your example directly affect the response. Okay. Right. So we have seen zero shot where we have zero examples or no examples. And we also saw one shot example as well. Okay. But what if the task is complex and you want the model to follow a particular pattern more reliably? Okay. That's where few shot prompting techniques come into picture. Okay. Which means we are giving multiple examples, not just one, before asking it to produce its own output. Okay, think of it like a warm up that we are doing with the model, so that we give it multiple demonstrations so that we can get a proper customized output altogether. Okay, but the more consistent examples that we give, the better it will be able to understand the format that we want. Okay, the idea is here is pretty simple. The AI models learn better by pattern recognition. Okay, in few short, we are saying here are a couple of examples. Now learn from them and continue in the same way for any sort of additional question. Okay, the model will be able to learn not just the format but also the variations in your style. Okay, it's called few shot because we are giving few examples, usually 2 to 5 examples. Okay, and it's best used when you have complex formatting tasks, nuanced classification, structured data generation, and so on and so forth. Right, simply put, when you give more examples, it gets more clarity. When it gets more clarity, it will give you better outputs. As simple as that. Okay, so let's say we give this: A is for apple, a fruit that is sweet; B is for banana, the best lunch treat. Okay, so if you observe, we are following a particular rhyming model. Okay, so if at all we'll say, we just give this and press enter, it might probably give us C and D and E and F and so on and so forth, right? Because we have shown the pattern in multiple lines, it will follow up the pattern accordingly. Okay, let's give this a try. Right, so we are back to ChatGPT. Okay, now let's say I give it a prompt that says A is for apple. Let's just say a fruit that is sweet. B is for banana, a good or the best lunch treat. Okay, the best lunch treat. And if I press enter, now that we have given it multiple examples, it will automatically follow it up, right? So for example, C is for cherry, juicy and red. D is for donut, with sugar it's spread, rhyming and all. Okay, right? So if you have observed, it identified our pattern and followed it accordingly. Okay, let's get back. Right? So here's a more real world task: sentiment analysis. Suppose we want to classify product reviews as positive, negative, or neutral. Okay, we'll show 2 or 3 examples clearly tagged saying classify by sentiment, positive, negative, or neutral. If the review says food was cold, the sentiment is negative. If the review says great atmosphere, the sentiment is positive. If the review was like restaurant is busy, a sentiment is neutral. And then we'll give a new one, right? So saying the prices were reasonable. So the model will learn the tagging style. It will start following whatever style we are following. Okay, and basically it will start filling in the blank with the same logic. Okay, you can try this out on your own. Right. Now, if we look at the big picture and compare all the 3 techniques, zero shot prompting is the simplest one. Okay, you just directly give the instruction, you don't give any examples, no hint, just the task. Okay, it's like more or less telling a friend, maybe giving them a paragraph and saying, translate this to Hindi. Okay, and you walk away. That's it. Right? It works really well when the task is straightforward, when the AI has probably seen something like this during its training, and you just want a quick generic response. Okay, then comes the one shot prompting. Here, you give one example before the actual task. It's like saying, see, this is how it is, do it like this. Okay, right? You use it when you need the output in a very specific format and you need the AI to follow a certain structure or tonality. But there is a limitation. If the pattern is a bit tricky or it has slight variations, one example may not be enough. That is where you give multiple examples in the few shot prompting approach. Okay, so it's like giving 3 to 4 demo problems before assigning the real task. It's really useful when the task has some complexity, maybe the output varies slightly each time, or maybe you want consistent formatting across multiple entries. Okay, or maybe you're working in a specialized domain like legal writing or anything like that, where you need repeated outputs altogether. Okay, basically, whenever you want a model to learn a pattern and repeat it reliably, few shot is your go-to approach. Okay, so just like how we learn as students, if it is basic, we just explain the question, zero shot. If it needs a little bit of structure, we give one example, or if it's a bit tricky or abstract, we need multiple examples altogether. Okay, so the more complex the task, the better guidance we'll have to give. Okay, so with everything that we have explored so far, one thing should be absolutely clear, right? Prompting is not a once and done thing. Okay, you will not always get the best answer in the first iteration itself. It's an iterative process, right? It's like tuning an old radio. You have to keep adjusting the knob until you get a crystal clear signal, right? And how do we iterate? You can change the persona. Saying act like a teacher or act like a product manager can give you completely different outputs altogether. Okay, or you can tweak the parameters, change the tone, the length, the detail level, or even restrict the vocabulary as well. Okay, or you can add examples. Sometimes 1 to 2 sample inputs can completely change how the model understands your request. Okay, see, iteration is not just about fixing mistakes, it's about refining until you hit exactly what you want. Okay. And once you have refined your prompt to a point where it works beautifully and consistently, stop iterating. Okay. You can lock it in, you can save it as a template. Why? Because next time you don't want to waste cycles going through the same trial and error process altogether, right? A well crafted template becomes your ready to use prompt recipe. You don't need to sit and type the entire thing. You just need to copy paste things and update whichever part you want to update. As simple as that, right? You can think of it like a ready to use prompt recipe, something that you can have a small modification on, but the heavy lifting is already done. Okay, right. So now that we know how to iterate and build good prompts, let's see some ready-made prompt templates. Okay, so these are plug and play. You can just change the variables and you'll get consistent repeatable results every time. Okay, so we have you can go through this as we type. If you want, you can pause the video and type it along with me as well. Okay, so don't worry about remembering them word by word. Just understand the crux of how we are doing it. Okay, you can think of these prompt templates as your prompt toolkit. Okay, these are going to be reliable resources that you can tweak for all different scenarios altogether. Okay, let's take a real life example. Let's say you have an interview in 2 days. You are stressed. There is too much conflicting advice online, and you're trying to find out proper references, but you're not able to find it. Okay, this is where a good prompt can act like a career counselor on demand. Okay, we'll tell the AI three things: the persona, behave like someone who has helped thousands of candidates crack the interviews. Context, I have so and so type of interview. It could be a technical, behavioral, panel interview, phone screening, final round. If you observe, it's just the type of interview that is changing, right? But the fact that interview happens is not changing. Okay. Similarly, the goal, give me 8 to 10 targeted questions plus strategic tips, etc., etc. Okay, so that the AI does not just list random questions. It creates a study guide that is focused and actionable. Okay. Now, at the same time, if you look at this prompt template, it's a template, right? You have two places where you can change information. Okay, so one is the type of interview, could be technical, behavioral, panel, phone screening, etc., etc. Okay, and for so and so job role, it could be software engineer, marketing manager, data analyst, sales representative, whatever it is. Okay, so the beauty of this is it's reusable for any role and any interview type. You just need to keep swapping the variables, right? This is especially useful when you have your college placement seasons or when you want to switch a job or even mentorship programs as well. Okay, let's do a quick demonstration of this thing. All right. So let's just give this a prompt saying, you are an experienced career counselor who has, or maybe let's say, helping job seekers succeed. Okay. Right. So this is the role. I have an upcoming. Right now, I'm just leaving it variable as such as an empty space. We can update it by the end of this prompt. Okay. So I have a so and so interview for the some maybe let's say XYZ role. Okay, right? Or maybe you can change role with position. Much better word, right? So you have a so and so interview for so and so position. What do I want it to do? Provide me with 8 to 10 targeted practice questions. Okay, targeted practice questions that I should prepare for. Okay, and I also want it to give me along with different strategic tips. Okay, on how to answer them effectively. Okay, right. Uh, I also wanted to present this as a clear study guide. Okay, with what do we want over there? With practical examples that I can practice. Okay, with practical examples that I can practice. Okay, so if you observe, we have given the role, we have given the context, we have given the action item to do, and finally the format as well. Okay, now let me just copy this, keep it safe. Okay, now let's say I have a technical interview. Okay, for the role of a software developer position. Let's run this and see what it gives. Okay, so it gives me 8 to 10 practice tips, strategic, example, answer structure, write a function to reverse a linked list. It gives me an array of integers, rest and GraphQL, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so it gives me proper categorization, including strategy and all. Now, let's say if I run the same prompt, but instead of saying technical interview, I'll say HR interview for the role of a data analyst position. Okay, I haven't changed anything else in the prompt, just the type of interview and the role of the position in the job. Okay, right? So let's just run this and see how it responds. As you can see, it gives us targeted HR interview questions for a data analyst position. Earlier, the same prompt with the different variables gave us a targeted technical interview study guide for software developer. Right? Pretty interesting, right? So you can just create the same prompt with variables and you can replace them as you want. Okay, let's get back. Right. Now let's shift to another real world scenario. Let's say you are somebody who needs to read a long article. It could be for a college project, current affairs update, or a research assignment as well. Okay. Now, normally you'll have to spend 20 to 30 minutes just figuring out the key takeaways itself. But if at all you're able to prompt the AI to act like a research assistant and do the heavy lifting, the role we give is very clear, right? It's supposed to be a research assistant who's skilled at distilling complex information and extracting key points. You can structure the output in proper bullet points, put the most important points first. Okay, the key here is being specific. You don't just say summarize this article, you're explaining the purpose and the format as well. Okay, now this will give you a chance to have a better and more sharper AI output altogether. Okay, it's super handy for students who are doing literature reviews, for busy professionals who are scanning reports, and content creators who are researching topics pretty quickly. Okay, you can try this with any article, just replace the topic in the template and you're good to go. Okay, so till now we have walked through the core building blocks on how to structure prompts using the RCAFT framework and how to use zero, one, and few shot prompting techniques. Okay, so we have seen different types of prompting, from simple direct tasks to complex multi-step instructions altogether. Okay, now that you know how to design a strong prompt, let's switch to a couple of practical tricks that you can use so that you can make your prompts faster to write and easier to reuse and more consistent in the results. Okay, you can think of this section as a pro tips chapter, small changes that can give you better gains. Okay, so here's the first one. Generally, when it comes to writing prompts, in fact, throughout this entire session, we have been writing full prompts from the scratch every time we are working with AI. Okay, but a much better approach is to create a template, just like how we saw. Okay, where the instructions are fixed and you can only change the input data. Okay, it's like filling up a form. The structure stays the same, only the answers will change. Okay, this way you save a lot of time, you reduce a lot of effort, and you avoid repeating yourself unnecessarily. Okay, so this trick is especially useful when you want the LLM to do the same task over and over and over again, but with new input every time. Okay, so when you do this, it saves a lot of time because you are not rewriting instructions, and it also reduces errors because your structure is already tested. Okay, right. So let's take a very simple example, asking for animal sounds. Okay, the fixed instruction would be, I'll give you an animal, tell me the sound it makes. The only variable is going to be the keyword called as animal. Okay, it could be a dog, a cow, lion, and so on and so forth. Right, let's give this a try. All right, so I'm just pressing Control Shift O. We are going to have a new chat. Okay, so the fixed prompt part will be, I am going to give you an animal name. Tell me the sound it makes. Goat. Okay, a goat makes a bleat sound, all often written as ba or ma. Okay, right. Now we'll just replace the goat with maybe, let's say, a lion. Okay, let's run this. The same structure, if you observe, a goat makes a XYZ sound, a lion makes an XYZ sound, and it also gives you a small description of it as well. Okay, so this is the simplest form of a reusable prompt. One instruction, variable input. Okay, let's get back. Right. So this is if you look at why this is so powerful, first of all, with single prompt, you can have multiple use cases. So reusability comes into picture, right? You just need to create the template one time and use it as many times as you want with different data. Okay. It also ensures consistency because you're following the same structure. The output will also be automatically predictable. Okay. And When the structure and content are separate, it's easier to customize, easier to debug, and easier to improve as well. Okay, so it's just like using a well-made email template. You don't rewrite everything, you just only replace the names and everything as such. Okay, so let's take another level higher with a more real world scenario as such. Okay, so the fixed prompt could be translate the following text into Spanish. Now the only thing that can change is the text value. For example, the text could be hello, how are you today? Or hi, the weather is beautiful today. Or hi, I love learning new languages. Same template, new text each time, quick and scalable. Okay, let's try this out. All right, so my fixed prompt would be translate the following text into Spanish. Right? So now my sentence would be something on the lines of, maybe let's say, hello, how are you today? Okay, we'll run this and you can see, hola, ¿cómo estás hoy? Okay, or maybe let's say, I say something like this, translate the text into Spanish, and I say, I love apples. Okay, right? So let's just run this. So me encantan las manzanas. So you'll have a similar kind of an output as such. It's a, if you observe, which type of a prompting technique is this? Zero shot. You're not giving any examples. You're just giving clear cut action item and it's performing the action. Okay, let's get back. Right, so similarly, you can also use multiple variables. It could be something like explain so and so concept at a so and so level with examples. Now this concept could be anything: recursion in programming, object oriented programming, generative AI, and so on and so forth. And the level could be high school, middle school, first year BTech student, or maybe 10th class kid. Okay, so this basically lets you adjust the explanation based on the audience, and you can also scale up prompt quality across different contexts as well. Okay, it could be something as simple as this: explain recursion in programming at a high school level with examples. Okay, this is how you can scale the prompt quality and relevance across different contexts altogether. Right. So now that we have seen different prompt structures and examples, if you're interested in going deeper, these links can actually help you, with loads and loads of real world prompts that you can try. Okay, right. So these can be your go-to spaces for experimentation with prompts hands-on. We have also added a couple of optional cross-platform links as well, from Google Vertex AI to Microsoft Education Prompt Library, so that you can see how other platforms approach prompting. Okay, so you can use these not just to copy examples, but you can customize them, build your own templates for your own needs. Okay, right. So let's just take a pause and let's quickly recap what we have understood in this session. Okay, so we started off by understanding what prompt engineering really is, right? You can think of it like a skill of talking to AI in an effective manner so that it gives you efficient results altogether, right? The way you frame your request decides how good your response will be. Okay, so we also explored the three key roles in any AI conversation. System role, this basically sets the boundary and the behavior of the artificial intelligence tool. Okay, it's like defining the ground rules altogether. User is you, giving instructions or asking questions. The assistant is the AI's role in responding according to the rules and the instructions that are given. Okay, so getting these roles clear is important, because when you know who is saying what, your prompts become far more precise. Okay, and next we went deeper into the prompt structure. Basically, we understood how to design a good prompt, right? There are 5 building blocks over here: R, C, A, F, and T. The RCAFT framework. R stands for role, which talks about who the AI should act as. For example, you're a travel planner, you're a cybersecurity expert, and so on and so forth, right? And C stands for context, the background information it needs. Okay. Then comes the A part, action, the specific thing that you want the AI to do. Okay. Then comes the format part. How do you want the output to be delivered? Do you want it in bullet points, paragraphs, tables, and so on and so forth, right? And T stands for tone, the personality of the output. Is it formal? Is it casual, persuasive, and so on and so forth, right? We also covered different prompting techniques as well. Zero shot, where you give just the instruction without any examples. One shot, where you give one example to guide the AI. And a few shot, where you give multiple examples so that AI can learn the pattern. Okay, Choosing the right technique depends on how much you want to guide the AI and how complex the task is. Okay. Finally, we spoke about the prompt templates, which are reusable prompt patterns that can save a lot of our time and ensure consistency. Okay. And one important principle is to separate data from instructions. Instead of dumping everything in one sentence, we can split what to do from the information it should use. Okay. Because this actually adds a lot of value. It makes your prompts cleaner, easier to debug, and much easier to reuse as well. Okay. So in short, we have understood what prompt engineering is, the its role in a typical AI conversation, and the structure of a good prompt, the different prompting techniques, and how to use templates while keeping data and instructions separate. Okay. In fact, after this session, you can actually start building your own prompt template library. Okay. You can store them in Google Docs or anywhere else as such. Okay. So if you get these fundamentals right, your prompt won't just work. They'll work consistently across different topics, different tasks, and AI tools. Okay. On that note, we'll take a short break of 30 minutes. You'll have a slide which shows the timer and all. So when the timer gets completed, we'll continue again. Okay. Right. in this session, we're going to explore generative AI capabilities, more or less advanced Gen AI capabilities, as in we'll try to have an understanding, an end user level understanding of why is Gen AI so powerful and so popular. Okay, what makes it really popular out there. Okay, but before we dive into the session, I want you to pause and think about this. How many of you have used AI before? That is, how many of you have tried already, maybe tried a Gen AI tool like ChatGPT, Midjourney, DAL-E, or something like that? Okay, apart from the previous experiences altogether, right? So, and for what tasks? I also want you to revisit what tasks you have used it for. Okay, just take a moment and think about it, because whether we realize it or not, generative AI can help streamline various aspects in our day-to-day life. Okay, so just imagine having somebody who's like a personal assistant for us. Somebody who has the capabilities of helping you with communication, being a creative partner, and maybe tutor you in some subject or any language altogether. They could be a problem solver to help you solve logical puzzles, coding bugs, or anything like that. Or maybe they can also help you create content as well. Okay, so today Gen AI has all of these capabilities and much more. Okay, now take a moment and think, what is that one task or a problem that you have recently faced where you wished that there should have been an easier way, right? So think about how Gen AI could have solved that problem for you, right? So keeping that thought fresh in mind, in this session, what we'll do is we'll look at the most practical and powerful capabilities, the kind of things that you can start using right here, right now, even without being a coder or an AI engineer, right? The goal here is not to just watch the demonstrations, but to imagine how can I use this into my day-to-day life or my daily routine or my work altogether, right? Once you start applying it, you'll see that the jump from knowing AI, somebody who's AI curious, to actually leveraging it, right? That is where the real transformation happens. So we're going to look at that. Okay. For example, we'll look at Gen AI capabilities like searching, conducting comprehensive deep research in just a couple of minutes altogether, voice interaction and advanced voice mode, okay, where you can actually talk to AI naturally, comparing different LLMs, knowing when to use which AI tool and that too why. Okay, so we are going to talk about all of these things, and we'll start off with one of the most powerful yet one of the most underrated capabilities of Gen AI models, which is web browsing or searching. Okay, now when I say searching, I'm not just talking about typing generic keywords into Google and scrolling endlessly through the results, right? We're talking about how tools like ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, and all of these things can help you browse the internet in real time. They can pull out accurate, relevant information in just like maybe or honestly even better than a human researcher. Okay, right? So in the earlier days, earlier when you if you needed certain information, you would have had to open Google, type your query, click on the search button, or maybe press an enter, and out of all the millions and millions of results, you'll have to manually choose the results, whichever ones you find interesting, and manually scan through all of the content that is available. Then you'll try to understand, or you'll start building your own understanding of it. Then out of your own understanding, you'll start extracting the information that you need. Okay, now imagine if the concept is super complex. You'll probably need to revisit maybe 50 to 100 different resources altogether. Okay, now just imagine, even if it takes maybe let's say 5 minutes to read each and every article, for 100 articles, it will probably take you 500 minutes altogether, right? So it will definitely take lots and lots of time and lots of mental effort as well. But now, modern LLMs like ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, all of them have the capability to search for recent or real time information, that too directly from the internet. Okay, I mean, you can think of this like having a virtual research assistant who's available for you 24/7, who has the capability to search for millions and millions of web pages in just a matter of seconds. They can give you exactly what you need in a clear, organized way, exactly as you needed it. Okay, so something where you would have spent hours and hours of time to come to a consolidated information, now you're just going to need to spend a couple of minutes altogether, right? So now the question is, when is this really useful? See, the search feature is not for everything as such, but where it really shines is when you want to get some current events, things which are happening right now. Maybe something like yesterday's product launch or today's breaking news or future implementations and so on and so forth, right? And maybe let's say you're unfamiliar about a particular topic, something niche that you have never studied before. You can leverage the search feature for that. Or maybe if you don't want opinions, but you want source backed answers, right? When you want to have facts with references that you can verify, you can have you can take the help of the search feature. Okay, basically, if it is something that you would normally Google to get the latest information, these models can do it faster, cleaner, and more contextually relevant as well, right? So, and for the scope of this session, we are going to use OpenAI's most latest and most advanced model, GPT-5. Okay, so in a nutshell, it is claimed to be their smartest, fastest, most useful model yet, with built-in thinking capability that puts expert-level intelligence into everyone's hands. Okay, now what is new? What is GPT-5 really popular about? So one thing is it's a multi-capability powerhouse. You can chat with it, perform web browsing, document analysis, reasoning, and even multimedia generation. Okay, and it also has smarter context understanding functionality where you don't need to always phrase questions perfectly. It understands what you mean. Okay, and real time knowledge. Web search is built right in so that whatever you ask gets automatically searched almost to a couple of minutes ago. Okay, and it's also multimodal, which means it works with multiple models of text, works with text, multiple models of input basically. So you can give it text, images, videos, whatnot. Okay, in the same conversation, you can give multiple types of data as well. Okay, you can think of it like a Swiss Army knife for knowledge and creation. Okay, and for this part of today's session, we'll focus on the web search functionality because that is where most of the students and professionals can see immediate practical benefits. All right, okay, so to use the search feature in ChatGPT, you just have to click on the plus icon, and in the available dropdown, you can just click on more and enable the web search functionality. Okay, let's just enable it and come back. Right. So as you can see over here, you have the plus icon over here, right? So you can add photos and files. There's something called agent mode, deep research, create image, connected apps, and so on and so forth. In the more dropdown, I want you to select web search. And when you enable that, this web search functionality will get added. And you can see the prompt has changed it to search the web. Okay, right? Let's get back. In fact, after enabling the web search, if you ask your question, it could be anything ranging from latest advantages in renewable energy or maybe Apple's newest product launch, right? So GPT-5 can actually search live, it can scan resources, different sources, and it delivers you a summarized source-backed answer. Okay, and the best part is you can click on the sources directly for verification. You can ask follow-up questions without starting from scratch, and at the same time, you can refine your query mid-conversation. Okay, let's take a couple of examples, implement them, and see how it works. Okay, right. We'll take a super relatable example, social media, right? Let's say you want to post your own content or own thing, but you also want to understand what is trending on Instagram right now. Okay, or maybe which reels are going viral this week. Traditionally, you'll have to scroll endlessly on Instagram, or maybe you'll go on to Google, follow a couple of influencers. You'll try to figure out who is doing what. You'll do a lot of research altogether. But when it comes to using GPT-5 or other generative AI models like Claude, Gemini, and Meta, you can just simply ask, and they'll give you a summarized answer, which is often consolidated with hashtags, creator handles, and even real level ideas as well. Okay, for example, let's say you could simply ask a question that says, what are the trending Instagram reel challenges right now? Okay, and the best part is different AI models will give you slightly different perspectives depending on how they have been trained. Okay, and using that different perspective altogether, you can actually mix and match whatever works for you. Right? Let's go ahead and give this a try. Right? So we are back to ChatGPT, and as you can see, we have enabled the web search functionality. I'll just simply ask it a question. What are the trending Instagram reels right now? Okay, now if I run this, it will basically give me the list of reels that are available. But rather, what is my problem statement, or what is the thing that I'm looking for? I'm looking for Instagram reel challenges, right? So I'll just mention challenges right now. Okay, and now I'll just simply click on search. It will start performing a web search because we have enabled the web search functionality. And as you can see, in July, August 2025, you have different features like outfit check, who's that chick, today would have been my birthday, I grieve different, on and so on and so forth, right? So hot trending audios as well, quick visual reference, and you can also basically have different next steps altogether. Okay, right? So in addition to everything that it has already searched for, it's also giving you different type of suggestions as well. Okay, let's get back. So that was one use case altogether, right? Now, let's say, you're in a new city, or you're looking for a place to eat, or maybe you just want to explore different locations and maybe different cuisines as well, right? Now, in a general scenario, you would probably go on to Google, type your location, go to Google Maps, zoom in, identify restaurants. You'll try to go through each and every restaurant review, figure out everything as such, and then make a list of different restaurants. Then maybe probably check it out on Zomato or maybe Swiggy or any sort of food delivery application. You'll probably end up seeing different pictures available. And after maybe a couple of hours of effort, you'll probably finalize on a couple of restaurants, right? But what if instead of browsing for endless food applications, you can simply ask GPT-5 a question saying, show me the best restaurants near me. And depending on its integration with maps, your location data, or review sources, it can combine different data points, user ratings, and even cuisine filters all in one go. Okay, let's just give this a try, right? So we are back to ChatGPT, and let's say our query statement is, show me the best vegetarian restaurants near me. Okay, I'll just run this, and depending on your location data, if at all your location data is already shared with ChatGPT, automatically it will figure out whichever location you are a part of. Okay, and then perform an appropriate search and then give you an answer altogether. Okay, so all right, so I did not enable the web search functionality. I've just stopped it. I'll click on the plus icon, go to more, click on web search, and then I'll just copy this prompt again. I'm just going to paste it over here. So earlier I had normally asked a question, and ChatGPT would have given me answers based on its existing knowledge base. But now that I have enabled the web search functionality, let's see what happens. So as you can see over here, based on recent reviews and listings across 2025, they're suggesting a couple of really good restaurants: Burma Burma in High Tech City, or Mahamudra, Taza Kitchen, Raj Thali, Vibrant Living, and so on and so forth, right? So it's also giving us the highlights of each and every restaurant. And as you can see, there are nearly 7 different resources that are mentioning the name of this particular restaurant, right? These are all different resources altogether. Okay, right. And when we scroll down, you also have community favorites as well, and the quick comparison table, what next, and so on and so forth. And here you can see the list of sources that are available. Okay, right. So this is how the web search functionality works when it comes to leveraging ChatGPT's super capabilities. Okay, let's get back. Or maybe let's say, that was one scenario where you can find restaurants which are closer to you. Okay, or maybe let's say you are super curious about what are the latest happenings in the world of technology, specifically generative AI. Okay, you could simply ask a question: what are the top 3 AI tools that were launched this week? Okay, and GPT-5's browsing capability can scan through credible sources, it can verify the information and present it in an easy to read format, which saves you from checking 10 different websites altogether. Okay, for tech folks, this is like having a personal research assistant that works in just a couple of seconds altogether. Okay, let's try this out as well. All right, so I'm just going to open a new chat, Control Shift O. All right, enable the web search functionality, right? And now my question is, what are the top 3 AI related updates? Okay, or maybe something like, top 3 AI tools that were launched this week. Okay, let's just run this and see how what happens. Right. So as you can see over here, we have Microsoft AI-powered Copilot for gaming and 3D. Okay, Pocket FM's Copilot for audio storytelling, and Auto AI Recap, which is a veterinary clinical scribe tool. Okay, so these are the top 3 ones, and you also have some additional resources, different sources altogether, and you can see all the different sources that are available. Okay, let's get back. Or let's say we have seen multiple scenarios, right? We have understood how to leverage the web search functionality of ChatGPT. Okay, and similarly, other LLMs may also have similar kind of functionalities. Okay, now with all things considered, let's say you're somebody who's super interested in financial matters. For example, you're interested in stock trends, earning reports, policy updates, and whatnot. Okay, you could simply type in a question like, how has Apple's stock performed over the last week? And GPT-5 can actually summarize price changes, market sentiment, and key events in just a couple of sentences altogether. Okay. And because it's pulling live financial data, you can skip the manual digging process through stock charts, trying to understand all of them, reading through news feeds, and so on and so forth. Okay. Right. So one of the biggest advantages of using LLMs with search capabilities is that there is lots and lots of data and information level transparency. Okay. When GPT-5 gives you an answer, you'll notice that the responses often come with inline citations, right? It's kind of like footnotes that you can hover over so that you can preview the source and then open the web page if you want. Okay. So this feature is especially useful when you're verifying the facts, you're citing different sources in your work, or you just plainly want to dig deeper. Okay. Again, this feature works really good on desktop versions, which is perfect for researchers, analysts, and anybody who needs a trustworthy and source-backed content. Okay. Right. So let's just take a look at how it looks like. Okay. Right. So I'll just open a new chat again, Control Shift O. Let's enable the web search functionality. Let's take the financial advisor perspective. Okay. So how has Apple's stock performed in the last 15 days? Okay. Now, I, as an individual, if I had to find this information, I'll probably have to go through BSE, NSE information, or maybe global stock market trends, and maybe check out different articles, different resources, and then finally arrive at the end outcome altogether. Okay. Which would obviously take a lot of mental effort, energy, and a lot of time as well. Okay. But what if I just executed this particular query, enabling the web search functionality in ChatGPT? Let's see how it goes. Okay. So as you can see, it has started a search, and it clearly gave us a proper dashboard as well. Okay. I can select 1 day, 5 days, 1 month, 6 months, YTD, 1 year, 5 years maximum, and so on and so forth. Right. So it gave me an interactive table, and you can also see in the last 15 days from so and so date to so and so date, these are the highlights and what is driving the search, what is a snapshot summary, and final thought altogether. Okay. Now, in addition to all of this, the fundamental question is, where did it get the data from? Right. So you can see the different sources right below each and every statement. If there are two, it will be given as two. Okay. And all the sources are finally, or at the end, they're mentioned like this. Okay. When you click on it, you have all the citations on the right side, where you can see AAPL stock growth from investing.com, investors, Yahoo, TradingView, and all of these resources altogether. Okay. Right. Let's get back. All right. So by now, you would have understood that GenAI powered search is not just for day to day operations or day to day curiosities. It can be a serious productivity booster across multiple industries. Okay. Let's take a couple of examples and understand this better. Okay. Let's talk about agriculture. Farmers or agribusiness owners can quickly get crop care tips, pest control solutions, and even hyper local weather forecast as well. Okay. Instead of calling multiple sources or relying on outdated handbooks, they can get real time region specific advice as well. Okay. Just imagine a farmer opening ChatGPT and asking a question: how do I protect my paddy crop from pests during monsoon? Or how do I keep it dry? Right. And immediately receiving precise steps with eco friendly options. How cool will that be? Okay, let's take the education scenario. Students and teachers can find the latest course materials, research papers, and tutorial videos without combing through dozens of websites altogether. Okay, for example, you could say, show me the latest NCRT updates in class 12 physics, or maybe find me a 10-minute explanation of Pythagoras theorem in Hindi. Okay, basically, it's going to save you a lot and lots of hours of search time, and it also helps you ensure that your learning is always up to date. Okay, you can think of this as a single tool that can switch hats depending on who's asking the question. If you're interested in sports, you could get live scores, player stats, match schedules, all of them without juggling three different applications, right? You can just ask once and get the full picture of it. Okay. Similarly, fashion, whether it's Diwali ethnic wear or the newest sneaker drop, you can actually compare different trends, different prices, and styles, and almost instantly. Okay. And even not just that, healthcare, doctors, students, or even patients can find the latest healthcare guidelines, treatment updates with credible sources linked right there and then. Okay, take finance as an example. Investors can scan market trends, upcoming IPOs, top performing funds in just a matter of seconds. There's no need to have 30 different tabs in your browser altogether. Okay, so the key idea over here is one system, endless applications. That is, you use a single system for multiple solutions altogether, right? It Doesn't matter if you're growing crops, if you're designing clothes, or tracking cricket scores. The same AI backbone can adapt to your requirement as well. Right? Okay. Now, I want you to take a moment and think about what other use cases you can come up with where you can use the search feature. Okay. Take a moment and think about it. Right. So moving ahead, let's look at another strong capability. Right. So we have understood about the search feature. Let's talk about deep research feature. Okay. Now here, when it comes to deep research, in many cases, what happens is just a single search for quick answers may not always be enough. I mean, practically speaking, doing the quick Google search is perfect when you want quick answers. But when you're trying to decide between things like, two similar colleges, or you want to explore the best investment strategies, or maybe you want to understand how Gen AI is going to impact the world of cybersecurity, a single link or a single block may not be enough. Okay. And this is where the deep research capability comes into picture. Okay. For complex decisions or in-depth understanding, we need a comprehensive research functionality which can explore multiple resources and it gives us a complete picture of whatever we are looking for. Okay. Let's say you have decided whether to learn Python or Java. That's the problem statement, right? Now, if you start Googling, what happens is you'll come across multiple articles, obviously. Maybe one article might give you a broad overview and it says, Python is easier to start with. Maybe another article would start arguing, saying that, Java is more structured and better for large scale systems. Okay. A third point or third article may probably discuss the job trends in different domains altogether. But in reality, this kind of decision is not about one liner answers, right? It's about seeing the full big picture across different use cases, performance, ecosystem, community support, and whatnot. Okay. And Gen AI helps us here by pulling data from multiple sources, cross referencing the facts, and presenting a more complete and unbiased view without you needing to open 2025 batch or 2025 tabs altogether. Okay. Right. So, in simple terms, deep research functionality is designed to perform in depth, multi step research using the data that is publicly available on the web. Okay. It's a very streamlined process altogether. And continuing with the previous example, let's say, instead of opening 10 different tabs and switching between them, Gen AI can actually act like a research assistant. Okay. It starts by searching credible resources. Then we can extract relevant data like performance benchmarks, job stats, syntax comparisons, and whatnot. Okay. It analyzes the data, what is being said, how often is it being said, by whom is it being said, and so on and so forth. And finally, it gives you a clean summary. Of course, you'll still make the decision, but now you have 10 times more clarity. Okay. So this searching, extraction, analysis, summarization, this entire cycle is fully taken care of by the model itself. Okay. You just need to give it a clear enough and specific enough prompt. Okay. Right. So think of deep research as having a virtual team of researchers working for you. Some of them are reading through dozens of web pages altogether. Some of them are analyzing the information in detail. Others may be comparing different viewpoints from different perspectives altogether, right? And within just a couple of minutes, all of them together hand you a comprehensive report that normally it would take you hours to compile. Right. Okay. So this capability is more or less like a game changer for anyone who needs a detailed and accurate information from multiple sources. Okay. In fact, you can also revisit OpenAI's Academy, the Academy vertical, where you'll find many videos which will guide you in these different aspects altogether. Right. Okay. So, yeah, as I was saying, when you use Gen AI or when you use deep research functionality, it's more or less like a game changer for anybody who needs detailed and accurate information. And the source could be anything, right? So students could be working on projects, analysts making market predictions, or even business people preparing strategy reports. All of them can use this feature. Okay. It's about replacing the information overload with information clarity. Okay. Right. Let's take a scenario and we'll understand how deep research works. Okay. The problem statement is you want to buy a new laptop. Okay. Now think about what you would actually do. General scenarios, you'll probably go online, then you'll start reading 10 to 20 different articles, then you'll come up with a list of what items are good, what are not, and what's the price, etc., etc. Okay. Maybe you'll also watch a couple of YouTube videos, check out a couple of influencers, then probably you'll try to compare 2 to 3 devices that you liked, and then you'll finally make a decision. Or you'll generally reach out to that one friend of yours who's an expert when it comes to technology aspect, right? And you'll ask their suggestion altogether. Okay. And after all that effort, maybe you end up having just a couple of options, and maybe you are confused and you want to start over. If you observe, it takes a lot of time and a lot of mental overload. right? Okay. So what if you had a smart assistant who could do all of this legwork, all of this grunt work for you, right? Instead of spending hours and hours comparing different things across different websites, maybe reading reviews and checking prices, you could just switch on the deep research functionality, and you, while you're sitting back and relaxing, it can actually go through all the data for you, and it'll get you a consolidated summary. Okay, right. All we would have to do is to enable the deep research functionality when we are using our tools. Okay, so this is where GPT-5 comes into picture. When you enable deep research, the AI does not just answer instantly. It actually goes out, pulls information from multiple sources, analyzes it, gives you a complete and well-structured answer altogether. Okay, but a small thing to remember over here is some tools offer this kind of a functionality in free model. Some require a paid plan, but the core idea is going to be the same. Okay, you get a accurate, consolidated insights without the hassle. Okay, right. Now let's see how this actually looks when we put it into action. Okay, right. So this is the scenario that we are going to discuss about. Suppose, let's say I'm looking to buy a laptop, but I don't want to spend hours hopping between different websites, comparing specifications, watching reviews, and just talking around and trying to get to know things. But instead, if I go to the deep research mode inside ChatGPT and I give a detailed prompt like this, my prompt will have I'm planning to buy a new laptop and a detailed comparison to make the right decision. Okay, right. My budget is 60 to 80,000 rupees, and I'll mainly use it for web development and occasional video editing. Okay, and please suggest 3 to 5 laptops that are best suitable for this case. Okay, let's see what happens when we run this prompt in deep research mode. Okay, let's go. Right. So we are in ChatGPT, and to enable the deep research functionality or deep research mode, you can just simply click on the plus icon, and here you can see deep research. Okay, right. Now here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a detailed prompt as to what exactly I need. Okay, I'll simply say that I am planning to buy a new laptop, and I need a detailed comparison. Okay, to make the right decision. Okay, right. So I'll also give it additional context saying my budget is between 60,000 and 80,000. Okay, let's just say we'll give rupees, right? So I've given it the budget, and I'll also tell it what exactly I'm going to use it for. Okay, and I'll say, and I will mainly use this for web development and occasional video editing. Okay, right. So in addition to that, you can also give it additional context that says, we'll write it something like, please suggest 3 to 5 laptops that are best for this use case. Okay, right. Now, one thing that you need to understand over here is typically the deep research mode, depending on how complex your query is, it might take a couple of couple of minutes altogether, maybe some 5 to 30 minutes altogether. Okay, so we'll just run this and we'll wait for it to execute. Okay, right. So we have given it a clear-cut prompt that says, I want to buy a new laptop altogether, and I need a detailed comparison to make the right decision. Okay, my budget is between 60 to 80,000, and I'll mainly use this for web development and occasional video editing. Okay, right. So let's just launch this, and depending on how complex your query is, it might also ask you for additional data. Okay, for example, it says, please, thank you for sharing your budget. To make sure I recommend the best options, could you please clarify a couple more things? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll give it one by one. Okay, so first of all, preferred screen size. Let's say, I'm okay with a 15 plus inch screen. No brand preferences. Okay. 3, battery life is important. Okay. And the fourth is, I'll just say, Windows is preferable. Then, do you need a dedicated GPU? I'll say, you can take a call and suggest it here. Okay, so whichever questions it has asked, I've started giving it answers altogether. Let's just run this and see what happens. Okay, right? So typically, anyway, depending on how complex your query is, it can take a couple of minutes, maybe all the way from 5 to 30 minutes altogether. Okay, let's just wait until this particular research is completed. Okay, right. Right, so as you can see over here, generally if it was a real world scenario and if I were actually manually doing it, I'll have to go through multiple resources, do my own research, go through maybe 30-40 different websites, look at different comparison scenarios, maybe watch a couple of YouTube videos, and then finally come at a conclusion altogether. Okay, or maybe I'll have to ask my super intelligent friend and get a response from them. Okay, but what happened when we actually used the deep research functionality in ChatGPT or GPT-5 to be specific, right? So if you look at it, I specifically gave it what I wanted. I said I wanted to buy a new laptop. My budget is between 60 to 80,000, and my specific use cases, and I wanted it to suggest 3 to 5 laptops that are best for this use case. Okay. Now to perform that kind of an additional deep research, it needed additional information, right? So preferred screen size, app, etc., etc. And in just a couple of minutes, with 23 resources and almost 92 different searches altogether, we have a list of different laptops that are available. Okay, one is HP Victus 15 gaming bar specifically. Its cost is 75,990. Processor, RAM, storage, etc., etc. What are the pros? What are the cons? Bottom line. Okay. Then there's Lenovo IdeaPad Slim. And as you scroll down, you'll have Asus VivoBook S15 OLED and so on and so forth. Right. So if you observe, for each and every piece of information that it has given me, it has a very specific lists of citations as well, resources as well. Okay, right? And you can click on them, you can visit that website and play around with that information as well. Okay, right? So generally, when you actually initiate a deep research functionality, depending on how complex your query is and how many steps are to be performed, the query execution might take anywhere between a couple of minutes to almost half an hour or 1 hour as well. Okay, and that totally depends on the complexity of the question that we have asked. Okay, in my case, I asked it to do a little bit of understanding between dedicated versus integrated graphics as well. Okay, right? And it also gave me a final best value recommendation followed by different sources altogether. Okay, and when I click on this, these are all the different sources that it has checked out: asus.com, cashify.in, and so on and so forth. Okay, let's get back. Right. So if you observed what exactly happened over here, I told the AI exactly what I needed. What is my budget? What is my use case? What are my expectations? And from this particular one prompt, just one prompt, GPT-5 Deep Research has gone through performing search across multiple e-commerce platforms and tech review sites. It analyzed specifications which are relevant to my specific needs, web development and video editing. Right. It considered factors like performance benchmarks, cooling systems, build quality, and it also started evaluating user reviews for reliability issues. Okay, and it also compared a price to performance ratio, and finally it would ideally present us with options which are optimized for our specific requirement. Okay, so it's more or less like having a tech savvy friend who is available for us 24/7, who has already researched almost every laptop in the market, and they have a capability of understanding things very easily, and they can give you personalized recommendations as well. Okay, it's just that this friend is available 24/7 and they never get tired. Okay, right. Now, let's move on to another angle, from buying gadgets to getting something far more valuable: clarity about your future. Okay, right. Imagine you are in your final year of computer science and you've been hearing about AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning almost everywhere out there, in news articles, on LinkedIn, and everything, everywhere as such. Okay, everyone says it's the future, but nobody seems to have a straight, clear answer on how to actually get there. Okay, as in, some people tell you that you are supposed to do a couple of certifications. Some people would say that just build projects and you'll be hired, or other people would say join a startup, learn on the job, and so on and so forth. Right. So let's say you try to Google your way through, but soon you'll be buried under hundreds of articles, each with a different opinion, right? So one blog would say Python is king, so learn Python first. Okay. Another one would say Rust programming language is better. Or one resource would say, the salary would be hardly 5 LPA. Or another would claim to have 20 LPA salary altogether. Okay. And you would be left wondering who is actually right. Right. This is where you can actually leverage deep research functionality and it becomes your personal career analyst. Okay. For example, our prompt could be something like this. I am a computer science student interested in AI/ML careers. Can you do deep research on the current job market for AI engineers in India, skills and certifications that are most in demand, average starting salaries, growth prospects, and companies that are hiring the most AI engineers in India? And then the moment you click generate, within just a couple of minutes, AI would be able to pull data from credible reports, job boards, company profiles, industry news, and it also analyzes various patterns and filters outdated or irrelevant information. And it gives you a clear, up to date snapshot of where the industry stands today and where it is headed. Okay. And suddenly, all of a sudden, you're not making guesses. You're not relying on a generic friend who knows somebody who knows somebody in the industry, right? You're looking at actual facts, actual trends, and actual opportunities laid out in one neat research brief altogether. Okay. From here, you can decide which skills to learn first, which companies to target, whether to go for a startup hustle or a corporate ladder. And the best part, you'll have this result in just a couple of minutes instead of spending hours and hours of time in conflicting advice. Okay. This is not just saving time, it's actually replacing your uncertainty with clarity. And that is what is deep research is all about. Okay. Let's give this a try. Right. So we are in GPT-5. Let me just click on this plus icon, enable GPT deep research mode. Right. I can also give additional resources as well. But for now, I'll keep it open. Okay. Let's say I am a final year, or let's just remove final year for now. I am a computer science student who is interested in AI, ML, job market, or maybe careers. Okay. And I'll say, can you do deep research on what are we looking at? The first one is basically the current job market, which is specifically available for AI engineers in India, right? So current job market for AI engineers in India. The next point I wanted to explore is the skills and certifications that are most in demand, right? So skills and certifications that are most in demand right now. Okay. And another thing I wanted to search for is the average salaries. Okay. It could be basically starting salaries as well. Average starting salaries. And the fourth question would be the growth prospects over the next 5 years. We need to have a specific timeline, right? Okay. So I'll say growth prospects over the next 5 years. Okay. And the fifth point could be the companies, not simply companies that are hiring the most AI engineers in India. Okay, so the most AI engineers in India. Okay, so what we are basically doing is we are asking it to act like a career counselor, right? So somebody who can actually perform lots and lots of research on our behalf, and I'm asking it to do a deep research and give me the answer for these 5 questions. Okay, let's just press enter, and if it needs additional information, it will also ask me. Okay, for example, are you looking for opportunities only for fresh graduates and or also for early professionals? I'll say, consider fresh graduates. Okay. And the second thing, would you like the research to include both core AI roles like machine learning engineer or applied roles? I'll say applied roles. Remember, the more complicated your query, the longer it will take the deep research to run. Okay. So you need not worry about whether it takes maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour. It doesn't matter. You will get the response pretty soon. Okay. Right. So it says, do you want to focus on remote jobs, specific cities, or pan India data? Pan India is preferable, is okay. However, Hyderabad or Bangalore are preferable. Okay, I'm just giving a generic random preference altogether. Okay, should the certifications include only globally recognized ones or Indian government backed ones? I'll say both are fine. Okay, so let me just press enter for all the questions. I've given them the answer, and then it says it will begin a deep dive into the AIML job market in India, and it has already started the research. Okay, now in case at any given point in time you want to stop the research, you can just simply click on the stop button and the research will stop. Okay, so now let's wait for this research to complete. We'll take a look at the results. Okay. So as you can see over here, it used nearly 20 sources and performed 113 searches altogether to give me the answer that I needed. Okay, so it showed me the AIML job market in India for fresh graduates. It's a surge in demand. There's a lot of paragraph over here. In demand skills, programming, machine learning algorithms, and data analysis, ML frameworks and libraries, cloud and ML ops, and so on and so forth. Right? There are a couple of online certifications that have been given. So the average starting salary is also mentioned over here. Okay, so this is indicative fresher salary ranges, okay, which are available in India, and a pretty much detailed report has been generated. Okay, in fact, if I asked it to give me only a table, a comparison table, or a step-by-step execution plan, it would have given that as well. But again, because we are adding more customization to deep research, there's a high chance that it might take a little longer to be performed. Okay, right? So as you can see, as a fresh graduate, the strategy should be to identify the segment that aligns with your interests and so on and so forth, right? It also gave me a full conclusion, and you can also see the different sources that are available, right? It checked out various news articles, new technology related websites, and everything as such. Okay, let's get back. So just a few things to understand over here is, as we have been discussing so far, deep research typically completes a query between anywhere between 5 to 30 minutes, depending on how much of a complex question you have asked. Okay, and also as we discussed a little earlier, some models may have a daily limit for using the search and deep research features. Okay, right? So for example, let's just go ahead and show you in ChatGPT. Okay. Right. So now, if at all I enable deep research, as you can see over here, it shows 23 left. It means I have 23 more deep research iterations left in my ChatGPT account. Okay. So in your case, if you are using a free account, the number might be a little low. Okay, nothing to worry. You just need to choose which sections or which parts you want to perform deep research on. Okay, let's get back. So far, we have seen how deep research can help with specific examples, like comparing laptops or mapping a career path. But here's the real power. It's not just for any one kind of a problem. It's for any decision where information you need is kind of scattered, or maybe you can get overwhelmed or just plain hard to find in one place. Okay, you can think about it like this. If you talk about academic research, maybe you have a term paper due, or maybe you're just curious about a new scientific breakthrough. Instead of reading 20 different PDFs, deep research can actually get you the latest studies, latest updates, credible sources, and key findings as well, so that you can focus on writing and not on resource hunting. Okay, or let's say when you're making major purchase decisions altogether, whether it's a phone, a washing machine, or even a second-hand car, you can tell the same scenario to your tell it your actual requirements, budget, brand preferences, must-have features, and deep research will compare everything, filter it, and give it to you based on whatever you exactly need. Okay, and career and education planning. If you want to know what skills will still be relevant 5 years from now, or which certifications carry weight with top employers, or what is the average starting salary in your dream role, deep research can help you out as well. Okay, and that similarly, investment research, travel planning, and whatnot. Okay, in short, you can think of deep research as your on demand research assistant. It works 24/7, it never gets tired, and it always delivers results tailored exactly to what you asked for. Okay, now just take a moment and think about what else can we do with deep research, especially in different industries. Okay, so far we have looked at capabilities like search, deep research, and we have played around with them as well. Okay, now let's shift gears and we'll talk about something that's becoming increasingly popular: voice based interaction and advanced voice mode. Okay, so think about it. For years and years, we have interacted with our devices mainly through typing. Okay, but now, thanks to huge leaps in speech recognition and speech synthesis, we can have natural, free flowing conversations with AI, just like how we would talk to another person, right? From asking Alexa to play your favorite song to chatting with ChatGPT using your voice, this is actually a game changer. And not just for convenience, but also for accessibility as well, right? It allows people to interact with technology without even touching a keyboard or a screen. Okay, for example, when you think about it, voice input changes the game because it allows us to communicate in the most natural way possible by speaking, right? Because when you type certain things, your brain automatically goes into that grammar mode where you try to, correct things as you keep going forward. But when you speak in your natural language, when you just simply, press a button and start talking to it, right? So what happens is you are most naturally speaking and you'll have lesser amount of resistances altogether. Okay. So it makes it more accessible in general. Now, modern LLMs have become really good at this. They can listen to what we say, they can understand the intention behind our words, and respond to us in a human like voice. And the result, conversations with AI that feel smoother, faster, and more intuitive than ever before. Okay, so here's what happens in the background. So, first of all, you will speak. Maybe you'll ask a question or give a command or something like that. Then the system uses speech to text conversion functionality to turn your voice into text. Okay, then that text is processed just like how a normal typed query is processed. Okay, the LLM will interpret it, find the best answer, and prepare a response for you. Okay, finally, if needed, the system uses text to speech functionality to reply to you in a natural sounding voice. Okay, all of this happens in just a matter of seconds. Okay, and it's powered by advanced speech recognition models trained on massive data sets altogether. Okay, let's take this scenario, right? So let's say I'm planning for a vacation and I don't want to type anything. I can just simply press the mic icon and I'll say, can you suggest the best places to visit in India? The AI model would instantly convert my voice into text, processes the question, and then automatically gives me an answer accordingly, right? So just like how it would give me an answer when I type things, I can speak to it. Okay, let's give this a try. Right. So we are here in ChatGPT, and as you can see over here, you have the mic icon. Okay. So using the mic icon, you can dictate your queries. Okay. You can actually speak, and your voice will be converted into text. Okay. For this, you need to ensure that in your browser, when you click on this thing, you'll be able to see that you have a microphone enabled. If at all you are using it for the first time, you'll be getting a prompt. Allow the microphone, or else ChatGPT will not be able to receive your voice. Okay, right? So let's just say, let me just zoom it a little bit for you. Okay, right. Now I'm just going to click on dictate and I'm going to give it my instruction. Okay, just observe how this happens. Hey, can you suggest two really good places to visit in India? And as you can see over here, the exact words that are spoken have been translated into text, right? Speech to text, right? So as you can see, hey, can you suggest two really good places to visit in India, right? So now, if I run this, let me just run this. Let's see how the GPT responds. Okay. There you go. Here are two great places, Udaipur, Rajasthan and Munnar, Kerala. Right? If you want, I can also give you a 5-day itinerary and all. I can just simply click on the dictate button again and just continue my conversation with ChatGPT. Okay, let's get back. So basically, voice-based interaction makes the hands-free interaction smooth and intuitive, okay, especially on mobile or while multitasking. And now, in fact, one of the most beautiful parts is most of the LLMs are available as mobile applications. So this works right in your pocket. For example, if you are using an Android phone, pretty recently, Gemini has been coming built in. Okay, on iPhones, we have had Siri and Apple Intelligence. In fact, even standalone applications like ChatGPT offer a dedicated voice mode in their mobile version of the application. Okay, the bottom line that we need to understand is AI is no longer something that you type or chat with. Okay, it's something that you can talk to just like a friend. Okay, now we all know ChatGPT can answer our questions when we type them in. Okay, but here is where it gets even more interesting. Advanced voice mode. Okay, think of it as moving from just asking questions to having a real dynamic conversation with your AI assistant. Okay, it's like going from texting a friend to actually giving them a call and talking to them. Okay, that changes everything. Okay, now This is not your regular Q&A anymore. With advanced voice mode, ChatGPT can adapt its personality and tone so that you can create immersive, emotionally aware conversations. Okay, let's say you want a bit of motivation, but no, no sort of patronizing as such. Okay, you could literally say, "Act as my best friend who cares about me a lot," and the assistant will instantly take on that tone and start talking to you. Okay, it's not just about facts and figures anymore. It's about empathetic interaction, role play, and emotional intelligence. Okay, you can turn your AI into a coach, a study partner, or an even supportive listener instantly. Okay, a quick heads up, some platforms may have daily usage limits on features like deep research and advanced voice mode. So if you hit the max limit, don't panic. You can still explore other tools for similar experiences. Okay, so the key is to use voice features smartly. You can reserve them for moments where conversation feels more natural than typing. Okay, another thing is, voice mode is not just for commands or chit chat. It's an incredible tool for language learning. Let's imagine you are learning English. Okay, you can ask the assistant to have a conversation with you, and it can also correct your grammar, give you real time pronunciation feedback without any judgment. It's like having a 24/7 speaking partner who's patient, encouraging, and always available. And the benefits, you have natural conversation practice, real time pronunciation feedback, you can have grammar correction in context, confidence building through speaking, and much more. Okay, now here's another powerful use case, speech and presentation practice. This is something that almost all students struggle with. Let's say tomorrow you have to present on generative AI, you want a PPT, you want to kind of speak in front of an audience. Okay, you could tell ChatGPT something like this: I need to practice my presentation speech for tomorrow. Can you listen and give me feedback? My topic is generative AI, and you can suggest improvements as well. Okay, all you have to do is simply click on the corresponding icon and start talking to GPT. Okay, as simple as that. It can actually help you refine your content structure, improve your delivery style, build your confidence, and even simulate an audience question and answer so that you are ready for anything. Okay, and it does not just stop there. You can also run mock interviews for any role. For example, if you want to prepare for an AI engineer fresher interview, ChatGPT can actually start asking role specific questions. It can analyze your responses and give you instant feedback. Okay, all in the voice mode if you prefer. Okay, right. So, features, if you look at it, you have role specific questions, real time feedback, follow up questioning, performance analysis, and whatnot. Okay, the point is, you can now have end to end conversations with GPT without typing a single word. Okay, let me just give you a small glimpse of it. Right, so we have seen the dictate mode available, wherein we just speak whatever we want to speak and it automatically converts into text, but we still have to press the enter icon or enter button to start the process altogether. What is, we have this voice mode. Okay, so this wavy icon that you see is about using voice mode, and you can actually talk to them. Okay, so let's just click on voice mode, and for the scope of this conversation, I'll first talk to it, it'll respond to me, we'll see how the conversation goes, and then we'll come back. Okay, right. Hey, can you suggest a couple of really good places for me to visit in South India during the month of August and September?
Absolutely. Let's simplify this as if I'm your tech savvy guide making travel planning a breeze. In South India during August and September, you got a lot of gems, but let's keep it practical and fun. First, consider Coorg in Karnataka. It's a beautiful hill station known for its lush coffee plantations and cool weather, which is perfect for those months. You get a mix of nature walks, waterfalls, and a bit of local culture.
So as you can see over here, I just gave it an instruction and it started talking to me instantly, right? And in fact, you can actually customize the voice in which ChatGPT speaks to you. Okay, I'll leave it for you to kind of explore that. Okay, let's get back. And finally, with ChatGPT's voice mode, you don't even have to type, as we had just seen, right? During a voice chat, you can ask it to search, summarize, or solve something, and it responds almost instantly. Okay, just imagine you are traveling somewhere, maybe you're cooking or walking, and you just start a voice chat. And on the go, GPT can pull up information, run calculations, explain different concepts, and you don't even have to touch the keyboard at all, right? So you have your speed, you have your convenience, and you have a conversation, all of them rolled into one. Pretty cool, right? So now just take a moment to think about what other use cases you can have where voice interaction could be really helpful for you. Okay, right? So now moving on, let's explore something that feels almost futuristic, screen sharing capability with AI. Okay, imagine not just telling the AI what is wrong, but actually being able to show it on the screen. right? And on the go, it can help you out in real time. Okay, this is one of the coolest emerging capabilities in tools like ChatGPT and other tools as such, right? The ability to share your screen. When you turn this on, when you enable this feature, the AI is not just hearing your words anymore. It is seeing what you see. It can spot the error message, the incomplete form, or maybe a misaligned slide in your screen, and it can guide you instantly. Okay, this is beyond traditional image recognition. It's like having a knowledgeable co-pilot watching your work and giving you live feedback. How amazing is that, right? So with screen sharing, you can literally point at something and say, what does this mean? Maybe let's say you're facing an error. You can actually show the error or highlight that and simply ask a question. What do you think it means? As simple as that, right? Or maybe let's say you're filling a particular form. You can ask, how do I fill this section of the form? Or can you review my resume and tell me what to improve, right? So it's like giving eyes to your AI assistant. Now it can see, understand, and respond to exactly what you're working on. Okay. So if you go a level deeper into these examples, forget typing long descriptions of your error. You can just simply share your screen and AI can inspect your code directly. Okay. If you want to fill complex forms, whether it's a visa application or a government portal, AI can guide you field by field. Okay. And similarly, to perform a document review, instead of pasting your resume text, you can just show it to the AI and get suggestions on that. Okay. Right. And at the moment, this capability is still in experimental mode inside ChatGPT's advanced voice mode. So it may not be available to everybody yet, but there are other platforms, for example, Google's AI Studio, who let you do something similar. Okay, we'll explore that in this session. For the scope of this session, this part, we'll check out the Google AI Studio, which offers a pretty handy screen sharing option. Okay, just to give you a brief overview, Google AI Studio is a playground. It's a platform where you can explore and play around with Google's different AI models. Okay, you can play around with Gemini as well. It's a space for experimentation. You can build things and you can try out latest features like screen sharing as well. Okay, let's say, for example, a very common scenario. Let's say you are creating or editing a PPT for your project presentation. Suppose you are you're supposed to give a presentation in your class. Normally, what would you do? And let's assume that you don't know how to insert an image. Okay, generally you will have to go online, go to Google, simply type, I don't know how to insert an image. How do you insert an image in Google Slides or maybe Microsoft PowerPoint? And or maybe you'll probably end up asking a friend. But with screen sharing feature, you just need to show the AI your screen and ask directly what to do. Okay, all you'll have to do is simply open the tool, share your screen, and say, hey, I'm working on this slide. Can you guide me on how to insert an image into it? Okay, let's try this out. Right. So as you can see, I have opened the Google's AI Studio, right? So the URL is aistudio.google.com, right? And when you log into this, you can see the chats feature where you can, just like how you talk to ChatGPT, you can also talk to this over here. Okay. I'm going to click on the stream menu on the left side where you can talk to Gemini live. Pretty interesting, right? So here, you can either talk to it, you can actually show your face as well using the webcam feature, or you can share the screen. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, let's assume that I have a dummy PPT. Okay, let me just show the PPT for you. So right, so as you can see over here, this is my PPT, Introduction to Artificial Intelligence and Applications and Use Cases of AI. Let's assume that this is the PPT that we want to work on. Okay, right? Now, I'll click on the share screen functionality. I'll just click on this and you'll be able to see multiple windows that are available. I'm going to choose the presentation, choose the window where my presentation is. If you want, you can share your entire screen as well, right? So I'll click on share. And as you can see, aistudio.google.com is sharing a window. I'll hide this, right? And now this is an interesting part. Okay, so when you stream it real time, automatically your mic gets enabled. Okay, so let me just move this. This is the window that our GPT is able to see. Okay, I'll just keep it on top right corner for visibility purpose. Okay, right. So now, one really important thing that I was also mentioning is that by default, when you start streaming, you have the video recording feature enabled, and the microphone automatically gets included. Okay, so in my case, I've disabled the microphone. Okay, I'll show you how you can respond and how you can play around with this. Okay, so now we have shared our screen, right? So I'm just going to say, hey, I am working on this presentation. Okay, I'm working on this presentation. Can you just a moment? Looks like there's a small issue. Let me just share the screen again. Right. So now I'll just simply say, hi, I am, let me just hide this part. I'm working on this presentation. Okay. Can you guide me on how to insert an image into this? Okay, right? So I'll just move it a little to the top right corner just for viewer purpose. Okay, and you can't run it by pressing an enter. You will have to press Control plus Enter. Okay, because different LLMs have different perspectives. So we are going to go with Control Enter. Okay, let's see what happens.
Sure, I can help with that. First, please click on the Insert tab in the menu bar.
As you can see, in addition to taking my context and taking that recording of my screen, it also gave me a response in a voice-based scenario as well. Okay, right? So let's say, I'll ask it, okay, done. What next? I'm having a conversation with Gemini. Okay, right? Let's just run this and see what happens.
Now, in the drop-down menu, please select Image. You'll see several options to insert an image file.
So as you can observe, pretty interesting, right? So we have a live conversation. It's able to see my entire screen. If I highlight a specific thing, it will probably also be able to give me the meaning of that. Okay, pretty interesting, right? I'll leave it for you to experiment with it. Let's get back. Let's look at another possibility. Let's say you're debugging your code. You're probably building an application. You're debugging your code and you're stuck. You can just simply share your screen and ask, can you look at my screen and help me figure out what is wrong? Okay, and the AI will be able to read your code, see the actual error message, analyze your code structure, suggest, troubleshoot it right there and then, and start suggesting specific fixes. And it can also explain the problem context as well, right? It's like having a teacher who's looking over your shoulder, ready to help whenever you get stuck. Okay, going another level higher, imagine you're applying for a job on a platform like LinkedIn, Naukri, or maybe a company's own careers page. Okay, you're moving through the application, filling out various details altogether, but then you see a field that makes you pause. For example, you see something like stream. Okay, you're not sure should you choose IT or engineering, because let's assume that you're applying for an AI engineer role, but your degree is in CSC. Okay, normally you'll spend a couple of minutes googling or messaging a friend or maybe talking to the support team altogether, right? But here, if you simply share your screen, point at the field and say, what does stream mean over here? Should I select IT or engineering? The AI sees exactly what you're seeing, understands the context, and it will be able to give you an answer almost instantly. You don't need to hunt around. There's no confusion involved as such, right? It's like having a knowledgeable guide sitting next to you, quietly making sure that you fill out the things right in the first iteration itself. Okay. So the next time you're stuck in a form, don't skip it or make guesses. You can just share your screen and ask. Now, I want you to take a moment again to think about the different use cases where you think screen sharing feature would be helpful. Okay. Right. Now, we've just explored how these AI capabilities can make our research, application, and decision making a whole lot easier. But here's the thing, this is just the beginning. Okay, so if you want to go deeper and if you want to leverage actually all of these tools, and if you want to actually learn how to use these tools, if you want to go deeper and actually learn step by step on how to work with OpenAI relevant tools, you can check out the OpenAI Academy, which is a global learning platform built by the team which is behind ChatGPT. Okay, and it's not just theory. OpenAI Academy offers practical, hands-on lessons designed to show you exactly how to apply AI in your studies, in your projects, and in your career as well. Okay, so the content is pretty short, actionable, and taught by people who are literally shaping the AI world right now. Okay, let's just take a look. Right, so this is, as you can see over here, this is OpenAI Academy. The URL is academy.openai.com. Okay, right, so you can unlock the opportunities of AI era. It's a community led learning. You can perform connections and form multiple collaborations. There are different events that regularly keep happening. Okay, and you can actually log in for free and happily start using this. There's lots and lots of content that is available. For example, 15 custom GPTs transforming education in 2025. Okay, and there are two must watch sessions to start off with. Let me just show them to you. You can go to the search icon on top right corner and simply type for AI for academic purposes, or maybe you can simply go for AI for academic success. Okay, so success, let me just search for it. There you go. There's a video which is hardly 13 minutes long, where using this you can actually learn how to use AI let's just not play this right away. Okay, so you can actually learn how to use AI for research, writing, and studying smarter. Super useful for you, right? And similarly, you can search for something like, AI for career prep. Okay, so there's another video which is you can search for career maybe. Okay, so you can see, AI in action, practical uses for education and career development. So you can also watch this video, or you can go through these resources as well. You have multiple speakers. You can check out different communities. Depending on your work or depending on your education, you can actually check out whatever is available, the entire content that is available. Okay, so if you click on content, you have GPT-5, Chat GPT fundamentals, pretty interesting thing. How do you perform prompting, and so on and so forth, right? So OpenAI for business, ChatGPT on campus. There you go. AI career prep, resumes and interviews, right? So this is again a small video, hardly 8 minutes long. Using this, you can actually discover how AI can help you craft winning resumes and prepare for interviews as well, right? So you can think of this as having the best AI trainers in the world within your reach, guiding you step by step to turn AI into your personal advantage. Okay, let's get back. Right. So let's move ahead and talk about understanding when to use which AI model. Okay. So in the next couple of minutes, let's talk about how picking the right model is like choosing the right tool from a toolbox. Okay. Right. So let's move ahead and talk about understanding when to use which models. Okay. So in the next couple of minutes, we'll be talking about how picking the right model is like choosing the right tool from a toolbox. Okay. If you do this well, you'll get better answers. You'll be faster at much lower cost altogether. Okay, right? So the choice of the model that you choose will typically affect how the things that you care about. Okay, typically choosing the right model gives you better quality, better accuracy, and better depth of reasoning as well. Okay, it also gives you pretty much good speed of responses, as in how fast you get a reply and cost per iteration. Or you can also choose models which are specifically suitable for specific tasks. Okay, we'll try to understand all of this as we move forward. Right. So the key thing we need to understand here is there are tens and hundreds of different AI models that are available in the market. Okay. But just like how we don't use a hammer for everything that we do in our day-to-day lives, we shouldn't ideally use the same AI model for handling everything. Because the thing is, different models are trained and tuned with different priorities. Some think deeply, some answer blazingly fast. Something like, when you have a chat user interface or simple tasks, you need faster responses, right? And when you have planning, analysis, tricky logic involved, you have deep logic or deep reasoning altogether. Okay. Some models might be specialists, coding specialist, math specialist, and so on and so forth. Some are budget friendly, where you want to have background works and bulk performances. You can use the budget friendly models. Okay. So having an understanding of which one does what, it helps you pick the right tool. It helps you avoid frustration, and it also boosts your productivity as well. Right. So the question is, what type of different models are there? Okay, see, depending on the purpose it is trained for, there are multiple types available. Okay, you have reasoning models, flash models, coding specialists, general purpose, cost efficient, small language models, and so on and so forth. Right, so we'll understand the core part of this in the next couple of slides. Okay, starting with reasoning models. Okay, these are your deep thinkers. They are built to slow down a bit and reason through different problems. You look at logic and start thinking deeply for each and every scenario. Okay, these are perfect when you have complex planning involved, project plans, itineraries with constraints, or when you want data backed decisions, right? When you want to have a career choice decision, or maybe when you want to perform some diagnostics, something on the lines of you faced a challenge, how do you want to fix it? Or maybe math or logical puzzles altogether, or when you want to perform some analysis on multiple documents, right? So without over explaining, if you are able to prompt them well, it gives you a lot of advantage, right? So how do you do that? You have to clearly define the goal and the constraints, something that we did in the last couple of examples. Okay, for example, the budget could be anywhere between 60 to 80,000. Battery prioritization is required. I want better RAM. I need a GPU over a CPU, and so on and so forth. Right? You should also be able to provide some data or some evidence that it should consider. Okay, and you can also ask it for a stepwise structure, right? What is your analysis? What options have you selected? Trade-offs that you can consider, recommendations, and so on and so forth, right? So the request that you make to these kind of models should be a final concise answer at the end of the output. Okay, so the more you customize your prompt altogether, the better response you'll get, the much more robust answer you'll get. Okay, so you'll notice three fundamental behaviors, especially when you're using a reasoning model properly. Okay, so one thing is it breaks down the problem into smaller solvable parts. Okay, it follows a logical chain, facts, implications, decision making, and everything as such. And it also inspects the trade offs before committing to a conclusion. Okay, right. So, this structure is why reasoning models feel like an expert colleague rather than just a chatbot. Okay, we have seen these kind of functionalities in this session itself. Okay, for example, if you have a question like this is a series 2, 6, 12, 20, 30, and your question is what is the next number in the series. Okay, so if you observe here, we need to think deeply, figure out a logic, identify the pattern, figure out a logic, and solve the question step by step. Okay, this is where reasoning models are really good to use. Okay, there are a couple of really popular ones out there. For example, OpenAI's GPT-5 and the O series of OpenAI for advanced reasoning, or maybe if you take Anthropic's Claude, the Opus 4 is a good model, or Gemini 2.5 Pro, DeepSeek R1, and so on and so forth, right? So basically, if your task needs careful judgment or multi-step logic, you can start with one of these models. Okay, now let's talk about flash models. Okay, so flash models, or sometimes called as fast models, they are optimized for speed and efficiency rather than deep thinking. That is, let's say you want quick responses for straightforward queries, or you want to efficiently process different routine tasks, or you don't need much computational resources, or maybe you want to handle high volumes of interaction rather than high volumes of data. Light models or flash models are really useful for that. Okay, so there are many popular ones out there. OpenAI's GPT-4o Mini or 4.1 Nano, or Claude 3.5 Haiku, Gemini 2.5 Flash or Flashlight, DeepSeek V3, and so on and so forth, right? So one of their most powerful features is the speed that they have. Okay, they respond super fast, especially for straightforward tasks. Okay, for example, you could go to OpenAI ChatGPT 4o version, and you can say create a simple weekly workout plan for a beginner. Pretty simple, right? So, and that particular model will be able to generate that for you in a blink. Okay, and most important thing to understand here is not all models are equal in purpose. Okay, let me break it down for you. So, if you want to focus more on coding capability, you have coding models available which are trained on programming data sets, which is great for developers. Okay. For example, Anthropic Claude Opus 4 is a good example. OpenAI GPT-5 is a good example. DeepSeek Coder V2 is a good example. Metacode Llama is a good example. Okay. Similarly, there are general purpose models. These are kind of like an all-rounder in a cricket. Okay. In a cricket tournament, you have an all-rounder who can be a batsman and a bowler as well, right? So general purpose models are the all rounders of the AI model ecosystem. Okay, so you can use them for content creation, content planning, reasoning, and whatnot. Okay, so GPT-5, GPT-5 Mini Thinking, and Claude Sonnet 4, Gemini 2.5 Flash, Llama 4 Maverick. These are a couple of good examples. Okay, at the same time, let's say you don't want too many resources to spend. Okay, you can go for a smaller model. Okay, now it could be cost efficient, smaller models which may be less accurate, but they'll be cheap to run at scale, right? So DeepSeek is a very good example. Llama 4, Gemma 3 and 5.3 Mini, and so on and so forth, right? Again, you need not remember all the names as such. This is just for your reference, right? Now, we have seen different model categories, right? Reasoning, flash, coding specialist, general purpose, cost efficient, and all, right? So we have understood it theoretically. Let's make this practical, because the real question is not about what are the models that are existing. Rather, the question is how do I choose the right one in the moment? Okay, see, there are multiple aspects that you need to consider. It's a decision making scenario, right? You want to choose a model, it depends on a variety of aspects altogether. For example, task complexity. If your task is really simple, like maybe rephrasing a sentence, translating something, or giving a short reply, or identifying the sentiment of something, you don't need to overthink things, right? In such kind of a scenario, you can go for a flash model, right? It's quick, cost effective, and it keeps the conversation pretty short and snappy. But if your task is complex, it involves multi-step reasoning, decision making, deep research, and everything as such, you can switch to a reasoning model altogether. Okay, it's like hiring a strategist instead of a courier. Okay, right? Another decision making aspect could be budget constraints. If your budget is really tight or really small, you can go for cost efficient models. Okay, they can handle bulk processing, categorization, or lightweight tasks without actually charging you a bomb. Okay, if your budget is flexible, you can lean into premium models or premium accounts, right? Similar to how you use ChatGPT for free and ChatGPT Plus or Pro, depending on how much you're willing to spend. Okay, so these kind of things, the paid versions give you much more richer, much more nuanced answers and better reasoning as well. Okay, right? Maybe your requirement is tied to speed of execution. Let's say you have a limited amount of time available. Let's say you're live chatting with a customer, or maybe you're having a brainstorming session. You can pick a flash model for instant response. Okay, but if speed is not the priority, but accuracy and depth are, you can move up to reasoning. You can think of it as choosing between instant noodles and slow cooked meal. Both of them will fill your stomach, but the experience, the quality, the feel matters, right? And similarly, you can also go for domain specific as well. Let's say if your task is code related, debugging, writing functions, generating tests, all of these things, you can go directly to a coding specialist model. Okay, these are specifically fine tuned for developer perspectives, and they will give you better responses than generic models. Okay, if it's not domain specific, you can happily go for a general purpose model. It's a balanced and adaptable version for most of the everyday tasks. Okay, but again, the trick here is to not overcomplicate your choices. Okay, so if you're you can simply ask yourself these questions: Is my task simple or complex? Is my budget tight or flexible? Do I have time or is it super urgent? Okay, do I want to work domain specific or not? Okay, answering these 4 questions will point you to the right model almost instantly. Okay, and out of all the things in AI, choosing the best LLM is something that you are going to face almost daily. Okay, but here's the truth: there is no universal best model out there. Okay, the best one is the one that meets your specific need in that particular moment. Okay, you want a fast reply, go with Flash. You need logical depth, go for reasoning. If you are writing code, use a coding specialized model, and so on and so forth. Right? When you have this level of clarity, you are not just using AI, you are delegating like a pro. Okay, you are asking the right model the right question. Okay, now coming to a much more sober reality, see, it is really important to remember that AI models are evolving at a rapid pace, right? Every week, there's a new world's most powerful model launch. Okay, one day it's OpenAI, the next day it could be Gemini, Grok, or something absolutely brand new. Okay, it's not about memorizing or kind of mugging up every new release. It's about recognizing patterns. Okay, so what is improving in these new models? Is it speed? Is it cost, accuracy, reasoning? What is it? Okay, and where is the model being positioned? Is it general purpose, domain specific, budget friendly, and what? Okay, when you understand this kind of a pattern, you'll be able to understand the direction of change and you'll never be confused at all. Okay, right? It is also because the race to be the best among all AI models, that race is not going to stop, right? So one day it will be OpenAI, another day it could be Gemini, another day it could be Grok, then again OpenAI. So this cycle, this race keeps on going. Okay, so the race is not going to stop, and neither should your learning. Okay, so if you stop learning, you fall behind, and that is why your growth is not optional over here. Treat every new blog post, every new update as an opportunity to sharpen your AI knowledge. Okay, and that is the whole point: staying up to date. Okay, so you don't need to blindly change each and every headline altogether. Rather, it's all about finding out what is a pattern and building a habit out of it. Okay, you can follow a few trusted AI update sources. You can experiment with new models at least once a month. Okay, there are different code development environments, IDEs, which help you play around with different models in different times. Okay, right, and you can also share what you learn, because when you teach someone, it cements your understanding, right? Because in AI, staying still is the same as moving backwards. Okay, as simple as that. Okay, so if you want to stay ahead in Gen AI, you can't just rely on formal courses or one-off news articles, right? You have to get connected to the ecosystem. You have the OpenAI Academy for that, where constantly you'll get much more newer and newer things to explore from different perspectives out there, right? Because see, fundamentally, AI is evolving at a breakneck pace. We have never seen this level of force or this level of speed in technology, right? And what is cutting edge today could be outdated in 6 months, right? If we want to be effective builders, if we want to be effective when it comes to these new technologies, we need to be effective learners first. That means connecting into the channels where updates happen in real time, or reaching out to individuals who are actually posting things on a regular basis, right? So in the next couple of slides, let's take a look at a list of the best resources from different platforms which will help you stay up to date. Okay, so Instagram, one of the most surprisingly underrated sources for AI insights. If you follow the right creators, right, you can have lots and lots of insights altogether. Some accounts to follow include you have evolving.ai, sanidhya.ai, Techotech47, Digital Samaritan, Karan Lohia, Wink Guys, Tech Shuffle, and so on and so forth, right? So all of them show and share digestible updates, tool breakdowns, trends almost every day. Okay, but again, the point here is not to follow everyone blindly. It's to curate a feed where every scroll is a learning opportunity. Okay, and if Instagram is great for visuals or inspiration, Twitter or X is where is where you go for speed, because this is where researchers, engineers, and entrepreneurs regularly keep sharing updates, often before they even make it official, and even before they give official announcements as such. Okay, the beauty of Twitter is that you can follow the actual people who are building these models. Okay, for example, you can follow people like Andrew Ng, Andre Karpathy, Ilya, and Chip Huyen, Philip Schmid, and so on and so forth, right? So you'll get to see not just the what of things, but also why behind major AI developments, often directly from the source. Okay, and the best part is you can engage with them, you can reply, ask questions, and sometimes you can also get responses from these global leaders. Okay, it's like being in a worldwide AI conference that never ends. Pretty fun, right? So you can make it a habit of spending maybe 10 to 15 minutes each day scanning your feed, and over time you'll develop an instinct for where AI is heading next. Okay, and similarly, social media is fast and engaging, but it's not enough. Okay, we also need long form structured content to deepen our understanding, right? So as we can see over here, there are multiple research and discovery platforms. So if you want to find new AI models and projects, you can go to GitHub Trending, archive.org, or Papers with Code. Okay, if you want to discover new tools, there's a pretty interesting website called as There Is an AI for That, which in itself is a gold mine. Okay, and on the right you can see best news and article sources. For academic and research resources, you can follow Towards Data Science and Archives AI Recent, and in you can also check out various industry news and applications as well, right? The cool point over here is discipline. You can for every week you could probably block out a 30-minute video. In the entire week you could just spend 30 minutes, same time, same day, just for reading and exploration. Okay, this keeps you sharp without giving you too much of an overwhelming scenario. Okay, now let's take a pause and let's connect the dots. We have we have explored a lot of things, from AI search to deep research, from voice capabilities to understanding different model types. Okay, so we in the search part we saw how Gen AI can actively fetch live information from the web, and going beyond static knowledge altogether. Okay, and deep research, whether it's buying a laptop, choosing a career, planning an investment, we learned how to structure prompts for accurate, personalized deep dives. Okay, and when it comes to voice input and output, we explored the advanced voice mode, we explored the voice mode which is available in ChatGPT. We turned Gen AI into a conversational partner, which is great for role plays, mental health check-ins, or insight brainstorming out aloud as well. Okay, then we went ahead and tried to understand different model types, reasoning, flash, coding, and we also understood how to choose the right model for the right task. Okay, so one of the largest takeaways that you could have from this session is that we should be able to treat Gen AI like our teammate. We need to know their strengths, delegate wisely, and will boost our clarity, speed, and creativity. Okay, remember, the tools will keep on changing, the names will keep on changing, but if you master these skills, you will be staying relevant no matter what the AI landscape looks like next year. Okay, now here's the part where most people get stuck: practice, right? See, till now you have learned various concepts, you have seen the demonstrations, you have got a list of tools, list of prompts altogether, but none of that matters if you don't use them regularly. Okay, see, AI is not like a textbook where you can just read once and be done. It's a skill, and like any skill, it sharpens only with repetition. Okay, and when we say practice, we don't mean a marathon study session once in a while. We mean short, consistent interactions every single day. Even 10 to 15 minutes can make a huge difference over time. Okay, the goal is to get to a point where AI becomes a natural extension of your work, whether you're drafting an email, doing research, or solving a coding problem, or even brainstorming creative ideas altogether. Okay, you could actually start giving yourself mini challenges, something on the lines of, can I make AI summarize a dense 5-page report in under 2 minutes? How do I train it? Okay, or can I get my AI tool to create 3 variations of a social post that match my tone? Okay, or maybe can I use AI to debug my code without giving it the full context upfront? So these small wins will build your confidence, and confidence will lead to mastery. And here's the secret: you don't need to practice only when you need something, right? Practice when you don't need something. When you experiment for the sake of curiosity, that is where you'll discover workflows, prompts. These are the things that you never even know you needed. In this session, we're going to see how we actually build an automation workflow, an AI automation workflow, right? So, till now, we have already explored various angles of artificial intelligence, generative AI specifically, where we focused on large language models, and we understood that how LLMs can actually take plain text instructions and turn them into structured human-like outputs, right? So in this video, we're going one step ahead and into a much more practical, a much more real-world scenario, right? Imagine this: a content creation process that runs almost on autopilot, right? So it's more or less like having your own content team that works 24/7, does not take any breaks, they don't forget any deadlines, and they still follow the exact tone, exact style, and exact branding that you want. Sound futuristic, right? Well, by the end of this session, you'll realize that it's actually doable and you'll build your own thing. Okay, but before we start building, here's what we are going to do. Okay, so we'll first understand what AI workflows mean, what they are, why they matter, and where they can be used, what is the implementation at this point in time. Okay, and then we'll look at a couple of use cases to get some ideas flowing. Okay, and finally, we'll use everything that we have learned to create our own automation. And by the end of this session, you won't just know what an AI workflow is, you'll actually have built one. Okay, let's get started. Now, let's take a scenario that many of us already know well. Okay, so let's say you're somebody who wants to regularly share updates about your education or learning progress or maybe career updates and so on and so forth. But let's be honest, posting on social media for learning or career updates can feel like a mini project in itself, right? See, it'll always start off with writing a nice explanation. Then you'll think that, okay, let me add some more tech hashtags so that more people see it. Then the grammar Nazi in you comes out, and they start reviewing your entire text altogether, right? Then you have to tweak the formatting so that it looks neat and clean. Then you realize that the structure that you have built, it may not be suitable for LinkedIn or maybe Twitter, which is being called as X these days, right? So you realize that LinkedIn prefers a longer story, Instagram needs something more visual, and Twitter, that's another format altogether, right? By the time you're done with all of these things, half of your energy is gone. And the worst part, the next time you want to post something, you'll have to follow the same process all over again, right? Selecting the content to post, preparing a draft, customizing it, tailoring it, understanding whether it's good or not, creating an image or maybe building an image or bringing an image from somewhere else. Okay, and after following all of these things, you'll also have to customize your post, your specifically social media post, to different types of social media platforms. Too much amount of manual effort, right? So imagine this: what if all those repetitive, all those draining steps were handled by a system, an automated system, wherein you can just talk about what, as in your idea, what is your update, what's your content, and everything as such, and the system is going to handle the how part of it: formatting, adding hashtags, creating platform specific versions, in fact, even scheduling and making the post for you. Pretty interesting, right? So let's visualize this AI powered system that we are going to build. Okay, so this AI system is going to take care of listing down the articles. You can think of it like your research assistant gathering all the raw material you need. Okay, if you remember, we discussed that we will be having an AI powered entire social media posting team, right? So imagine that you'll have a artificial research assistant who's gathering all the raw material that you need, listing down all the articles and all. Then the summarization happens, where your AI editor comes into picture. They'll start consolidating and condensing long articles into crisp shareable points. Pretty interesting, right? And then, based on whatever consolidation has happened, specific content will be created, and that too platform specific content. Okay, it's like having a dedicated copywriter for each platform. LinkedIn posts will need a professional vibe. Instagram captions should feel friendly and catchy. Okay, and X posts, as in Twitter posts, should be short but punchy. Okay, and then comes the asset handling part, where the design team comes into picture. The design team's responsibility would be to create or resize images, banners, thumbnails, or even short videos to match each platform. Okay, and finally, the auto post functionality should happen, wherein the AI publishing team will schedule and make the post and post everything for you, basically, right? While you focus on what should be next. all of this could be taken care of by an automated workflow, right? So generally, when you want to make a social media post, as we have discussed earlier as well, you typically would go around, let's say you choose a topic like artificial intelligence or generative AI, you will probably go around looking for various articles on that, right? And then from all those articles, you'll start consolidating the points that feel relevant to you, that feel properly useful to you. Okay. And then from those pointers, you'll customize all of them and then create a structured content, right? Let's say you're posting on LinkedIn, you'll need more professional vibe. Let's say you're posting on Instagram, you'll need a more friendly vibe. And you'll also need lots and lots of pictures as well, right? So you yourself will sit down, prepare platform generic content altogether specifically, and then you'll customize that, you'll add all the images and everything as such, and you yourself will sit down, you'll try to post it manually, right? Okay. So by the end of this session, we'll be building this entire flow of an AI powered social media content creator and publisher type of system. Okay. So for all of that automation magic to happen, we first need to understand something called as the AI workflow, right? So if we observe, instead of doing manually, we want to enable certain states in the entire flow to be automated. Okay. So you can think of this AI workflow. For that thing to happen, you'll need the AI workflow in place. Okay. So you can think of it like a step-by-step recipe. Okay. Where you're telling the AI what exactly to do in which order of execution using which tool at which level. Okay. It's more or less like cooking, right? You don't throw random ingredients into the pan, right? You follow steps for a reason. And here, instead of ingredients, we have data, we have got prompts, and we have got tools. Okay. So once the steps are set, AI will follow them exactly again and again without getting tired or without getting distracted, without even getting deviated at all. Okay. Or maybe if we take a more traditional definition, AI workflows are predefined sequences of steps that combine AI with other digital tools to accomplish specific tasks. Okay. So they are predefined sequences that use AI to complete tasks automatically. Okay. You can think of it like creating a recipe for the AI. You decide all the ingredients, as in what data should be sent, what prompts should be sent, which APIs to use, what templates to use, and so on and so forth. And you decide the sequence of execution, step 1, step 2, step 3, and so on and so forth, right? And the AI will follow the same plan every single time. And the most beautiful part is, once you set it, it runs forever until and unless you stop it. Okay, right? A good AI workflow removes the decision fatigue. In general, there's a whole lot of decision blocker that comes up when you want to do something, right? You'll sit down and you'll go get into analysis paralysis, where you look at a statement and you're like, should I do this, should I not do this, what should I do next, and so on and so forth, right? So instead of that, when you follow up a proper AI workflow, it removes that kind of a decision fatigue from your entire execution. Okay. You don't need to think like, what should I do next? AI already knows the plan. Okay. And if you think about it, almost every automated workflow has some sort of a skeleton, a structure, right? You have the input, which is the starting point where data or a trigger can enter into the system. Then there are separate tasks, or basically the steps to be performed in a sequence. Task 1, task 2, task 3, and so on and so forth, right? And then you'll have the final product. Okay. And once again, there is no rule that all of the tasks have to be performed using AI. There could be certain states which should be human driven. Okay. Especially when you need judgment or approval, you might need to choose a human driven execution altogether. But the real efficiency boost happens when AI handles the repetitive middle steps where humans usually end up losing a lot of time. Okay. Right. So let's look at a simple flow, right? So let's say we have given it an input, we have an entire workflow over here. Let's assume that we have given it a particular input. This could be a human setup, right? So task 1 could be a human setup, something like uploading a file or entering campaign info, copy pasting some content, and so on and so forth. Okay. Right. So again, this is just a reference for us. We'll look at a much more detailed understanding of the workflow as we move forward. Okay. Right. So basically, as we discussed, this could be a simple sample workflow altogether, right? So generally, as humans, we will give some sort of an input. Okay. And in this case, let's assume that task 1 is a human setup, which is kind of like uploading a file or entering campaign info and so on and so forth, right? Then let's assume that task 2 is where AI jumps into picture. Okay. It could be something like summarizing a document, writing captions, basically grunt work or repetitive menial work altogether. Okay. And after that, it could be the remaining steps altogether, task 3, 4, 5, so on and so forth. Some of them could be automatic, some of them could be manual as well, until and unless we reach the final output. Okay. And another really important point is in majority of the AI workflows, the output of one node goes into the input, goes as the input of the another node. Okay. We'll understand these terms like node connections and everything as we move forward. Okay, right. The key aspect that we need to understand over here is you don't need AI to do everything. You just place it at the right steps so to save the most amount of time. Okay, right. So let's connect this to our social media content automation example. Okay, so generally, if at all we were building it manually, we would sit for hours and hours reading articles, writing summaries, maybe creating captions for each and every platform that we are a part of, or maybe sit and design images altogether, and then we'll copy the entire content, we'll start posting it everywhere, and that too manually. Okay. And instead of that, if we set up a workflow where we have multiple stages, we could have something called as the trigger stage, where we either upload or paste the article. Okay. And then comes the summarization part, where the LLM, we can automate this part, right? So we could have an AI LLM over there, and the LLM would read and summarize the article. Okay, right? Then comes the caption creation or specific content creation part, where the LLM will create specific captions with hashtags or platform specific content altogether. Okay. Then we could have an optional asset handling functionality, where based on the content that we have via Canva or DALL-E tools like that, we could have an image generated altogether. Okay. And after the automation is done, I mean, all after all this asset handling, all the content creation is done, we could have an automated version where making posts to the specific social media pages is possible. Okay. So for example, the post automation functionality will probably end up using LinkedIn API to post onto your profile or page. Okay. Or maybe you could use Instagram API to upload a carousel or a story, or maybe use Facebook API to tweet it, or Twitter API to tweet it, right? So, and finally, you'll probably end up getting a confirmation that says, posted on all three platforms, right? And once it's built, it's just a one-click process. You just simply click on it, it starts executing. Simple to visualize, right? So, because see, if we were to do it manually, we'll read the article ourselves, then we'll sit and write a LinkedIn post. Let's consider LinkedIn for now. Okay, so we'll first read the article end to end. We'll try to translate it into our own language. We'll try to understand each and every bit of it. It takes a solid amount of time, right? And then we'll sit and write a LinkedIn post on our own. Okay. And then let's assume that the LinkedIn post is good enough. Using that, we'll probably end up creating an Instagram version, then a Twitter version, and post each of them individually on each of the platforms. And every time we come across an article, we have to spend the entire cycle again. Pretty workful, right? Okay. And also, if you look at it, it's easily 30 to 45 minutes per article. And in fact, if you want it to be perfect, you'll have to spend extra amount of time as well. Okay. So the problem is not about posting, it's about the repetition part, right? As in, where can we automate things which reduces my manual effort? Okay. With an AI powered workflow, you can just add the article link to maybe, let's say, a Google Sheet or a similar tool. Wherever the link is present, like the tool will actually take it. Okay. And then we'll have a system whose job is to auto generate all versions of the content. One could be LinkedIn version, one could be Twitter version, one could be Instagram version, and so on and so forth, right? And once you start executing the workflow, its job is to post everywhere simultaneously. Okay. And once the process is done, it should send you a confirmation message. Hardly it would take less than 2 minutes of human effort. And the best part is the quality stays consistent no matter whichever location you are, no matter whichever article you give, the quality is going to stay consistent. Okay, right? So let's look at a couple of real world examples for this. Let's start with something that we have all experienced almost on a day-to-day basis: customer service, right? See, we have had all those moments where we email or chat with a company and we get a reply in just a couple of seconds, right? Almost as if somebody was waiting on the other side for our message. But there are high chances that this someone is not a person, it's probably an AI workflow. Okay, so if we look at the execution flow of it, think of it like this: as a customer, I'll probably send a query saying, hey, my order did not arrive, or something like that. Okay, instantly the system, the AI system in the background, it will route it to the necessary department. It could be sales, it could be support, billing. No, there's no more need for somebody to manually sit over there and forward each and every message. Okay, see, if it's a common question, the AI can send a personalized reply immediately. Okay, and if a follow-up is needed, or maybe the user wanted to speak to an actual human. The system can schedule a call or raise a ticket without anyone typing a single email at all. Okay, so there are hundreds of tools out there. Some of the most popular ones are Zendesk, Atlassian, or HubSpot. They already do this, and that too on a much more larger scale. Okay, where they allow support teams to focus only on the tricky cases where a human touch is essential. Okay, now I just want you to take a moment and think about the last time you contacted customer support, and based on your interaction with them, how much of the interaction that you had do you think was AI managed? That is, typically on Zomato or Swiggy or food delivery applications like that, you would probably have given some sort of a raised some sort of a help request, maybe tried reaching out to the customer service as such, right? Now, I want you to think of those conversations and just visualize how much of those conversations was probably AI managed, right? You could probably try that out even today as well. Okay, now let's move on to a more creative use case. Let's say you're running a brand or maybe a blog or even your personal professional profile. Okay, so content creation can feel like a never ending job. Okay, you have to build a blog post, do event announcements, updates, and each of these messages has to be tailored for different platforms. Okay, now if we integrate an AI workflow over here, you could directly pull content from your blog or event calendar. Then you can generate platform specific captions or content, and then for example, LinkedIn could have a professional tone, Instagram would be catchy lines with hashtags, Twitter would be short punchy text. Okay, maybe less than 140 characters or something like that. Okay, then once you have customized all the content, you can create simple visuals using tools like Canva AI or Canva API or DAL-E and so on and so forth, right? And then once your content is ready, once your structure is ready, once it's ready for all different platforms, you can actually automatically schedule these posts across all platforms. Okay, and then again automatically you should be able to track the like, share, comments, and everything as such, and it can also give you tips on what's working best. Okay, see, this means the same system that creates your content also learns what is working and what is not working, and it keeps on improving things altogether. Okay, see, it's like having a full-time social media team, but it's actually just a smart set of workflows, right? Let's take a completely different industry altogether, e-commerce, right? Just to visualize, I want you to visualize a company like Walmart during a big sale. We also have, Amazon Big Billion Day or Flipkart Big Billion Day or something like that, right? So imagine Walmart is a company which, and we are looking at it during a big sale. Okay, and obviously because when it's a sale and millions of people will constantly keep on placing orders, right? And that too probably at the same time, even if one step in the entire operational chain is slow, everything has a potential to fall apart, right? Because when you have millions of users, even a small mistake can be probably thousands of users altogether, which is it in itself a big number. Okay, right. And this is where you can actually have a AI workflow that keeps it smooth. Okay, let's assume a new order comes in. The inventory should automatically get updated. No one should count items manually and then start writing a number as such. Okay, and based on the updated inventory, a shipping label should be generated instantly, and then based on that shipping label, the ID card or ID number of the shipping label will be sent to the customer via an email or an SMS. And without this automation, there's a high chance that Walmart would need a small army of people working 24 by 7 to keep up with those millions and millions of orders. But when you have AI workflows, this entire chain moves at a machine level speed with almost zero delays. Okay, imagine doing all of this manually for even 500 orders. How many people will you need? Right? Okay, so before we wrap up this section, it's important to understand that AI workflows are not just fire and forget systems. Okay, see, they have two main aspects. One, predefined paths. These steps are fixed and they follow the exact sequence that you have given it. Okay, there are going to be zero deviations unless you change them. Okay, then comes the human decision making part. If the AI output is not as expected, humans, we can step in, we can adjust the prompts, tweak the steps, or give it feedback so that our AI model can learn properly. Okay, you can think of it like flying a plane. While there is an autopilot to handle the route that you have planned, the pilot is still there in the cockpit to make corrections whenever needed. Right? Pretty easy to understand, right? Now, let's quickly summarize what we have understood so far. We understood what AI workflows are, how they make automation powerful. We also looked at real world applications from a customer service to content creation to e-commerce perspective. Okay, and we also understood how humans and AI can work together in these workflows. Okay, now that we have seen where workflows can be applied, we are ready to actually build one on our own. Okay, so now that we have understood what AI workflows are, let's actually build one for our own use case: social media content automation. Okay, the goal here is simple. We'll take an idea or an article, we'll turn it into platform ready posts without manually doing it every single step. Okay, think about this. If we can nail this, you'll have a content engine that works on autopilot, right? And as we saw earlier, we'll follow this approach. Okay, so instead of spending hours and hours to list, read, summarize, and post on social media, we're going to automate a couple of the stages in the entire workflow. Okay, so starting off with the trigger stage, where you upload or paste the article into our system. Okay, then comes the summarization part. An LLM will go through your article, it will summarize everything based on whichever prompts you give. Okay, then comes the caption creation, where the LLM creates platform specific content. If needed, it will also add hashtags and everything as such. Okay, then comes the asset handling part. This is applicable where there are multiple assets involved. Instead of just text, let's say there are different models, you can use it over there, where you can actually use a tool like Canva API or DAL-E to generate visuals or images. Okay, then comes the post automation part, where whichever social media platform we would have integrated with our flow, it will automatically get triggered, and the API will automatically post to LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, or whichever thing you choose. Okay, right? So to build an AI workflow, there is not a rule that you have to build everything from scratch. There are platforms that make this process much faster, all the way from the ones that need heavy levels of coding knowledge to the ones that are completely no code. Okay, so there are a couple of examples over here. Let's go through them. Okay, so we have make.com, which is a visual platform for connecting applications and automating workflows with AI integration. Okay, then we have na10.io, which is an open source workflow automation tool with a visual interface again, right? And then there is Zapier, Power Automate, Workato, and so on and so forth, right? So each of these tools allow you to connect AI services like ChatGPT with your everyday applications like Gmail, Slack, Google Sheets, whatever it is. Okay, and so that you can create powerful automated processes altogether. Okay, you can think of this like Lego blocks. You just need to snap different things together to create your own automation. Okay, for our scope today, we are going to use na10. Why? Because it's open source, which means it's free to use and highly customizable, super easy to start off, which is why it's also beginner friendly, right? It's pretty much visual. You just need to drag and drop multiple aspects, but it's still powerful enough for advanced usage as well. Okay, and it's also pretty flexible, which means it works with hundreds of services altogether. Okay, so in a nutshell, we could say that na10 is what we call as a workflow automation platform. In simple words, it's a tool that lets you set up a chain of actions so that the tasks can happen automatically, so that you don't need to manually do each and every step altogether. Okay, you can think of it like a middleman between different applications and services, right? Something like this: you go to na10 and you tell it when to start. Okay, so in general, in the language of na10, it's called as a trigger. Okay, for example, let's say you're using Google Sheets. You could probably say something like, whenever I add a row in Google Sheets, get started. Okay, or whenever I receive an email from so and so account, get started. Okay, you tell it what to do step by step, right? So these are called as nodes. For example, send this data to ChatGPT, or format the responses, post it to Twitter, and so on and so forth, right? And once you configure na10, it follows your instructions exactly to the dot. Okay, right? There are a couple of interesting things that make na10 stand out. Okay, we spoke about it earlier. It's open source, which means anybody can easily, freely use it, and you can customize it to your needs. Okay, it's also visual, which means you build workflows by dragging and dropping blocks so that you don't have to be a programmer. Okay, it's also integrated, which means it can talk through hundreds of different applications, including AI models, social media platforms, and so on and so forth. And one of the biggest advantages is, instead of switching between multiple tags and copying data manually, na10 helps you by quietly doing all of that grunt work in the background. Okay, so that your time and your efficiency are much better. Okay, right. And one of the best parts about na10 is that it does not work in isolation. It's actually built to connect with other services. You can think of it like a universal Type C adapter for applications. You can plug in tools that you already use, and you can make them talk to each other automatically. Okay, so there are a couple of couple of examples. For example, you can connect it with Google Sheets. You can store, update, or pull data from spreadsheets, or maybe Slack. If you are using Slack, you can send instant updates to your team, or Twitter, or maybe X to post tweets or threads automatically. GitHub, email services, and hundreds of more things. Okay, so from Notion to Trello, from Instagram to Airtable, N8N has ready-made integrations for a wide range of platforms altogether. Okay, right. Now, before we jump into building our full-fledged workflow, let's take a step back and we'll understand the basic building blocks of N8N. Okay, you can think of it like assembling Lego. Before you build the castle, you need to know what each piece does, right? Okay, so these blocks are pretty small. These are individual parts that will connect together to make our automation work. Okay, so in N8N, there are two main building blocks that we are going to use today. Okay, fundamentally, there are two main aspects that we need to understand: nodes and connections. Okay, there's a special type of nodes called as triggers. We'll understand about them as well. Okay, nodes are the actual action steps, and triggers are a special type of node which start our workflow, and connections are the links that pass data from one step to another. Okay, so once we understand this, building any workflow becomes super easy for us. Okay, in N8N, every step in the workflow, as we have discussed, is called as a node. Okay, the job of a node is to perform a specific action. It could be retrieving data from somewhere, transforming or formatting that kind of a data, or maybe sending that data to some other place, and so on and so forth. Right? You can think of a node as a worker in a factory. Each worker has their own specific job. Okay, maybe to cut the material, maybe to paint things, maybe to pack it, or something like that. But and when you line them up in the right order, you have a finished product. Okay, going one level deeper, there's a special kind of node called as a trigger node. Okay, so this is more or less the starting point of your workflow. Okay, it wakes up your automation whenever a specific event happens. For example, one of the most popular ones out there is Google Sheets trigger, which runs when a new row is added into the sheet. Okay, and there's also something called as the schedule trigger, which means you can actually schedule it, and this element will start triggering itself at the given timeline. Okay, and once the trigger fires up, the other action nodes take over to process the data, transform it, or send it somewhere else if you need it. Okay, you can think of the trigger as the doorbell and the nodes as the team that springs into action when it rings. Okay, so we'll try to understand this even better. Okay, so there are a couple of examples of nodes that you might see in the workflows. Okay, so we have chat trigger. This starts the workflow when a user interacts in a chat or sends a command. Okay, then comes the social media nodes. They basically manage and interact with platforms like LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram. Okay, there's also split in batches. Similarly, we have Google Sheets trigger, which can read, write, and update data into a Google Sheet automatically. Okay, similarly, you can have Slack node, Gmail nodes, Notion node, and HTTP request node, and so on and so forth. Right, so these are the real doers in your workflow. Right, you pick the right ones based on what you want to achieve, arrange them properly, and automatically your entire flow workflow is automated. Okay, so these are just a couple of examples. N8N has actually hundreds of ready-made nodes for different scenarios. Okay, and now, just like how workers in a factory pass the product from one station to another, in N8N we use connections to pass the data between nodes. Okay, a connection links one node's output to another node's input. Okay, this creates an end-to-end data flow throughout the entire workflow. Right, so the information moves in sequence from starting to ending, and if a node is a worker, a connection is the conveyor belt that keeps things moving. Okay, and without connections, the nodes will definitely work, but they'll be working in isolation and they will not be able to share information. Okay, with all that we have understood, now we are going to put together everything to create a complete AI workflow for automating social media content. Okay, right. So before starting the hands-on, there are a couple of prerequisites that we need to ensure that you have. Okay, so we'll for the scope of this particular hands-on, you will need an N8N account, a Google account, obviously for Google Sheets. It would be better if you prefer your personal Gmail account, okay, and a LinkedIn account and a Twitter account as well. Okay, we'll eventually create a Twitter development account as well. We'll try to understand each of these steps properly. Okay, so as we go forward in this particular hands-on, it's important for you to remember that each and every step is highly critical. Okay, if you by chance miss anything, you need not worry as such. You can pause the video, go back a couple of minutes, check it out, and come back as well. Okay, right, so let's get these things ready. Right, okay, so first of all, what we are going to do is we are going to create an account on n8n.io. Okay, right. So by the way, if you are using it for the first time, you'll be asked to create an account altogether. In my case, I already have one of my accounts ready. Okay, let's just give this a try. All right. So the website is N8N. 8 is a number, N8N.io. Generally, when you want to work with this tool, there are generally two ways to use it. Okay. You can either install it locally, configure it locally, and play around with it, or you could use the cloud version, the online version. Okay. So in our case, for the scope of this hands-on, we're going to use the cloud version. Okay. Now, as you can see over here, you have the get started button. You can just simply click on that and you'll have a registration, form altogether. Okay. I'll just give it as a Abhinav D, and I'll also give a particular email. Okay. And I'll also give it a password. Right. And I'll probably give it as maybe, the same thing. And I'll just click on start a free 14-day trial. Right. So my account is created, and the first time you create an account, it'll basically ask a couple of pieces of information. So I'll just say it's only me in the company. I work in, let's say, IT, and then what best describes education. Okay, which of the JavaScript, SQL, API authentication. For now, I'm just randomly marking all of these things. Okay, so let's say I heard about it on YouTube. Okay, and I'm just going to simply submit it. You don't need to add any other users to your account at this point in time. Okay, right. So once we are done with creating this account, automatically you'll be taken to your dashboard. But in the meantime, as you can see over here, there's going to be a small quick start tutorial available for you, which is hardly 13 to 15 minutes long, on how to work with N8N. Okay, you can actually check it out, and it's pretty elaborate as such. Okay, so when you first create an account, as you'll be eventually seeing it, so I'll just click on start automating. Depending on your network and a couple of other factors as such, it might take a little bit of time for you to load. Okay, right. So when you first create your account, as you can see over here, you'll have roughly 1,000 executions available, and you'll have 14 days of free trial available. Okay, right. So if at all you exhaust all of these things, you'll either have to, if you're interested in working further, you'll either have to pay or you have to create a new account altogether. Okay, and if you want to create a workflow, we'll understand what a workflow is, what a node is as we move forward. Okay, but if you want to create a workflow, an end-to-end series of steps, you can either click on this plus icon, go to workflow, and create a personal workflow, or you can just simply start working on the dashboard itself. Okay, let's get back. Just a small addition. So because I already have a separate account ready with N8N, going forward, we'll be using that. In your case, you can use the same account that you're using. Okay, let's get back. Now, for us to arrive at the end outcome of automatically posting the summary of an article using maybe OpenAI model, there are a series of steps that we need to follow. Okay, first of all, we'll need to add a Google Sheets trigger. We'll have to configure that. Then from the Google Sheets, whichever URL we add into that, that article should be taken by the OpenAI model. We're going to use OpenAI's GPT-4o mini model. Okay, right. So we'll be using that particular LLM to summarize the article, and then based on that summary, we are going to generate two separate platform specific contents, one for Twitter, one for LinkedIn. Okay, once that content is generated, we'll add another step to automatically post it to the corresponding social media account. Okay, so let's just walk through each step one by one. Okay, and before we move ahead, I need you to have utmost focus on each and every step that we are going to do over here. Okay, right. All right. So this is where the magic begins, right? The first step where we add a trigger to our entire workflow. Okay, and what do we know about triggers? Triggers are specialized nodes which initiate the workflow, right? Which trigger the execution of the workflow, right? That is, before we dive into automation, we need a clear starting point. And in this scenario, we will use Google Sheets as the trigger starting point. Okay, the core point over here is to have a mechanism where we just paste the article link over there, and for that we need to first create a new Google Sheet. Okay, let's just go ahead and execute it step by step. Okay, so what are the steps involved? First of all, we'll prepare a Google Sheet and add a couple of article links. Then we'll add Google Sheets trigger in N8N, and we'll connect both of them, and we'll configure the node. Okay, let's go ahead and try this. So as you can see, I've already logged into my account, my Google account, and I've already created an empty sheet altogether. Okay, so this sheet is where you're going to drop your content links that you want to process. Think of it like your idea inbox. Okay, so let's say we are just going to call it as maybe social media workflow, or maybe you could call it anything as such. So I'm just going to call it workflow. Okay, and then I'm going to call this column as article links, okay, without any spaces. If you want, you can use underscores as well, but in our case we are not going to use any spaces. Okay, generally, because we use the column name as a variable, it's suggested to not use any sort of spaces altogether. Okay, right. Now let's say I already have an article. Let's assume that I already have an article, maybe something like this. Okay, so I have ibm.com/things/topics/generative AI, and this entire article talks about how generative AI works, what are the benefits and everything as such. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this URL and put it over here. Okay, in the second row, right after article links. Okay, now we have the trigger functionality ready. What do we do next? We need to create a trigger logic, right? So we'll go to N8N, we'll go click on create workflow. Okay, and we'll have an empty workflow created. And now the first thing is, first of all, when you want to start off with a workflow, it's important to create a trigger, right? So for that, we also know that trigger is a special type of a node which initiates the execution of a workflow, right? So what we are going to do is, you can either click on the center, this as add the first step part, or you can simply click on this plus icon which opens the nodes panel. Okay, so we'll just click on this thing, and what we are going to do is we're going to search for Google Sheets trigger node, because remember, for your workflow to be executed, the corresponding tools should be linked properly. That's really important for you to know. Okay, so I'm just going to search for Sheets, and you have Google Sheets available over here. The moment you click on a node, you have multiple triggers available. Okay, I want to get this functionality whenever my row gets updated, or whenever my a new row gets added. Okay, so I'll click on that, and a small pop-up like this will open. Okay, now this is really important. Okay, so in the pop-up, the first part is credential to connect with. This is where you'll connect your N8N account with Google account. Okay, so we'll click on create new credential and click on sign in with Google. Again, another pop-up will be opened, and we'll just click on the account that we want to log into, select everything, click on continue, and the connection is successful. Okay, right. So what have we done? We have connected our N8N account to the Google account. Okay, now let's say if we want to get the sheets, basically the URL from the sheets that we have. Okay, we'll have to link that particular sheet. Okay, so right now there is something called as poll times over here. This basically tells your workflow when to get triggered. Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to delete this. Okay, in the future we can add anything as such. Okay, and now here in the document part, when you click on this, you will have the social media workflow available, and in the sheet you can choose the sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, whichever sheet is available. Okay, and when do we want it to get triggered? Anytime when the row gets added or when a row gets updated. Okay, right. So to check if this is properly configured or not, you can simply click on the fetch test event functionality. Okay, so you can either click over here or click over here. Let's just select that. So what will happen is, so this is something that I want you to understand about the layout. At the center, you'll have the node related configuration. On the left, you'll have previous nodes, previous references, and everything as such. On the right, you'll have the output. Okay, so every node has two connections, the input and the output. Okay, got it? So on this side, as you can see over here, we have the article links column followed by the IBM URL. Okay, now to close this, you can either click elsewhere, or you can also click space bar and you can come back as well. Okay, right. Let's get back. We have added the trigger, which is in our case, it's Google Sheets. Right now, the next step is to summarize the article using OpenAI model. Okay, in our case, for the scope of this hands-on, we're going to use OpenAI model. Okay, right. So we just need to take each link from the Google Sheet. Basically, what will happen when you have a list of links, your OpenAI model is supposed to go through each and every link and read whatever is there inside that, and then generate a summary accordingly. Okay, so here we'll be using AI to extract the key points from the content. Okay, right. So what do we see over here? What are the steps involved? First of all, we'll need to add something called as a basic LLM chain node. Okay, basically what happens over here is we need to add a node which should have the capability of communicating with LLMs and performing certain actions, right? So that we'll be able to add different LLMs to our workflows. That is enabled by the basic LLM chain node. Okay, then we will define a prompt to generate a kind of a summary. Okay, and then we'll search and add OpenAI chat model. Then we'll choose GPT-4o mini and execute the node. Okay, steps are pretty straightforward. Let's just go ahead and implement them. So I want to add a new node to the existing trigger. So if at all I want to add it, I can either click on this plus icon, or you can just click on this plus icon where you can open the nodes panel. Both of them will open the nodes panel. And then because I want to directly connect it, I'm just going to click on this thing. Okay, now I'm going to search for basic LLM chain. We'll click on that. And then here, this is really important for us to understand. Okay, so what we'll do is basically in the LLM chain, we will probably give it a proper name, right? So we'll just say, I'll just double click on this and say summarize articles. Okay, and then sort for prompt. Basically, how do you want the LLM to function, right? So we'll just click on this thing. We'll define our own prompt. Okay, so we'll say like, you know, something like summarize this article. Okay, so we'll write summarize this article, and in JSON format, let me just right. So here we'll write $JSON dot article links. Okay, this is extremely important. You need to ensure that whatever you mention over here matches this particular part. Okay, right. So we'll just like, you know, keep it as it is. And if you observe, you know, here on the bottom you can see a model. Okay, it means the LLM chain, basically the basic LLM chain node that you attach, it always needs some or the other LLM model integrated into that. Okay, so we'll just click on this plus icon, and here I'm just going to search for OpenAI chat model. Okay, and then this part is extremely important for you. Okay, so if you're using n8n for the first time, okay, n8n gives you 100 free OpenAI API credits. Okay, all you have to do is click on claim credits and we are good to go with it. Okay, remember, these free credits are only for certain specific models. Okay, GPT-4o mini, maybe text embedding 3 small, DALI 3, and so on and so forth, right? You need to use them wisely. You only have 100 free OpenAI credits. But again, if at all you run out of these things, you can try out other tools as well, or you can also purchase different credits altogether. Okay, right. So in my case, I'm just going to click on claim credits, and it says that, you know, these are only valid for these kind of credits. Okay, right. So we have n8n free OpenAI API credits, and then the model that we want to choose is going to be GPT-4o mini, because it specifically told us that these free credits are only applicable to that. Okay, right. And then I'm going to change the name of a model. I'm saying that, you know, OpenAI, I'll just say model. I'll just say article summarizer. Okay, right. And in the model section, we have GPT-4o mini. And if you want, you can actually configure as such. Okay, now a really important thing to understand is we can ideally use any sort of an LLM that is available publicly. Okay, but it's really crucial to use the one that has the necessary capability that we want. Okay, in this case, web searching and data gathering is what we want. Okay, for example, this GPT model can actually go through the link, it can scrape the content directly, it can analyze the full article and create an accurate summary. Okay, in contrast, models like Llama may not be able to do that. Okay, so they may not have the kind of functionality as such. Okay, now we'll just like, you know, close this, and now we have this model ready with us. Okay, now so what I'm going to do is, and if you want to see the output of this particular execution, you just need to double click on this. And as you can see, we have the prompt that says summarize this article, JSON.article links. And whichever article we had was summarized properly over here, saying the article from IBM discusses A, B, C, D, E, and so on and so forth, right? Okay, so this is how you create a trigger followed by a basic LLM chain, followed by connecting it to a proper model altogether. Okay, right. Let's get back. So as we saw, when we executed these series of steps, we got a proper summary of the article, right? And this summary becomes the foundation for all of our social posts, and it ensures that we are able to capture the most important information, even if we format it differently for each platform. Okay. In fact, if you want, you can add more context to the prompt. wherein you can give a system prompt that says you are a social media strategist with expertise in content adaptation, and you give the user perspective where you're saying that, analyze this article and create a summary that captures three most important insights, includes any actionable advice, and maintains the original tone and perspective, highlights the implications, and it stays under 200 words for social media adaptation. And then you're giving it the article as json.article links. Okay, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy paste this directly into our existing model, and then we'll run it and see. Okay, let's go ahead. So as you can see over here, we're back to our N8N, and I'm just going to open this, and instead of having this kind of a user message, a very generic one, I'm just going to paste the entire prompt that we have. Okay, so it says you're a social media strategist, etc., etc. We have the user prompt. Let me just reorganize this a little bit. And we have also given it the article as such. Okay, now when we execute the step, let's see what happens. There you go. It gives me a much better categorization altogether, right? Let's get back. Now, we need to create a platform specific content, right? Okay. So for that, we need to use this summarization. Whatever summary we have got, we are going to use that as a seed to generate LinkedIn and Twitter post content. Okay. So what's the next step? Generating platform specific content. So what we'll do is we'll first generate it for LinkedIn and then we'll generate it for Twitter. Okay. But before we rush into posting the same message everywhere, let's just take a moment and think, why should the same idea be packaged differently for each platform? See, the answer is pretty simple. Each platform is like a different stage with its own audience, with its own mood, and certain unwritten rules as well. Okay, so if we want people to engage, we have to speak their language. So on LinkedIn, our tonality should be professional, detailed, business focused, right? So we will have to take a thought leadership angle and industry relevant hashtags and everything as such. Okay, maybe on Twitter, this is more or less like a busy coffee shop conversation. It should be short, snappy, engaging. That's the game, right? So you should have concise, engaging, and conversation starting kind of a tonality. Okay. Whereas when it comes to Instagram, it's more about visual storytelling as such. Okay. So the thing is, this is where AI really shines. It can actually take the same base content, same summary, and like a skilled translator, it can adapt it for each and every different type of audience altogether. Okay. That means we maximize reach and we can get more and more engagement as well. Okay. Now let's see how to make AI do this adaptation for us. Okay. For that, we'll need to create LinkedIn specific platform content. Okay. Right. For LinkedIn, what we're going to do is we'll create a professional post with industry hashtags and thought leadership angle. Okay. And AI will be considering each and every platform's best practices, formatting requirements, and build it accordingly. Okay. For this, we are going to follow 4 steps. Step number 1, we'll add another LLM chain node. Then we'll define the prompt for creating LinkedIn post content. Okay. And then we'll search and add OpenAI chat model, the same one that we have. Okay. And then we'll choose GPT-4o mini and execute it. Okay. Now, we have this prompt with us. The prompt is assume the role of an industry expert and draft a LinkedIn post discussing key points from a news article and so on and so forth, right? It should provide insightful analysis, connect with current industry trends, and encourage professional engagement or discussion. Okay, so you can also highlight any notable implications for the industry. Since LinkedIn supports detailed posts, ensure that this is informative and structured, include a professional call to action, and here's the summary of the article, and you attach it. Okay, let's just run this and see how it goes, right? So what's the first step? We need to add another LLM chain, and that LLM chain will be added over here. Okay, right after summarizing the articles. So I'm just going to go for basic LLM chain again. Okay, and this time I'm also going to define the prompt again. Okay, so this time what I've done is I've already copied the necessary prompt that we just saw. Okay, so that particular prompt is going to be used over here. Okay, now instead of json.text, we'll mention it as json. All right, so in this case, because the field itself is text, we'll just mention it over here. Right, so we'll just add it, and then as usual, it'll also need another AI model as well. Okay, for that, what we'll do is rather than recreating everything from scratch, I'm just going to right click on this existing one and click on duplicate. I'll have another summarizer exactly the same. Okay, so I'll just connect this like this, and what I'll do is I'll just simply execute the workflow one more time. Okay, so what happens is the Google Sheet trigger takes the URL, this LLM chain will go to the go to this article, summarize it using OpenAI, and then this basic LLM chain is going to take that summary, customize it, and create a LinkedIn suitable summary altogether. Okay, or maybe a post altogether. Let's open it and see how it looks like. Right. So there you go. As you can see, it took this text as an input, basically, which came from the summarize articles LLM chain. And from that, it started creating a very nice, very detailed LinkedIn post altogether. Okay. Right. Let's get back. So we have summarized the article. We have used that summary as a seed to create a LinkedIn post altogether. What's the next step? We just need to post this on LinkedIn, right? And the steps involved should be pretty obvious by now. We'll add a LinkedIn node, we'll create a post and authenticate it using LinkedIn credentials. And then we'll select the username and fill in the text to be posted, and we'll execute the workflow. These are the steps that are involved. Okay. Really important point to remember is once you connect LinkedIn to the next node, what will happen is you'll have to refresh the overall workflow so that it works properly. Okay, let's try this out. So first of all, let's just save our workflow. We have this save button. We can just simply click on this. The workflow gets saved. Okay, now to the LLM chain node, we are going to create another LinkedIn node. Okay, right? So I'll just, in fact, instead of calling this basic LLM chain, let's call it LinkedIn LLM chain node, so that it will be easy for us to remember. Okay, right. Now we'll just click on this plus icon. We'll search for LinkedIn. Okay, we have LinkedIn available. The action that we want to do is create a post. Okay, now we'll rename this as post to LinkedIn. Okay, and then obviously when you want to perform an action on a particular application, you'll have to log into that. Okay, right. So we'll just click on select credential. We'll create a new credential, and then this is a very critical part, everyone. So you need to remove the organization support part. Okay, and just leave the legacy part. Okay, then you have to click on connect my account, and it'll show a small pop-up. It'll ask you for your email address. Okay, let me just log in over here. Right. So the connection is successful. Okay. You need to ensure that the organization support is removed and only legacy is there. Okay. In case by mistake you leave it as it is, you can delete the node, create a new one, connect it again. Okay. You'll have to use a new set of credentials altogether. Okay. Now I'll just close this. We'll exit, and I'm just going to save it, and we're going to reload it. Okay. So when you reload that, what happens is your LinkedIn, the post to LinkedIn part, it gets triggered and it starts grabbing information. Okay, for example, you have this part called as person name or ID. If your LinkedIn account is connected properly, you should see your username over here. Okay, now what should we do next? First of all, if you observe, where did we start? We started off with the Google Sheets trigger, right? So wherein when we execute this, the URL from the sheet gets consolidated and brought over here. Then we have the summarize articles LLM chain. When we execute this, it will take that URL, open it, and ask OpenAI model to summarize that entire thing all together, and it will give us a proper summary. Okay. Then we have the LinkedIn LLM chain node, which basically takes this summary and customizes a LinkedIn post. Okay, right? So once this is done, we are going to take the post and we'll be posting it on LinkedIn. Okay, so we'll just open this node, and as you can see, the LinkedIn LLM chain node gave us a particular text. Okay, so what I'll do is, you see this text field over here. Okay, so I'm just going to grab this and drag and drop over here. Okay, so the JSON.text will be marked over here. Now we have all the inputs, and then if we execute the step, let's see what happens. Okay, so node executed successfully is what you will see. Let's go to LinkedIn and see if at all this has happened or not. Okay, I'll just open my own profile, and I'll just click on show all posts, and there you go, the post which was literally made right now. Okay, and this post content will match the post content that you see over here, harnessing the power of generative AI, and so on and so forth. Right, so in fact, you can either like this this is how you run an entire workflow altogether. You can either run it node by node if you want to test it properly, or you can execute this entire workflow on the whole. Okay, right, so let's get back. And that is how you run an end-to-end workflow on automatically posting something on social media. In this case, we checked out LinkedIn. Okay, moving on, let's talk about Twitter. Okay, that is, it's time to generate platform specific content for Twitter. Okay, we need to create a message to fit character limits while preserving key points and adding relevant hashtags. Okay, for that also the steps are pretty straightforward. We'll add another LLM chain node. The responsibility of this version will be to create Twitter related or X related post content. Okay, and then it will also search and add another OpenAI chat model. We'll choose GPT-4o mini and execute the node. Okay, and then if you look at it, we have a pretty detailed prompt over here, right? So draft an X post as an AI industry expert analyzing key news articles. The post should deliver so and so, so and so, so and so things. Okay, but there's a catch over here. For Twitter or X, we need to create a specific set of API credentials. Okay, we'll look at it as we move ahead, but this part is going to be extremely critical. Okay, right. So what do we understand from the prompt? First of all, we are asking our AI model to act as an AI industry expert who is analyzing key news articles. Okay, now this post should deliver sharp insights on the article's main points, connect to current AI trends, spark discussion with a thought-provoking question, and end with a clear CTA. Okay, and the length should be within 30 words. Okay, so that it can focus on what matters most to the AI community. Okay, see, X as a platform has a limit in when it comes to number of words that we can use. Okay, right. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the same prompt over here, and we will actually start leveraging this entire prompt to get a customized version of a Twitter post. Okay, let's go ahead and follow the steps step by step. Okay, let's go ahead. So as you can see over here, we have a very good process of Google Sheets trigger, summarizing articles, LinkedIn LLM creating a LinkedIn style post, and LinkedIn node creating or posting the post in itself. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll create another one whose name is Twitter, or maybe we'll have another basic LLM chain. Okay, now this LLM chain's responsibility, let's define the prompt over here itself. Once again, I've copy pasted this entire thing. Okay, and don't worry, it might show you a red color error because we haven't connected it to the previous one. Okay, so we basically added a prompt over here, and once we exit, there you go. So we'll just draw a connection to here, basic LLM chain. Okay, how about we just tidy it up a little? So we have this LinkedIn mechanism maintained over here, and the Twitter one would be maintained over here, right? And now, because this is a basic LLM chain, I need an LLM model to work with it. So I'm just going to duplicate the OpenAI model, and I'll just connect it to this thing. Okay, now what should happen? First of all, we have grabbed the URL. Okay, URL grabbing is done. And then the summarize articles LLM chain will get executed. It will summarize the entire article. Okay, and once again, remember, you only have 100 credits, so don't run it too many times. Okay, right? And then we'll check the basic LLM chain. We could name it as Twitter summarizer or something like that. Okay, so let's just open this, and there you go. Generative AI is reshaping industries. Pretty Twitter related or X related prompt altogether, or the output altogether, right? So we'll just call it as Open AI model. I'll just say, X summarizer. Okay, right. So we have this thing. Now, just like LinkedIn, we also need to add Twitter, right? Let's get back and see what to do. But before we move ahead, there's a small warning for you. Sometimes you may see a 402 error if your post is too long. Okay, so you need to ensure, because you're dealing with Twitter, some social media profiles or some social media accounts have a hard limit on the number of characters that they support. Okay, when it comes to Twitter, they have a particular limit. So if you see a 402 error, do not panic. Just ensure that your final post is not exceeding the allowed limit. Okay, now the final step. We have added the trigger. We have summarized the article using an OpenAI model. We generated platform specific content for Twitter. Now, the last step is to post this onto Twitter. As simple as that, right? Now, for this, we will add a Twitter node and we'll authenticate it to your X account, X or Twitter, you can call it anything. Okay. Then you also need to do something called as creating API credentials, where you'll need a client ID and secret key. Okay, and then we'll fill in the text to be posted and we'll execute it. Okay, now this part is going to be a series of different steps, so please pay attention pretty carefully. Okay, let's go to the code playground. Right, all right, from this summarizer, I'm just going to create a Twitter node. X, formerly Twitter, and I want this to create a tweet. Okay, so this is basically what I see. Right now, this text is something that I'm going to grab and paste over here. And now comes the part of creating credentials. Okay, so I'll just give it the name as post to Twitter or post to X, whatever you want to call it, X bracket Twitter. Okay, and then comes the part of selecting credentials. Now this part is extremely critical. It's very important that we follow the proper approach. Okay, now so we have something called as OAuth redirect URL, client ID, client secret, and all. And some operations require a basic or pro API. You can check out X API docs for further details and all. And if we want, we can open these docs, these documentation. Let me just click on this. So basically, N8N documentation gives you the clear-cut process on how to create credentials for each and every connection. Okay, each and every node. As you can see, we have WooCommerce, Vero, Uptime, Telegram, Hive, all the different integrations that they provide. They have different processes on how to create this thing. Okay, right. Now, we need to create an X developer account. Very important thing to follow. Okay, so we'll be following these steps. Okay, so we'll just create a, let me just open this in a new tab. Okay, so developer.x.com is the website. Again, do not get confused. First of all, what we are doing is we have a Google trigger, okay, which Google Sheets trigger, which grabs the URL from the Google Sheets. Okay, then we have a basic LLM chain whose responsibility is to go through the article and summarize it based on whatever prompt we have given. Okay, then we are splitting it into two parts. We are taking the summary, giving it to the LinkedIn LLM chain, who will create a LinkedIn post based on whatever content is there. Okay, then that post is actually sent on to the social media by the LinkedIn node. Okay, clear? We are doing the same thing for Twitter as well. It's just that for us to integrate the Twitter node, we need proper credentials, and we are creating those credentials. As simple as that. Okay, now, so we have something called as the Twitter developer platform. Okay, so these are the steps that we need to follow. Right, so we can click on X developer account. We can create a Twitter app or use the default application as well. Okay, right. So now we'll go to the developer account and we'll go to the developer portal. The URL will be developer.twitter.com. Okay, most important, you need to have a proper Twitter account for you to be able to use this. Okay, right. So let me just accept these things. I'll just zoom this in a little bit for you. Okay, now when you go here, you'll in case you don't have any applications or you don't have any projects, it will be empty. Okay, in my case, I have a project called as Twitter. I'm just going to create another application. Let me just go to Twitter. Let's see if I can delete this. We'll see how it works. Okay, there you go. I'm just going to delete the project. Okay, right. Now this is where you start. Okay, you can click on create a project. You can give it any name. In my case, I'm just going to say social hyphen media hyphen poster. Okay, I'll just call it that. And the use case, let's say I want to do academic research. Okay, project description, integrating with N8N to post automatically on X. Okay, that's it. I'm not going to give much information as such. Okay, and then I'll click on next, and then comes the app setup part. Okay, now this is extremely important. You can create an application. Okay, in our case, let's just call it N8N hyphen Twitter. Again, just a random name for now. Okay, right. So what we are doing over here is we are following the steps that are already given in the official documentation. Okay, so we are creating an X developer account. We created a Twitter application, and then based on whatever is the process, we are going to use it. Okay, but remember, X has certain rate limits. So if you continuously keep on posting, it may throw a couple of errors altogether. Okay, right. So we'll go to the developers part. We'll click on N8N-Twitter. There's a chance that this particular project might be taken over. Okay, right. So there you go. We have our keys and tokens as such. You can copy them or you can leave it as it is. For now, we don't need to use them. Okay, so we'll just click on app settings, and here we have a step called as user authentication settings. Okay, just to quickly recap what we have done. First of all, we understood that to create Twitter credentials, or to have Twitter credentials, we need to follow a series of steps that are given by N8N. Okay, right? And as per them, we need to first create a developer account. In my case, I have already created it. In your case, you can log in into developer account using your Twitter credentials only. Okay, right? Then we are supposed to create a Twitter app, and then for each supported authentication method, you can grab the corresponding app's configuration. Okay, right? So if you want, you can also check out application only authentication by Twitter. How do we play around with this information and all? Okay, again, this is just documentation that you can use. Okay, right. Now we go to the developers part, and here you can see user authentication settings. This is the part that we are looking at. Okay, now we'll click on setup, which takes us to this user authentication settings part. Okay, so what you need to do is, under app permissions, this is very critical, everyone. Under app permissions, you need to ensure read, write, and direct message. Okay, right? Let me just zoom it a little bit properly for you. Okay, and the type of application will be a web app. Okay, right? And the callback URL will be taken from N8N. Okay, so you have this OAuth redirect URL, right? We'll just copy this. We'll go to the developers part. We'll just paste it over here. Okay, this is the callback URL. Now you have the website URL. This will be the URL of your profile. You'll go to Twitter and you can click on your profile, and let me just check this out. Yes, you can click on profile over here, and you have x.com/abhinavdgupt, or whatever is your username, right? I'm just going to cut it and paste it inside this application. Okay, I'm just going to paste it. You can the rest of the fields are optional. We'll not do anything over there. Okay, right. Once again, we went to N8N. We wanted to add an X node, Twitter node, but it needed us to have credentials. In the credentials, we were given the documentation. We went to the documentation. We started following the process over here. We created a developer account. We created a Twitter app, and then we are configuring that Twitter app right now. Okay, right. And then once we save this and click on yes, you'll get the client ID and client secret. This is critical, and if this is compromised, you have to regenerate it. Okay, you should not share this with anyone. I'm just going to copy the client ID, and I'll just paste it over here in N8N. Okay, and then I'll also copy the client secret. I'll just paste it in client secret part. Okay, then I'll click on connect my account, and automatically the credentials are successfully created, and it'll ask me to log in. Let me just log in with the corresponding account. Okay, okay, it says N8N Twitter wants to use your X account. I'm authorizing it. Okay, and the connection is successful. This window will be closed in hardly 4-5 seconds. Okay, and now because the connection is successful, I'm not going to save this. Right, so we have a credential to connect with X account. The resource is a tweet, operation is to create, and whatever text gets generated by the X summarizer, as in the Twitter summarizer, we will be able to use it directly into our post to X functionality. Okay, now when we execute the step, there you go, node executed successfully, right? Let's just go to our Twitter account. We'll just reload this a little, and you should be able to see the new post, right? So if you observe, generative AI is reshaping industries, etc., etc., hardly 11 seconds ago, right? So we understood that the workflow can be executed step by step by step. Okay, right. Let's get back. So we have successfully created an entire automated workflow, which basically takes the articles. We trigger it using Google Sheets, right? As we saw earlier, we have more or less followed this approach, right? So instead of us sitting down hours and hours to list down everything, read everything, summarize everything, and post it on social media, we have automated the entire process using AI workflow, right? So as a part of the trigger, we used Google Sheet trigger. Whenever you have a new row or an updated URL, you can automatically see that. Okay, then we took care of the summarization using AI. Okay, we had this basic LLM chain model, and it took OpenAI for GPT-4o, and it summarized in whichever possible way. Okay, then we used different LLM chains to create platform specific content with hashtags and everything as such. Okay, and in our scenario, we did not integrate the asset handling part, but in fact, if you want, you can also integrate it as well. Okay, and then automatically the post happened where APIs push the post to LinkedIn and Twitter. Okay, whichever platform we wanted. Okay, now when you're working with tools like N8N, it's important not to jump straight into the full run mode. Okay, one of the best approaches that you can follow is check each and every trigger, check each and every node whether it's working properly or not. Okay, right? In our case, let's say we'll add another test article to our Google Sheet and see how it works. Okay, let's just go ahead and try it out. So I have this particular article, right? I'm just going to replace this, and this is a blog called Byte Go. What is a solid principle and all? Okay. Now we'll go back to the workflow, and you can actually, if you execute the entire workflow, you will have a new LinkedIn post and a new Twitter post as well. Okay. In my case, let's just execute the trigger first, whether it's able to properly take it or not. Okay. So it's been executed, and as you can see, the new article has been taken. Right. Then we'll ask the LLM chain to kind of summarize this entire thing. Okay, so let's just open this. There you go, an entire summary is here. Okay, then we'll go to the LinkedIn LLM chain, or in our case, let's go with Twitter LLM chain. Okay, and we'll execute this. It creates a small, small text that says solid principles are crucial, hashtag AS, hashtag software development, etc., etc. Okay, then we have to post it to Twitter. Okay, we just clicked on this, the node gets executed successfully. Let's just open x.com and see whether the post has been successfully added or not. Okay, we'll go to profile, and there you go. The solid principles are crucial. Let's discuss, and so on and so forth. Right. So in this way, if you want to test different things, test the entire workflow, you can go node by node by node. Okay, so that you can actually see where the data is going and where the data is coming from. Okay, let's get that. Similarly, once we know how the workflow runs, the next thing to check is quality, where we can review the AI generated summaries. We can check how accurate they are, how clear they are. If they're not really good, we can actually tailor the entire prompt altogether, and then we can also check platform specific outcomes, and then we can also validate the character limits, formatting, and all. Okay, so when you perform workflow testing, you need to check triggers, then you need to check the quality, and then perform an end-to-end test. You can run the complete workflow from trigger to publishing. Okay, all you need to do is just verify that the posts are actually appearing on target platforms and confirm that we receive success notifications so that we know the workflow is completed without any errors. Okay, once this passes, you have a reliable, repeatable AI powered posting machine. Okay, now whenever we automate with N8N, there are a few bumps that you might hit along the way. Okay, the first one is 402 errors. These usually happen when your content length exceeds the maximum characters which are allowed by the platform. For example, Twitter might reject a post that's probably too long. And the second is authentication failures. This usually happens when your API credentials are wrong or have expired. Okay, so if your connection to LinkedIn or Twitter or Google Sheets suddenly fails, the first thing to check is whether your keys or tokens are still valid. Okay, there are two other issues that we need to watch for. One is rate limiting. This usually happens when you start making too many API calls in a pretty short form or short time. Okay, because all these platforms have certain limitations. You can't continuously ping them, right? You can't continuously make requests to them. You need to space out your request appropriately. Okay, then comes the content quality part. Sometimes, pretty rarely, but sometimes the AI generated output may not feel right. Okay, this usually means that your prompts need much more refinement, much more specialization. Okay, much more customization. Okay, a small tweak in your instructions can give much better result. All right, so one thing that we need to understand is whenever we automate with N8N, there are a few bumps or there are a few blockers that we might hit along the way. Okay, one of the most common ones that you're going to see is the 402 error. Okay, so these usually pop up especially when your content length exceeds the maximum characters allowed by the platform. Okay, one of the best examples is going to be Twitter for you. Okay, now obviously we all know that Twitter has a maximum limit of certain number of characters. Okay, so if your version of the post goes beyond the maximum limit, Twitter might reject a post. Okay, and when it rejects it, you'll get a 402 error. Okay, and the second is authentication failure, especially when you're working with workflow automation, and that too using N8N. You need to have proper logins maintained. Okay, proper authentication maintained. This usually happens when either your API credentials are wrong or they have expired. Okay, so if your connection to LinkedIn, Twitter, or Google Sheets suddenly fails, you need not worry about it. You just need to check whether your keys and tokens are still valid or not. Okay, right? So these are two common issues. There are two more issues that you can check out. Okay, rate limiting is one of the most common issues out there. This usually happens when you make too many API calls in a short period of time. Okay, so different platforms actually have certain limits on how many times somebody can actually talk to them. Okay, this is done to avoid any sort of unexpected overload. Okay, so spacing out your requests or kind of batching them can actually fix this. Okay, and then comes the content quality. Sometimes, pretty rarely, sometimes if your prompt is not good or if the AI model is not trained well enough, sometimes the AI generated output may not feel right. Okay, so this usually means your prompts need a little bit of refining. Okay, a small modifications in your instructions can give you much better results altogether. Okay, in fact, when it comes to working with automation workflows, we can actually make our workflow run automatically without us touching, and that too on a time to time manner. Okay, that is where scheduling comes into picture. Okay, we can tell N8N saying that, run this workflow every week at this exact time, maybe something like Monday 9 a.m. or something. Okay, and from then on it just works in the background. Our workflow works in the background. Okay, in N8N we have three common ways to run workflows. One is manual trigger, another one is time based schedule, the third one is event based schedule. Okay, manual trigger happens when you perform an execution by clicking on a button or executing it manually. Okay, this is generally useful for testing purposes. Okay, then comes the time based schedule, one of the most common ones, where you can set the time interval, maybe every 15 minutes every day, or maybe every Monday at 9 a.m. or something, right? And based on the time based schedule that you have given, the model or the entire workflow will run automatically at set intervals. Okay, and similarly event based as well. These kind of scheduling happens when something specific happens, like maybe something like a webhook receiving new data or something like that. Okay, now if at all you want to integrate the time-based schedule in our case, in the case of the workflow that we have designed. So first of all, when we attach a time-based schedule, the trigger node should be configured to run at this specified interval or exact time. Let's say 9 a.m. on Monday morning every week. Okay, and at that moment, the poll time, the trigger node executes its check. In this case, it will check for new or updated rows in the Google Sheet, or if at all it's referring to any other reference, if there are any new roles or rows altogether. Okay, and then the workflow only gets executed if the triggers conditions are met. Okay, see, it's important to understand that it does not process all the rows every time. Okay, that is, the workflow does not run for all the rows every time. It runs only for the rows that are new, updated, or both. Okay, according to the mode that you have selected since the last check. Okay, this is because N8N keeps a track of the state between executions, so it knows which rows it has already processed and triggers the workflow for new or changed rows only. Okay, this makes the process pretty much efficient, and it also avoids unnecessary duplicate posts. Okay, and once we have set the schedule, our workflow can truly run on autopilot. Okay, so you can think of it like setting your alarm. You choose the day and time, and the alarm automatically wakes you up and runs at the exact moment without you manually doing anything. Okay, and one last but important point, scheduling only works if the workflow is in the active state. Okay, if it is inactive, even the trigger won't run. Okay, so before you close your workflow, you should always double check that little toggle on the top saying that N8N is switched to active. And once you activate it, the workflow will automatically execute whatever it is designated trigger node talks about. Okay, right? Which means if you have set a time-based schedule, N8N will automatically wake up at that time, check your data source. If there are any new things, it will start executing all the steps without even you needing to log in. Okay, if it's event based, it'll react instantly when some sort of an event happens. Maybe we add a new row in Google Sheets, that's a new event, right? Or maybe we'll initiate a webhook ping or something like that. Okay, see, this is the true power of automation. you're not just saving time, you're actually ensuring that your workflow is distributing the entire time, and it keeps doing this over and over and over and over again, week after week, without human intervention. Okay, and the only time you need to step in is if you want to refine your prompt or update your platforms or maybe monitor the results. Everything else can run on autopilot. Okay, and now that we have completed our main workflow, there are a couple of ideas I'd like to share with you so that you can try it out on your own to implement whatever you have learned. Okay, and once again, by the end of this series, we'll be sharing with you a series of submission links. You can actually submit all the projects and all the projects that you have created as part of this series. Okay, right. So these activities will help you get comfortable in experimenting with different roles, give you different triggers and integrations in N8N. Okay, remember, automation is all about trial, error, and improvement. You try something, if it works, good enough. If it doesn't, you learn from it. As simple as that. Okay, for example, you can try creating and posting the content directly to Instagram. We have tried out with LinkedIn and Twitter, right? So you'll have direct access to the official reference documentation, okay, which will walk you through the authentication part and connecting to the Instagram's API part. Okay, you can take a look at the same content and understand the same flow, and you can point it towards Instagram, and it's going to be great for visual storytelling and brand building as well. Okay, right. So let's take a look at more use cases, how the same concepts that we have learned today can be applied to different goals in different industries. Okay, for example, personal brand building, right? You could have skill development updates where regularly updating your personal network on skill development, maybe something on the lines of new programming languages that you have learned or certifications gained. This basically helps you show your dedication to professional growth. Okay, and automated updates ensure that you don't miss out on an opportunity to highlight your achievements. As simple as that, right? And there could also be project showcase automation where you want to automate the whole showcase process of personal or professional projects so that you can ensure that your work is continuously visible to your audience. Okay, and whether it's a portfolio update or the launch of a new product, the automation can keep your personal brand fresh and engaging. Okay, similarly, you could have professional milestone sharing as well, where you share your professional milestones such as job promotions, key collaborations, or industry recognitions with basically your network automatically. Okay, right? So this helps to keep your personal brand active while celebrating your achievements and reinforcing your professional reputation. Okay, another angle, academic content, right? You can have research paper summaries, conference updates, education content series, academic achievement sharing, and so on and so forth. Right? Okay, and similarly, if you want to look at it from a business perspective, you can have company news and announcements automated, right? So that timely communication is sent to all the stakeholders. It could be a policy level update, it could be an execution level update altogether. Okay, right. Then comes the product launch campaigns, which is one of the most popular implementations, right? So the automation can streamline the entire process of promoting a new product. And this ensures that key messages, key advertisements, and launch details are delivered across different channels, and that too automatically. Okay, from social media posts to email campaigns, this ensures the maximum exposure for new offerings. Okay, and then you can also have thought leadership content, industry trend analysis, and everything as such. Okay, again, these are just additional use cases that you can explore. Okay, so on the whole, if you look at what we have learned so far, we spoke about multiple things, right? So we understood how AI workflow skills work. We understood about the workflow architecture. We understood predefined sequences and how to automate that, right? And we also built complex workflows without any sort of programming language altogether, right? So, and we also understood how to integrate various GPT models into automated processes. Okay, in our case, we used OpenAI's one model. In case you want to explore, you can try out other models as well. Okay, right. And at this point, I'd like to happily congratulate all of you. You didn't just attend a generic workshop. You became a part of something bigger. You learned, you built, you experimented, and you took your first real steps into the world of generative AI, and you are now a part of generative AI revolution. Okay, now let's spread this movement. You can share your experience, your learnings, and maybe even a snapshot from today. You can actually play around with multiple other workflows as well, create your own thing and share it on LinkedIn, Instagram, X, and whatnot, right? Maybe you can use the same workflow to post this as well. Okay, don't forget to tag NextWave and OpenAI Academy. Okay, at the same time, we are looking forward to seeing a huge number of you sharing your own projects on LinkedIn. In fact, you can actually, as I just said, you can proudly showcase your project on LinkedIn, highlight it in your resume, share it with your friends and family as well. See, honestly speaking, it's not a small thing, you know. A lot of developers actually learn all these things at a much later point in their career. Okay, and some of them, even after 3 4 years of experience, they may not know this level about generative AI and AI workflows. On the other hand, you guys are able to understand what it is. You have built your own automation workflow, and you can happily go ahead and share your project on LinkedIn, right? But once again, don't forget to tag NextWave and OpenAI Academy. Okay, right. And also, once you're done with the session, we'll be sending you a form. You can submit your the URL of your product, or you can share anything with us. Okay, and if you have multiple projects, you can make multiple submissions as well. Okay, and finally, your feedback is really important to us. We have an entire team over here who goes through your feedback and works on making your entire learning experience in a much better way. Okay, so you can submit your feedback in the appropriate form. Okay, on that note, we are done with the session.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. I am Alex, and I lead the OpenAI Academy program. We are OpenAI's new education and community initiative designed to help people around the world learn how to use AI to solve hard problems and drive real-world impact. We offer events like this alongside on-demand content and community forums to support learners and builders at every level. A big thank you to GP Tech Day, today's presenting community partner. They're an independent group of technical educators and practitioners, and they created today's session themselves. We love partnering with experts like them who are actively deploying OpenAI tools in the wild, because that's often the best way to learn from those who are building in real time. Today's topic is a powerful one: how to use knowledge graphs to supercharge retrieval augmented generation. Whether you're here to sharpen your developer skills, build smarter document workflows, or just explore new ideas, you're in the right place. One piece of housekeeping: throughout the event, you can submit questions via a link that will show up on your screen. We won't have time for everyone's questions, but one of our fantastic solutions engineers, Mohammed Hussein, is here, and he will help moderate a discussion and answer as many of your questions as possible. Before we dive in, I'm excited to introduce Grant. He is a seasoned software engineer and the founder of GP Tech Day, a global community of over 3,000 AI professionals. Grant's built everything from RAG systems for companies like Coca-Cola and Stanley Black & Decker to crypto analytics tools used by hundreds of thousands of people. And he's deeply committed to making AI education accessible through partnerships like this one. So with that, I will let Grant take it away.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the introduction. And I'm Grant Kurz, the founder of GP Tech Day. We are honored to partner with OpenAI and Miami-Dade College as an official launch partner of the OpenAI Academy. I want to share my gratitude to Miami-Dade College for organizing the in-person OpenAI Academy event a few months ago, where I had the privilege of meeting the OpenAI team, Alex, Mohammed, and Natalie Coe. We got to know each other over the past few months and began collaborating to bring you 3 special events from our AI community. And of course, we are extremely excited to share AI education with so many folks around the world, including you. You might be asking, what is GP Tech Day? Well, our mission is to accelerate AI education and innovation through the power of community, empowering engineers, professionals, and enthusiasts to thrive in the AI wave. We are partnered with Miami-Dade College at the AI Center, where we host GP Tech Day in-person regular events of over 100 people every other week. We provide in-person and online educational sessions, workshops, and courses from experienced AI professionals for both technical and non-technical audiences. Now, we're excited to introduce Gianni Crivello, who is a senior customer engineer for AI/ML, collaborating with many enterprise Fortune 500 companies to build out production-grade AI/ML systems. He has provided excellent engineering deep dives at GP Tech Day in the past. He is an amazing active member of GP Tech Day and an avid open source contributor. Gianni, let's come to the stage and take it away.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, Grant. So, hi, everyone. I'm really happy to be here shoulder to shoulder with OpenAI and GP Tech Day to give this presentation. This talk is motivated by a practical use case. So I learn best when I know why I need something in the first place, right? And so to set some of the context here before we get into the presentation, I came across GraphRag pretty early on when RAG was first coming out as a design pattern for building generative AI applications. And for whatever reason, my RAG apps weren't interacting with my data in the way that I thought it would, and my model was hallucinating. And at that time, this was super frustrating, right? Especially when you're trying to ship and deploy an application. And so one of my colleagues showed me this new thing called GraphRag, and all of a sudden, my applications were able to handle much more complex queries and were more stable. And so that's the motivation of this talk. So I hope that everyone leaves this workshop with a practical intuition on when you need to use graph or knowledge graphs and GraphRag, and when to integrate them and how to integrate them into your RAG pipeline. So without further ado, if we can bring up the slides here, and we can dive right in. So here's a quick workshop agenda, right? So we'll work through what a knowledge graph is, what it means to automate it, right? That's the name of this talk, is automating knowledge graphs. And we'll gain some intuition on the types of prompts that GraphRag solves. And if you're sold on the idea of knowledge graphs after this talk, we'll walk through a practical example of building, or how to build a GraphRag pipeline. So, what's a knowledge graph, right? And a knowledge graph, and at least defined by IBM, is also known as a semantic network. It's a data structure that models real-world entities such as objects, events, and/or concepts, and illustrates the relationship between them. And relationships being the important part here, right? So knowledge graphs model relationships between objects in a way that's very natural for humans to think about how to model data, right? So you have nodes in a graph, and you have lines from one node to another, and that represents a relationship between two objects. And so to see this talk with a real-world example, we'll be creating a next-generation health app for providers to gain insights from patient health records. So we'll be walking through this graph end-to-end, right? So we might want to model a patient, and a patient will be in blue, and relationships to other objects that represent potentially a provider, medication, a condition, and an organization. Right? And so knowledge graphs actually have a rich history in computational linguistics and natural language processing, right? Go figure. You can ask this knowledge graph questions and have it reason about the domain that it's modeling, right? And so as an example, you can imagine that maybe we don't have a direct predicate between a patient and an ailment, which is stress. And so without that direct predicate, or that edge in that graph, we might want to reason about whether or not a patient could be suffering from stress, right? And so what we do is we traverse this graph and say, okay, well, since this patient was prescribed magnesium, and this magnesium helps treat stress, well, we might infer that this patient could be suffering from stress because they were prescribed magnesium. And this is reasoned about by just simply traversing this graph. So having a data structure like this becomes very powerful for building automated reasoning systems, which is why they were originally used for early research in artificial intelligence and modeling decision making. So moving forward, this graph and data structure is a logical construct, but we want to represent this textually in a computer. And so how do we do that? Well, it's actually quite simple. The core concept of a knowledge graph and how they get represented in a database is by using triplets, right? So you define an object in a graph, and you define the types of predicates your graph supports. These are our edges. And together, this definition becomes what we call an ontology. And if you're unfamiliar with what an ontology is, it's just a fancy word for the blueprint of your knowledge graph. And so in practice, you can scale this to model much more complex relationships where a single subject could have many different types of relationships to other objects and many different types of predicates. And so with this simple concept of a triplet, you have an expressive tool to model your domain. And an important feature of knowledge graphs is that the output of queries are visually rich. So as you can see here, each one of these graphs are subgraphs that were extracted by using a query language from the same larger KG, right? And this visually rich output makes interpreting data much easier. However, there's one problem, right? So you might be asking yourself, oh, this is such a great concept, right? Why isn't this more widely adopted? And there's two things, right? So assuming that you have a graph database that models your domain in the first place, to make any use out of it and get any value from it, you need to know the query language. It's typically Cypher. This is a programming language that graph databases speak. It's kind of like SQL. So prior to large language models, you relied on domain experts that, one, knew the Cypher query language, and two, understood the domain enough to write good Cypher. It'd be very difficult to write good Cypher code for a domain that you don't know, because domains, as you can see before, with a simple concept, can be very expressive. These knowledge graphs can be very expressive. And so, as an example, I'll walk you through our healthcare use case where we want to enable healthcare providers to query patient health records. And let's say I'm a healthcare provider and I need to know how many encounters a specific patient has had. For us to answer this question, we need to write Cypher on our provider's behalf because we're providing this as a service, as an application. And so here's what that query would look like. This is what Cypher would look like, right? And don't worry if this is mumbo jumbo right now. I'm going to walk you through this step by step. And at the very least, we'll get an appreciation for what these language models will automate away for us. So before we build out our next generation health application, let's dive into a 2-minute primer on Cypher. So remember that everything in the graph world is a triplet. Right? We begin with a pattern matching clause at the very left. Basically, it just says that match everything that comes to the right of this match clause. We have a subject, which is a patient. And then I have a filter, which is my UUID, my unique user ID. Then we have a predicate, which is our has encounter. This is an arrow to some other object, and this will represent a relationship. And my object, which is an encounter. And then I want to return my object. So basically, what this says is, find all of my encounters that my patient with this ID made and return those objects. And that Cypher returns nodes in a graph, right? And I'll show you a quick example of executing this query in my graph database console. So let me take the same code, switch over here to my console, and I'll type it in. This is a Neo4j console. It allows me to communicate to my graph database I have running on my local host, and it's storing my synthetic patient health data. So this isn't real health data. I'll execute it, and then I get back my nodes in my graph. And so this is how this works. We have a big knowledge graph that we modeled. You execute Cypher code, and you get back a subgraph. In this case, as you can see, we have 11 encounters, 11 nodes, and that's what we wanted to know from our original question. So going a little further, for each one of those nodes, you can store their properties. And in the world of RAG, you can treat these properties as just plain old documents that can be used to contextualize a large language model. So now we're back into the model, the design pattern that most of us are familiar with. So we'll be leveraging the completions API function calling to turn GPT-4o into our custom text-to-Cypher transpiler. We'll start with a natural language query. This will go into our Cypher generator. We'll get back Cypher, and then we'll run this Cypher on our graph database, get nodes, contextualize an LLM, and then this will power our next generation healthcare applications. And so that's what it means by automating knowledge graphs. There are so many strategies for integrating graph data structures into a RAG pipeline, but today, when we say automating knowledge graphs, we mean automatically generating and executing Cypher code on a graph database and taking those results for context for augmented generation. So one of the main benefits of this approach, right, which is having a model generate Cypher code, is that we have a formal execution engine that sits in front of our results. So the model focuses on producing correct Cypher code rather than only trying to infer results from standard retrieval. So you can think of the code that the model produces as something that's concrete, it's auditable. You can take the code and run it yourself. And if there are any failures, we can handle them explicitly. And so the only thing that the model will use at the end of its RAG pipeline to infer decisions is the results it gets back from some formal execution. And so here's an example of a high-level architecture that can enable safety guardrails through human reviews, audits, and reproducibility. So for example, you might want to audit a certain query that was generated, in which case if you logged your queries and you persisted those logs, it would be very easy to just kind of go back, take a query, and run it yourself. Or if there was some failure in the system, you can bubble that up to a human review or route it back to an LLM for a retry. So introducing this formal execution step gives us much more control over our system, makes things more stable. And so to motivate the rest of this talk, I wanted to pause here and show a quick demo. And if you want to follow along with the code, please just scan the QR codes. This is the same code that I'm going to use as reference on how to build this system in the next section. So we welcome, taking the code, cloning it, and using it for your reference for your own use cases. So I'll leave my screen up for a minute for everyone to catch up. And while everyone's catching up, a common question I get is, what use cases justify adding a knowledge graph to my RAG pipeline, right? Why deal with the extra complexity if I already have RAG? And the answer is, well, you shouldn't. You should think deeply about whether or not you need a knowledge graph or whether standard retrieval works fine for you. And for many use cases, traditional RAG is perfectly fine. However, there are use cases where you need to use GraphRag and it becomes a non-negotiable. And the obvious one would be, well, if you already have a graph database, then you'll need GraphRag. Another case is if you find yourself needing to know global statistics about your data. So for example, how many patients has a certain doctor seen in the past year? And of those patients, who has had the most claims? That's a multi-step query that requires global view of your data. Or if relationships between data points are important for you, and they need to be preserved within your RAG pipeline. So an example of this could be, well, what doctor has administered the most of a certain type of medication? So if you want to support these types of questions that require either relationships to be preserved or global view of your data set, you should start to consider using GraphRag. And so with that, I'll switch over to my demo, and I'll show you a side-by-side comparison of a next generation healthcare application using vector search versus knowledge graph for RAG. And so let me grab a query here. And so my first query will be, how many times has this medication been prescribed? And I'll shoot this off to my system. And on the right, you'll see our knowledge graph. And then on the left, you'll see our vector search only. We get results back from our vector search, which is based on the provided vector search information, this medication has been prescribed 3 times. Versus knowledge graph, you can see that this medication has only been prescribed once. Well, which one's correct? Well, for us to figure that out, I could just go to the cipher code, grab that cipher code here, and audit it myself. So going back to our cipher lesson, we all know how to do cipher now. We have our medication with our unique ID, and we want to return all of the counts of that medication. How many times has it been prescribed? And the answer is 1. So clearly, vector search alone hallucinated. Versus our knowledge graph that's grounded in some formal execution did not. Let's do another one. How many of my providers have general practice specialties? That's a helpful thing to know, something that we want to support in our application. We'll send it off to our backend here, and we'll get a response. And let's see which one's correct. So vector search only says that there's no direct mention or indication of the general practice specialty. And that's not true, right? But in our knowledge graph, because we're generating cipher code and actually running it on a formal execution machine, right? We have 272. providers, which is correct, right? And we can actually see the results here. And so that's a very important distinction, right? Going from none to the actual correct number, which is 272. Let's do one more, and this one's a little harder. Now, how many patients have received this specific vaccine? This is something that would be very useful in a next generation patient health record querying application. And so we get some results back from vector search, right? We get the results back here, which is these patients, and then truncated, right? And then we'll wait for our knowledge graph to come back with results. Now, where vector search fails, let's see here. So, well, these things aren't perfect. I was just about to mention that. Let's do it one more time here. It's probably just generating the wrong query. And the best part about this knowledge graph is that you can audit that, right? So let's try one more time. If the demo gods are nice to me. And so where vector search fails is that the language model is trying to infer the desired response given the data it has access to. And we know as AI engineers that these systems will happily hallucinate if we have something that's out of context, right? And so the core difference in this application is that GraphRag approach is backed by a actual formal execution mechanism, and it's being grounded on those results that come back from our system. And so perfect. So now we get the correct results, right? We have our patients, and we have our patients list, and we can actually see the results that come back, and it's nicely formatted, right? As structured data, first name, last name, and patient ID. All right, and so going back to the demo here, or the slides, that's it for the demo, right? So I welcome everyone here to get it stood up locally, play around with it, and use it as reference to build your own use cases and build next generation applications that have real impact on the world. And so moving forward, now let's walk through how to actually build the demo you just saw. And I'm going to do it in 4 steps, right? And that's the beauty of modern development tooling, is that building this next generation system is honestly quite simple, right? So step 1 is you start by defining your ontology. Whether you're building up your graph for the first time or you're modeling an existing graph, you will need an ontology to guide the model's code generation. And this will look something like this, where we can model a node in our graph as a Pydantic base model. In this case, we're modeling the vaccine, right? So kind of like what we just saw. That's the data structure that's powering that last demo question. Oh, and by the way, if you scan the QR code, this will take you to the actual line in our GitHub repo that defines this class. And so you can follow along. Okay. And so when we build the nodes in our graph, we'll read in data, in our case, as a CSV from the Cynthia synthetic patient data set. We'll loop through the rows in our data and build up a list of our vaccine nodes, right? So we're loading in the immunization CSV, we loop through the rows, and we're just instantiating a bunch of our objects. Then, when we want to model the relationships between our nodes, we'll loop through the list of nodes we just created in the last step and build up our triplets, right? So remember, everything in the graph world is just a bunch of triplets. And so in our case, we have a patient ID, which is our subject, received, which is our predicate that we want to model, and then our vaccine node, which is our object here. And we need to have our ontology around as a way to document the relationships that are inside of the graph. So I personally like to use a getOntology function, which allows me to pass around my ontology as blueprints to different applications that need it. Right? And so this will essentially go directly inside of a model's context window. And speaking of prompt and context, we need to define the prompt that's going to be that's going to guide our cipher generation. And so a little trick of the trade is I like to store my prompts in its own module. You can think of it like / directory prompts as a bunch of Lambda functions that allow me to parameterize the prompts, right? So you can see here that I have a Cypher generation prompt is a Lambda function that takes in a query, context, and ontology as parameters. Next, which is step 3, we'll define a function in OpenAI's function calling format to pass the model our initial completion, pass the function that we want the model to call to our initial completions API call. And so if you're familiar with function calling, this will look typical to you, right? There's also methods for automating, building this, but for the sake of this talk, I want to explicitly build this up for you, right? So you have a function name, its description, and its parameters. And this needs to map to an actual function that runs on a computer. And in this case, we're going to map it to a Python function. So Cypher _ query _ executor, if you scan the link, it'll take you right to that line in the code base. It's an actual Python function that will manage a connection to a database. In this case, our Neo4j database. And then forward that query that our model generates to run on that session. So you can see that happening here with session.run passing in my generated query. And then last but not least, we need to bring all of these components together for step 4, which is making the call to OpenAI's completion API. So we call the completion API, passing in our model, our messages, which you can see calls my Cypher generation prompt Lambda function, where I also call my get ontology function, right? Which is my blueprint of my knowledge graph. I pass in the function that I want GPT-4o to call. And because I pass the parameter function call, right underneath functions, I know that my model will only ever call that function. So I constrict what it can do. So I immediately parse the function's arguments, forward those arguments to my Python function that will execute my query. And that's it, right? We now have an application that can take natural language, translate it to Cypher code, and then run the code on a graph database. So you can reconstruct the demo that I just showed. And just remember that this is an approach, not the approach, right? So we're just scratching the surface on knowledge graphs and how they're used in practice and what they're capable of, especially paired with LLMs. So I hope that this presentation motivates everyone to actually go out, do your own research, and find strategies that work for your use case. That being said, this presentation was made with love for the OpenAI community, and hopefully the next generation of helpful applications come from attendees of this talk. And so I guess with that being said, we'll open up for questions, and I'll pass it over to Grant.
Hi, everyone. And wow, amazing, Gianni, as always. Thank you so much for educating so many people around the world. And just thank you again so much for making this possible. I'd like to bring up Mohammed to the stage as well to help query for some of the questions, and he'll go ahead and ask you some of them.
You guys see me okay?
Can see you perfectly.
Awesome, thanks. Hey, Gianni, really fantastic presentation. For everyone, my name is Mohammed Hussein. I'm a solutions engineer with OpenAI, supporting our public sector. So I'll start with some of the Q&A. I have a couple questions, and I'm also going to synthesize some of the Q&A that we've got incoming. So, Gianni, I want to start with one sort of high-level question. I think you brought a really good example of where GraphRag can be useful when asking very specific questions where there's really quantitative results. So like if you've modeled your vaccination where you have patients and what they've been vaccinated against, you set up your situation with a specific data model that Vector or GraphRag really works well in. I guess my question is for a lot of I think a lot of the questions here kind of align. What are the use cases that you see GraphRag aligning to more than vector search? Because as you think of things like summarization and more general analysis, I think vector search can do pretty well. So where have you seen use cases where GraphRag in particular stands out against VectorDB? And how should people think about like aligning use cases to these different methodologies? Maybe we can start there. Yeah,
that's a great question. So primarily the use case that aligns most with GraphRag would be those two use cases that I kind of demonstrated in this talk, right? One, where you need some global statistics, some global view of your data set, right? That's going to break down in vector search as you saw earlier. It's just not within vector search's capabilities to do that. Now, there are ways around that, right? Like you could open up your top K. That's possible. But again, it's not, vector search kind of breaks down when you need some global view of your data set, where GraphRag is really, really good for this stuff, right? So maybe I wanted to understand like the most popular movie, and I'm a streaming service. I want to know the most popular movie across XYZ. I could do that within a knowledge graph. The other one is when relationships really matter, right? Like, so those edges between two objects, when relationships really, really matter, like I need to know the relation between this node and another node. That's when GraphRag, it's almost a non-negotiable, and vector search breaks down. Outside of that, vector search typically will win.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And, I work a lot in the public sector, and there's a lot of use cases around GraphRag to track different entities and their relationship with, other entities. So I'm thinking more like national security use cases. I see GraphRag all the time. So definitely makes sense there. Let me ask you a sort of follow-up question. So one of the advantages of vector search-based RAG is that it's a pretty easy data processing pipeline where you can upload a bunch of documents, and then there's a bunch of libraries that can help with chunking and parsing and stemming and all that. And you can do like HydraG. And so there's a bunch of really good off-the-shelf frameworks for processing that data and taking it and placing it into your database for retrieval. Can you talk a little bit about some of the challenges with setting up data pipelines for GraphRag? Because my understanding is, kind of with your example, you developed a very specific model for your situation where you had your Pydantic model with, focus on vaccines. You have to define these objects in advance. So how do you reconcile maybe, and I'm not, I'm not paid by a big vector database. I'm just trying to, understand a little more. How do you reconcile sort of the challenges of setting up data pipelines for GraphRag that you might not see in the vector database world?
Absolutely. So that's another really great question. You are dealing with more complexity, right? Modeling your graph database, modeling those triplets require you to have like very solid domain knowledge over what you're modeling. You need to know the domain that you're modeling, right? So in the use case where I might just have a cloud storage bucket full of documents, and I just kind of want to throw those documents into a vector RAG pipeline, and I wanted to start to search those documents and ask those documents natural language queries, that's going to be your easiest step to building out your RAG pipeline. And in terms of reconciling, like how do you make that jump to building, like you are inheriting, basically is what I'm trying to say. You are inheriting more complexity in building these pipelines out. And so if you're looking for the simple approach, vector search is going to be much more simple.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And to your point, right, I think for any system, whether it's vector search or you're working with relational data, it's ultimately the hygiene of your data is going to be king. So I'm kind of being unfair to GraphRag here by saying, hey, you need to put a lot of prep into building a data model. But really, for any pipeline, classical ML or even like vector, you kind of need to structure your data and annotate it and label it. So I think GraphRag is one of the few models that really forces you to do it well up front, versus you can kind of get lazy with vector databases and stuff like that. That's just my 2 cents here.
That is a good call out, right? Like with vector databases, you can get started much faster, much faster. But that doesn't mean that the complexity is not there when you try to eke out performance of your pipeline, right? You can't just top K 100 everything and shove all of that into a model's context window. You're gonna get into the realm of like model context, your model is going to fail in that sense too, right? And you're also going to be paying for a lot of tokens, a lot of round trip, right? And so, like it's deceivingly easy, right? Like vector embeddings and traditional pipelines, RAG pipelines, it's deceivingly easy, right? It's very easy to get started, but there's still a lot of complexity there once you start to eke out performance.
Definitely.
And Mohammed, you asked a great question about, when is GraphRag better? And one of our great community members, Tim Hoyt from Miami, he's asking a question, kind of in your same question. When is vector search better? It's kind of a question that he has. So Gianni, when is vector search, a better choice than, let's say, GraphRag for the audience?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Vector search is better if you have a ton of unstructured data and you want some like easy, not necessarily easy, but like a quick stand-up of your RAG pipeline, right? Like you can go from 0 to 1 relatively quickly. And so velocity of development could be a reason why you want to use vector search over going through the trouble of building out a RAG pipeline, right? And again, there are those two use cases, right? Those like I need a global view of my data, and I also need to sustain these relationships between nodes in my data set. And those are really the times where GraphRag shines, right? But outside of that, vector search still very much performs very well under most use cases.
Amazing. Thank you for answering that question. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and there are quite a few questions. I'm actually curious as well. Do you know of any libraries or tools that help in the automation of the creation of knowledge graphs for RAG applications, or is it primarily that you're seeing right now, kind of building out your own automation?
Yeah. So this might be an unpopular opinion, but I don't really like third-party libraries that add more complexity to kind of simple flows and such. So like just using Pydantic and using like raw calls to the OpenAI API typically works pretty well for most of my use cases. Now there are tooling and of course like the Neo4j wrappers around managing connections to the database, right? There are tools like Llama Index or like LangChain that do well, but again, my preference, I like to keep these things pretty thin.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm the same way. A lot of times, sometimes I find myself, having to build out these type of solutions with these type of tools and having to take them out anyways. So,
yeah, absolutely, for sure.
Awesome. Let me go ahead and jump into some of the questions from the crowd again. So Rob asked a really good question. Can you use LLMs to create your ontology and encode your documents in a graph database? So we talked a little bit about, like domain expertise. We'd love to hear your thoughts on this piece and like the pros and cons of this.
Yeah, really good question. So yes, absolutely, you can, right? And there are times where I've done that. Now you kind of get into the mode of like, okay, well, at some point you do need some formal structure that was written by a human, right? Like you want to trust that like you've modeled this graph correctly, right? Your ontology is correct. And so I think like that's one of the great things about leveraging Graph and GraphRag is that this is, these systems are backed by like a formal execution engine, right? And if that's flawed in some way, then, it's kind of turtles all the way down, right? Like you can't really trust anything. And so, yes, so that's a long-winded way of saying, yes, you absolutely could. And I can point you in the right direction of like what to read and repos that do it. But I typically like to build out these things by hand myself.
Awesome. Another question I really like, what's a good strategy to combine vector RAG and GraphRag to use the best of both worlds? Any examples where you've seen these sort of hybrid approaches work really well, or any other thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm so glad that you asked. So if you actually go to my last slide, if you could pull that up, that would be great. These are the three approaches that I've seen in the wild that work pretty well, right? So all the way to the left, you have a query that goes through an embedding model, and then you have an embedding. And so what you do is all of those nodes with node properties, you embed them in vector space, and you're doing a similarity search in your vector space as a lookup into your graph, right? So this can help with like maybe your model doesn't really necessarily know the unique ID to generate in its query. Maybe we want to do some sort of similarity search as a lookup into my graph, and then do some sort of graph traversal. Right? That's I've seen that in the wild. That's pretty interesting. The other one is that you might have Cypher writers on your team, right? Like it's not super complex to write out some of these Cypher queries, and especially if you've hand designed your ontology, you can actually just write out all of these expressions that are useful that you might want your system to be able to use, and have an LLM take a query and then select from all of those functions, and then those functions are what call the graph database, right? And so in terms of like the top two other strategies that I've seen work well as like a graph RAG pipeline that also has like vector search in it, like these are two that work pretty well.
Awesome.
Amazing. Yeah, thank you. And another question that I see from the audience is from Kevin Hoffman from Philadelphia. He's saying that he has a team using RAG applications for retrieving news articles from a corpus that spans decades. He's using baseline RAG, and they're struggling with giving our application temporal awareness, such as who was a mayor in 2003. Could he expect knowledge graphs to aid in solving this problem?
Yes.
Yeah, and how so?
That's actually a really great, like, modeling temporal awareness is a really great use case for graphs, right? Graph data structures in general. And so yes, now turning these unstructured documents into an ontology is probably, you know, it depends. There's an engineering trade-off, right? That's complex, and you're going to have to work through that. But if like, and supporting those types of questions or supporting temporal awareness inside of the RAG pipeline is worth it, absolutely, this could certainly help solve those problems.
Awesome. I see a lot of questions about this one. What are your thoughts on using graph versus SQL? So let's say you get a bunch of structured data. What's just sort of rationale with just using SQL-based querying versus potentially refactoring that data into a graph-based model, or just constructing Cypher queries that would fit the SQL structured database?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? Like, would you migrate your, like, if you have some sort of like text to SQL type system, would you migrate away from that to use GraphRag? And there's use cases where like you might want to do that, but for the most part, I don't see a reason why you would want to migrate away from, like, they are essentially modeling the same type of relational structure, right? Yeah, like in terms of the scope of this presentation, this talk, like if text to SQL generation works well for you, then you certainly should, like, there's no real reason why you would want to leave that. Yeah,
makes sense. Here's another good question. Can you talk a little bit about LLM performance here? You talked a little bit about prompt engineering. What are your thoughts on things like fine tuning and other techniques to improve performance on generating the Cypher query, which is probably not as well represented in the training data as SQL? So just curious to see how you've bridged that gap, maybe like few shot prompting or something like that. Curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, that's a good question. So in that second example of my last slide, where I just showed, where you have a bunch of written like a library of Cypher queries, you can certainly use that as like if you have a subset of those Cypher queries and they're not all the queries that you eventually want to run on top of your graph database, you can use that subset as a few shot prompting mechanism. In terms of fine tuning, if you have a large enough data set of Cypher queries and you want to fine tune a language model, then go for it. But just being transparent and real, and what we've seen in practice is that few shot prompting typically works well enough.
Makes sense. And which model were you using? One of the reasoning models for this one, or was this 4.0?
No, GPT 4.0.
4.0. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So this is 4.0. And in terms of language, like model performance, the model's only only generating cipher query, right? So you're not like, that's not a large amount of like tokens that you're paying for, right? And so you could get clever with, okay, yeah, like I'm only going to generate cipher query, run that query, and then take those results. Versus like if you want to eke out like better performance in vector search, you're going to have to increase your top K, and then you're transferring those tokens over the wire.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see.
Yeah, and speaking of performance questions, which one is faster? Someone from the audience is asking, vector RAG or graph RAG?
It depends on your RAG pipeline, right? Like in terms of like what's a faster execution model, right? Where you're doing like similarity search or like nearest neighbor search with vector search, or whether cipher code runs faster than that. I would imagine cipher code runs faster on like a database like Neo4j than fast AI search, similarity search, right? Like FAISS, right? I'm not sure though. That's a good question.
Thank you.
I'm not sure is always a great answer. Let me say that. I do a lot of demos and Q&As. I use I'm not sure all the time, so I like that answer. A couple folks are asking about like how to get started, like papers to read, projects to work on, like, you know, differences like Neo4j, is that the best, VectorDB, or just starting with Postgres? What are your thoughts on like where to start with all this?
Yeah, go to that repository that was in the talk, in the QR code, and check that out, right? I think that's a really great place to start in terms of like a practical example for modeling your nodes in your graph and modeling relationships, right? And how to get that up and running really quickly. Like I don't ship a graph database, like everything there from KG construction to the vector embeddings that we embed those nodes out of. That's all there in that repository. I would go check that out first. Second, in terms of like papers to read, where to go, Neo4j has a lot of really great content around graph RAG strategies. So that would be my second place to go, right? And so if you have any questions, in terms of where to go after looking at my repository on GP Tech Day, feel free to join our Discord and ask questions there.
Sweet. I'm seeing a few questions regarding, what do you do when the graph RAG, the data is too large, right? So how do you store? So obviously that's a question from Ahmed from Mountain House, California. How do you store your graph RAG or feed it to the LM efficiently if it is large? For example, selecting between 5 different possible tables and each has 100 possible columns. Kind of reminds me of another question, just talking about how they're having issues when the data set is very large.
Like if you get a lot back from your cipher query, is that?
I believe it's one interpretation.
Okay, so that's actually a good call out, right? So if what you get out of your cipher query is like a massive amount of data, I would recommend potentially, fine tuning that cipher query, right? But maybe it's like, hey, give me all of the, like, I don't know when you would want that much data to come outside of your cipher query and feeding that back into your language model. But maybe there's a use case for it. You can take that, you can chunk that up, and then you can turn those into like vector search now, right? So summarize what I got out of my graph database, and then come up with an answer, right? So you could do some summarization techniques that sit behind your graph RAG pipeline. But again, I don't know when there would be a good use case for having that much data come out of your cipher query.
Got it. So it sounds like it comes down to optimization and fine tuning on the batch casing. Amazing. Thank you.
Yeah. And if there is a use case for it, I just don't know of it. But if there is one, having a system that summarizes the results that's behind your graph pipeline, that's an option.
Amazing. Thank you.
Maybe one or two more questions. There was a couple questions about MCP. Do you know if any services that exist that support MCP. I don't know if like Neo4j or any of the other graph systems support it. Any thoughts there?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I don't know if like Neo4j supports any sort of MCP like connectors, right? But you should definitely build these things out in MCP. That's going to be my my call out there, right? So if you can have like external systems that, like for example, that Cypher query executor function should be a function call that's hosted by an MCP server. Like that would be a best practice.
Awesome. Maybe I'll end with this one. And then if there's other questions we can ask. Is there anything you didn't get to mention in your presentation that you'd like to bring up, or any final thoughts, or I like to leave these presentations sort of like an open-ended one. Is there anything you didn't get to cover that you'd like to mention for this audience that's interested in GraphRag?
Yeah, absolutely. So I do want to say that in terms of knowledge graphs, there's a lot of utility out of knowledge graphs that's outside of the scope of GraphRag, right? And so we're just getting, scratching the surface in terms of like some of the research that's been done on like knowledge graphs in general, right? Like for modeling, like decision making, for automated reasoning engines, for like some of the applications around like deep research, right? Like these things, can like we're just scratching the surface in terms of the utility of knowledge graphs. I hope that this presentation just motivated everyone to go do your own research and figure out what works for you, right?
Absolutely. I think that's most maybe one last question I saw come in, then maybe we'll close out. Truly the last question. Multimodal. So as you think about things like voice and images and video, is there a play for GraphRag and knowledge graphs in this space?
Yeah, there sure is, right? Like those node properties that are attached, implicitly or explicitly on your nodes that are inside of your knowledge graph. Like these things can point to unstructured objects like audio files or videos or whatever you want them to point to, right? And those can be embedded and used as different GraphRag strategies. Absolutely, like there's a place for multimodal, but in terms of like the basic data structure, I would think that your nodes would pretty much document like all of the unstructured data that you would want them to.
Awesome, thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. Maybe Alex? Yeah, there you go.
Awesome. Yeah. So Mohammed, Grant, Johnny, thanks so much for joining us for this discussion. I learned a lot. I'm sure the audience learned a lot. If you're interested in learning more, you should stay tuned to OpenAI Academy. So we'll be posting more events and on-demand content, including with Grant and the wonderful folks on his team at GP Tech Day. We already have 2 events in the calendar with them, so you can check those out and register. We did record this session, and the recording will be available on the OpenAI Academy website as well within a few days. So you can refer back to that, or you can share it with friends. And then, yeah, I think that's about it. But Grant, Johnny, is there anything else you want to share with the audience before we sign off?
I think that's about it, Alex. I just want to say thank you to everyone. We are so grateful for all of you who came here to learn how to automate knowledge graphs for RAG. And we just want to also say thank you to our incredible partners with OpenAI Academy, Miami-Dade College, for making this possible. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, everyone. See you next time.
Thanks all.
And finally, your feedback is really important to us. We have an entire team over here who goes through your feedback and works on making your entire learning experience in a much better way. Okay, so you can submit your feedback in the appropriate form. Okay, on that note, we are done with the session. Okay, so thank you and all the best.